It's time to rise. To learn with the latest tech. Then, lead the future of healthcare. And to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
Welcome to finals day at the 8th annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. What a beautiful day. In the booth today is Charles Chaka Webb, myself, and I'm joined by Jamie Stone, baby. 2 Oceansiders in the house to call finals day. How you doing today, Jamie?
Beautiful. It's a beautiful sunny morning. Surf still on tap. Stoked to watch these athletes put their best foot forward.
Yes, sir. And what do you think of the competition overall? The surf's been pretty good over the week?
Oh, for sure. Anytime there's a 4-day event, you always worry about a slow day, but seriously, there's been waves every single day. Starting off with that fuller tide in the morning, as you see, nice and glassy and smooth, and Northside's always a treat.
Nice. That's in blue, Stefan Venet, and we have the men's below-knee stand division in the water right now. This is your final in white. Forrest Weinberg taking off on the right. Forrest with a nice little insider. Yeah, nice little snap for Forrest right there.
So fun.
Another nice little top turn. Forrest getting his campaign started off with a gem right here. Catches the inside, getting some speed. Nice tapping finish right there for Forrest. And he's pumped. He's claiming it.
Yes, he is. So I'd be pumped on my first wave of the morning looking like that.
Yes, sir. So that first wave for blue, Stefan, was a 3.33. You got in orange, Nachman Balulu, your current defending world champ, your defending U.S. Open champ, and then you have the dark horse right here. And here's your life rules on replay. Blue up and riding.
Straight to it, keeping that pressure on that front foot. Yes.
Getting a little rail work, trying to get that cut back in, but couldn't quite do it. And here goes Nachman Balulu. We missed this one right here.
Oh, Balulu's a warrior.
Nice cut back by Baloo. Getting that speed, another nice little rail work turn. He's trying to get that double up. You can see him cutting back to the power.
There it is, right there in the pocket.
Baloo with a nice little top turn. Another little snap, another little cut back. So we've got a flurry of action right here. Let's see how those scores come out.
Yeah, there's been no shortage from the jump, right? Already 3 waves ridden.
3 good ones as well.
Yeah.
Kenji's just going to be sitting out there waiting, biding his time right now. Kenji's in #1 priority, and we got a replay right here of Forrest Weinberg.
Yeah, this was just a buttery wave. This is that nice little right pier bowl that we love so much out down here in Oceanside.
And Forrest dropping an excellent 8.83 to get his campaign started off for this final. Yeah. Forrest is your original 2022 world champion. Look at that claim, baby. He is just super stoked. And here's Kenjiro Ito in the green. Kenji getting his campaign started off with a nice little bank right there.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened on the front side of that wave, but he's looking for that little reform on the inside. He looks and says, you know what, it's not happening. Let me just cut back out here. But Nachman dropping a 5.5, and here's Kenji.
Oh, here's the beginning of that wave. So just a little sleepy on that first section. Those foamy sections sometimes can be a little tricky, but he does nice on the foam climb there. And you know how those judges, they love to bookend it. They love a big turn at the beginning, and they love a big finish. So
they do like that big finish.
That's why Weinberg got that nice, excellent score. He had a nice starting turn, nice work in the middle, and then a solid finish.
So right now, everybody's on the board. Kenji with a 5 on that nice little first wave that he got. So Him and Nachman in a tied battle right now, points battle for the overall championship. So whoever beats whoever in that one, if if Kenji
right?
wins, or if Nachman gets second and Kenji gets third, or if Kenji gets second, Nachman gets third, whoever beats them in that race right there, it's tied up right between Nachman and Balulu. And last year, I don't know if you remember this, Jamie, but you were here last year. Nachman and Balulu were also very close in the standings, and Nachman missed the first of the 4 events. Kenji won that first of 4 events. Nachman went off and ran 3 in a row to claim the world championship.
To claim the title, so he's the defending champ.
He is your defending champ, and your defending U.S. Open champ, Jamie. So we've got a lot of drama in this first heat, world championship race. Implications, big and small.
Yeah, and you could see Kenjiro and Notchman just around the event site, kind of keeping to their own corners, but keeping the juice alive. I was checking out Notchman. He's on an ASM board that he's super fired up on.
Yeah.
So I was checking that out, and it's his new secret sauce. Sometimes, new equipment can get you over the edge mentally as a competitor, and I think he feels like that's giving him a little mental edge right now, so he's pretty fired up.
And they've both been here for about 3 weeks, so they're very familiar. Ooh, here goes Kenji. Nice cutback, Kenji.
Yeah.
He sees that excellent score up there for Forrest. He's getting that nice reform. Look at the style council right there.
Yes.
And the little tap finish.
The little bonus round right there. That was epic.
That is going to be a beautiful wave for Kenji. We didn't get to see the first part of it, but
his equipment, he looks like he's riding something really flat and wide, and that really tends to work good out in these beach breaks. And you saw that drive he got in that turn. It was beautiful surfing there.
Little rail work for him.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's going to be a solid score.
Kenji's really feeling the heat right now.
Yeah, you can see that board, that low entry rocker just glides right through these chunks.
Just biding his time, drawing his lines, real stylish cutbacks.
And then that turn right there just stayed on the rail for a little extra there.
That little tap on the white water, maybe that'll get milk a little bit more juice.
A little 0.5 or something extra,
there
you know.
Again, they love to see the finish. So when you start really hard and you get those good turns, all that style, it doesn't equate unless you get that big finish, that big exclamation point. He didn't get a big one, but he got a nice little one, and that could squeeze a couple extra points out of it. And the judges, man, they're really throughout this contest. And Kenji going nice with a 7.27, jumps up into the lead.
I had a feeling that was going to score well because I think the judges would probably consider the carve, the last maneuver, and probably just the other was just kind of extra,
And here goes Forrest.
Yeah, Forrest
nice
wants
little
it.
Cutback. Another one into the white water. Hanging on to that one.
Yes, sir.
Little arm work on that one. Forrest knows he's got that excellent score. He's in the mix right now.
Yeah.
He's feeling it. He's loving that for a second score. And we've been talking about this. Me and Charlie have been talking about this all week, Jamie. Mm-hmm. That second score is so important, man. Yes. And we saw Fujiwara yesterday, Tomoki Fujiwara, sitting on a 1.8 as a second score, and that ultimately was the end of his campaign because he couldn't find a good second score.
And I think his leading score was like an 8.87 or something like that, so it was a solid score. I remember that heat as well. And yeah, it's when you first start surfing contests as a young amateur, you have this mindset like, I'm just going to go out and catch 10 waves.
Right.
But if they're all 1.5s, it doesn't matter. It's about quality over quantity, right?
Uncle Mike Shamuka always tells me 2 8s, not 8 2s.
Yeah.
So
8s are late, brah.
Yeah, so
exactly.
That wave right there coming up for Forrest as a 6.27 jumps back into the lead. Now Kenji needs to match one of those higher scores. And here goes Stefan Venet.
Here we go, a left-hander. Up into the lip here, bangs it.
And that's going to go incomplete.
Yeah.
But Kenji now needs a 7.68. And Baloo needs to build a house, baby. That 5 is that 5.5 is, he needs a 9.45. He needs a real nuclear score.
He really needs 2 new scores, really.
Exactly.
Because you're looking at that 8.67 and that 7.27 from Kenjiro. And I'm sure they're going to improve on that with the way the waves are looking. So yeah, this is a dogfight. And the other thing is, this is the final. You're not trying to advance. You're trying to win this one. There's first, and then that's it in the final. You want to be the champ.
And that's all.
That's all she wrote. Yeah. So these guys are really competitive. And like I said, I feel like Kenji's been in a really good flow these last few days. He seems like he's really tuned in. Balulu on day 2, he had a little bit of a shocker, so he's a little frustrated. He wants to make good, and here he goes. I was talking about it yesterday. He's like, finals day's my day. So speak it into reality. This one's got some nice face. There's a nice snap.
Nachman just with a nice little turn. Very determined look on his face, drawing those lines, nice cutback. He's getting the reform. He knows he needs the finish. He'll be okay with that one. That's going to top his 5.5 for sure. That's going to get him into the race where he's not looking for a 9. He's probably going to be bettering that. So we're talking about building a house. That's the first one right there.
Yeah.
Nachman dropping in on the right, getting that nice bottom turn, nice little drawing.
I like the second one where he gets a nice little snap with some speed right here.
Quick snap.
Yeah. Just a little point of difference there, instead of the longer rail line, quick turn. And we were talking about in the booth yesterday on the beach commentary is that, with the below knee here, it's like, I wonder how much different there is between the prosthetic being on under the front foot or the back foot, right?
It's a lot of difference, and I've had a lot of conversations with guys about what it's like standing up. And I believe that Kinji and Nachman have they're both on opposite legs. So that score coming in for Nachman right there, a 6.2.
That's more like it.
It lowers the requirement, still in the excellent range, high excellent range too, to an 8.75. So, but he's going to be looking to better that 6.2 as well. So he's building that house one brick at a time. Here goes Stefan.
Yeah, Stefan going forehand this time. And he's also got the front leg, right? So
yes. You can kind of see.
Once again on a wider, flatter board as well, getting a little more surface area on the wave.
He's helping himself right there with that little wave. We got 15 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time right now to really put more scores on the board. But Forrest is feeling really good about himself right now. Second priority, sitting in second. And here goes Stefan, taking off on the nice right. Just drawing that little cutback.
Beautifully.
Doing those little check turns.
What's cool, too, is in the background here, you see that Weinberg's clapping for his wave. He's going good wave, and you don't see that in any other surfing competition. These guys really are a tribe, and it's pretty special. I mean, even in the heart of the final, they're giving each other. And then you see Kenjiro was smiling at him. Who knows what they're saying out there? They could be ribbing each other, but
for sure,
they're communicating one way or another.
And here goes Kenjiro Ito with his priority right now.
Used it well right there. Get in there. There's a nice face right here. Oh, got caught up in the foam ball, though.
Kind of climbed it.
Yeah. This one might be a throwaway for Kenjiro based on what he's got. Let's see what he can finish on. If he can get over this shooting ladder, he might get a... Yeah, this one just didn't give him the sections he was looking for.
I don't think that's going to throw away his 5. It could come close. It could
barely eclipse it, somewhere in that range.
5.2 or 5.1 or something like that, maybe, if he's lucky.
Yeah, I just think that little bobble at the beginning just kind of, when the waves get smaller like this, it's one little bobble
Forrest
can change.
Played a little game with him right there. Forrest kind of coaxed him
into that one. Yeah.
Forrest had second priority, and he said, "You know what? If I can get Kenjiro Ito to go on this one, then man, with about 15 minutes left, I'm sitting out here with first priority." So
yeah,
I think he played the game really well right there.
He very much did. And look, now he's in first priority, and Kenjiro's not going to better a 7.27 or an 8.6 on that wave.
Expect to see Kinji maybe to paddle the second peak, maybe to start moving around with that fourth priority.
Yeah, that's the other interesting thing. Everyone in this heat's a regular foot, so the right's on high alert. But if you find one of those wide lefts, you might find some sneaky action here.
Forrest letting that one go. It was a little bit late on there, and that one didn't look like it had much to offer. It's kind of fat on the corner. So all these guys have been surfing this spot for many years. Both of these guys, everyone in this heat except for Stefan. So
right, and you can see that they know the peak, right? I mean, Northside does what Northside does, so it's not like it changes, while these guys are gone. They come back, it's the same wave.
Forrest using his priority down the beach.
Ooh. Oh.
Got caught behind it. He knows. He says, "Look, I got plenty of time." He's not worried about it. He's clapping. He knows he's got 2 good scores on the board. He knows that the rest of the heat has their work cut out for him.
Yeah, and it's classic. It's like, that was not a claim, that clap. That was a self-pep talk, that one.
Right.
Like, all right, still in the game.
Got plenty of time, looking at the clock, plenty of time.
Still in pole position.
Yep.
And this will be an upset if Forrest wins this because, like you said, Kenjiro and Nachman are in the tie for the overall championship, right?
Yeah, but Forrest Weinberg, your 2023 ASP World Champ.
So he's got a belt too.
He does, and he's. Let me look back on some stats right here, but I'll see if he's. I believe I've given him a U.S. Open title too. So let me just check some stats real quick. But
here goes Kenjiro. Nice long carve right there, and then keeps the S turn as opposed to hopping, which I'm a big fan of that. Ever since the '80s and Tom Curran and on the Huntington Beach reform, instead of doing the hop, just keeping that rail engaged. And look at that, he's going to get the finish.
Kenjiro Ito making that claim right there.
This might be his best score. This might up the ante right here. I want to take one more look at it on the replay, but I think this might be in that range of his best score here.
Nice drop.
And this first turn, he just stays on the rail the whole way through. Look at this roll.
Nice turn.
Super smooth. And he does a little S turn as opposed to hopping, which just that little style point just ties everything together. Another little quick fin whip. And he's driving through the shore break and says, oh, it's not going to close out, but I'm just going to give it a nice slash. So I think he's feeling pretty good about that one. Oh,
that one comes in at 7.43. Kenjiro Ito still looking for a 7.52.
Yeah, that 8.67, that's the anchor for Forrest right now. So, you can
just
build on
missing
that.
out right there.
Yeah, that was amazing surfing, and I knew that was just going to better. I had a feeling it was just going to be better than that 7.27. So now Notchman, he's still got some work to do. He's in first priority now, though. He's looking for an 8.75 if he wants to take it one bite.
There, man, they're out there, but you just got to manifest them.
Yeah, this is great surfing, and this is what a final should be. There's no one that's not really in the hunt right here for the.
Everybody's clawing right now. They're all clawing for a piece of the pie right now.
Yeah, Stefan's in that soft combo, but I mean, if he gets a 6 or better, he'll be out of that thing.
So I'm looking back many years right now, and I can't find a result that I've given Forrest a U.S. Open title.
I know he's no stranger to the finals.
No, but he is the 2023 ASP World Champion. Nachman paddling into this one with some intent.
Okay, here we go. He's got some face. Let's see what he can do. He wants to battle back with Kenji. 2-stage cut back. Oh, the rebound catches him up a little bit.
Nice recovery, and out the back, Forrest Weinberg on the left backside, getting some speed, hoping to get a little snap right there.
And hangs it. The left's interesting because it runs down the beach more than the right does. But the thing with the left is you can get a faster, longer wave, but then the paddle back out situation's way different. You've seen it, throughout the course of the event where people get caught. Instead of just going over and hugging the pier, which is what you do at Northside for the paddle out, they choose that long paddle out, and it can burn, a couple more minutes than maybe just the run around. And it looks like Forrest is going to take that option, but look at how far he's drifted from that left.
Right.
That right kind of, it's almost like a standing wave. Strategically, you can get back out in the lineup a lot quickly. Or, how do you say that? More quickly is the phrase I'm looking for, yes.
Replay for Nachman. You see he got up. You could see just the intensity. Real nice cutback off the whitewater, but can't quite redirect it once he got in the whitewater. It kind of hung him up.
It just grabbed him a little bit there, yeah.
And then back out the back, there's Forrest.
I like this turn, though, right in the pocket here. Boom. He could have probably thrown it up a teeny bit higher, but got the make. I don't know if that one will go into his scoreline.
Now remember, Nachman and Ballou are tied in the points race for the overall world championship, and that replay brought to you by Life Rolls On. So at this point, they don't need to win. They just need to beat each other.
As far as the overall goes.
Correct. So
but
the U.S. Open title is prestigious, and you get a big fat $1,000 check with it and a nice trophy. But the points that come for the overall world championship, you get a $2,000 check. So and a nice trophy for that too. So you don't want to miss out on that option too. So they're not only fighting for the U.S. Open title, they know we are. And there you got the water crew helping out with the next heat, which is the prone assist women. So we're going to watch the women's final right there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you see them helping everybody out on the pink board. That's Ashley Bunting making her final.
Yeah, she was surfing great yesterday. And, this is where this volunteer team and the Stoke for Life crew can't say enough positive things. Watching day in and day out, I mean, they're getting some serious cardio blast when they're running guys up and down the beach on the chairs or they're dealing with that shore break. It's, man, these guys are watermen, these ladies and gentlemen. So much love, and they do it all out of the love of their heart, all on a volunteer basis. So nothing but love there. And, as far as the contest goes, we're going to see what happens here because it's almost like the Triple Crown on the World Surf League is the only other contest where you could win a crown and win the championships at the same time.
Right.
I think there was one year where Andy won Pipeline, the Triple Crown, and the world title, all in one fell swoop.
Making a bank right there.
Yeah. So if you can do the hat trick and win the U.S. Open and the championship, that's not a bad thing.
It is. I've written some big checks for people that have done that in the past years. Even last year, there was, I think, 3 or 4 different athletes that did win the world, and Nachman was one of them.
Yeah.
He won the U.S. Open. He got that big fat check for winning the U.S. Open. Then he won the overall, and he got a big fat check for that. He got a big fat check for winning 3 events in a row as well. So he did real well last year for himself.
Nice, yeah. And then, just stuff the pockets, save it for a rainy day.
Save it for the next tour.
And that's what people don't understand. You're not getting rich doing this, but it's financing the dream.
It is,
right?
for sure. And we are always looking, and we want to thank our sponsors for helping us out with this. And the University of St. Augustine, a lot of these volunteers are from the university. And here goes Kenjiro Ito. He's in second priority. Beautiful wave.
This one's a little bigger, too. Look at this. What can he do with this?
Kenji with a nice top turn.
He's
Staying in the pocket. Another check right into a cutback. Nice cutback. Trying to stay with it if he can get over the hump right here.
Oh, he's going to get in there. Oh, it's just that little rib that cross-checks you.
Don't know, but he needs a 7.52. He did some real nice rail work on the open face. The judges have been rewarding that, so let's see what they give him.
Yeah, and the one point of difference that I like about Kenjiro is a real emphasis on style and connection. And the judges, it's really pretty on the eyes, right? Makes it easy to watch, easy to score.
Absolutely. Can he get that 7.2 that he needs to take first place? And here comes Nachman. You know he's feeling the heat right now watching Kenji.
And Nachman's style isn't as connective as Kenji's, but it's more attacky, right? Attack,
I was
sharper
just going to
turns.
say that.
Yeah.
He attacks really aggressively. Even in that takeoff, you could see a couple waves ago where he was real aggressive right there. And it looks like some swimmers out the back.
Was that a swimmer? I'm hoping that was a swimmer.
Kenji.
This wave is just beautiful. Look at all that face. He gets up in the lip here.
Nice top turn.
And then this swoop just takes his time. And he likes it, gives himself a little clap there. So beautifully done. And yeah, this one's heating up. I don't think that one's going to go into his top 2 score line. It doesn't look like it did. But yeah,
they might be still working it out.
They might still be working it out.
That was a good wave. Let me look on the stacked app. Let me see what if they've produced a wave yet with that.
For sure. Why you do that?
That was a great wave right there. And imagine having a throwaway that's in the 7s or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're throwing away 7s, you're where you need to be in the final, right? That means you're doing better than the average.
And again, for Kenji, of course, he wants the win, and so does Nachman. But they are in a battle for the overall points championship. So even if they don't win, they're still going to win a really nice check.
The comp within the comp, right?
The game within the game.
Yes.
That's what the ASP offers you right here. We offer a bunch of awesome opportunities.
And here's the one Notch goes. Kenjiro. Oh, Kenjiro. A little bit of games.
They've not come up with a score on that one yet, it looks like.
No, and it looks like Notchman was thinking, is that a paddling interference? So he was trying to throw his arm up. I don't know if it was or not, but that's interesting there. And they're not so talkative all of a sudden now that we're getting down. It's like it looks a little more intense out the back.
Still waiting for a score on Kenji.
Yeah, the judges are really thinking that one over. They know there's a lot of implications on the line. And it's just amazing to me that we're in our 8th year of doing this. I haven't been here for all 8 years, but this is definitely something that has grown. It's an international field. There's adaptive surfing all over the planet now. And it's just great work that everyone's done. Stoke for Life Foundation, Life Rolls On, High Fives, Surf Gimp, all these great organizations that are helping to share the love and build out the vibe.
We love that. And we are a community, man, and it is worldwide. It is international. We have 16 countries here competing, and we're super stoked to have all of the support. Visit Oceanside helping us construct the tour. It looks like we're still waiting on a score for Kenjiro Ito to see. So that means they're really thinking about it. It's got to be kind of somewhere up there close to that score range.
Yeah, they're thinking back of his first 2 waves and cross-comparing them to that 8.67 that Forrest got as well. And it looks like Forrest is going to get into another one here. He's been a little patient. He wants to go. He's fading. It looks like he's going to go right.
Nice sharp cut back.
Got
a little bit too much.
A little twisted there. Went 100 instead of 75 on that one. And then look, Kenji's got another nugget.
Oh, wow.
And a nice drop. Can he get around it? Oh, this one caves in on him. Is he going to stick with it? Just for the free ride out from the pier there.
Minute 50 left.
Ooh, yeah, we're getting down to the wire. Oh! Stefan.
So 2 of the 3 judges have put their scores in. We're waiting for that third judge. Throw down his score right here for Kenji. 7.8. Kenji
into first position.
The heat.
So it was just a little better, and that's why they took so much time looking at it. They really wanted to make sure where they stood, and we've got a great judging crew up there. These guys are seasoned veterans, and they're doing a great job.
Pat Drummy's up there. Pat Downey's up there.
Yep, Derek.
Kenjiro Ito turning the heat. The judges taking their time on that one, knowing it was a great score.
Wow, right at the buzzer at the end of the heat, too, with just a minute left. And it wasn't this wave, it was the wave before.
It was the wave before that.
Yeah, this is just
that.
Yeah, this is the victory lap. He must have cut out of this wave and then heard the score. Because you see him look up and he's like, what?
Kenjiro Ito is going to take the double. Look at the smile on his face. I can't be any more happy for anybody. Kenji has done all the work. Look at that. His second U.S. Open title, his first AASP World Championship.
Yes.
You're looking at Kenjiro Ito.
Are you not entertained, people? Look at that smile, ear to ear.
So happy for Kenji right now.
He's a unit, too. That kid's fit.
Yeah, Kenjiro Ito winning his first U.S. Open title. Clutching the AASP World Championship. You are looking at not only your U.S. Open champion in this division, you are looking at your overall AASP World title winner, Kenjiro Ito.
And the chair up the beach, saved for only Hawaiian royalty. Your feet are too good to touch the sand when you win.
That's it.
That's an epic trend. I love that.
What a great way to start.
Here he goes. Think he's hyped?
Final day. He knows. Nachman knocked him out, winning 3 in a row last year, and Kenji came back stronger than ever and surfed a great heat. This is what the U.S. Open is about. This is what the ASP is about. We are going to take you to an ad break right now, but we'll be right back with the women's prone assist final.
Whew.
It's time to rise. To learn with the latest tech. Then, lead the future of healthcare. And to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
Welcome back to the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. You just witnessed the men's below knee stand final. Now you are into the women's prone assist final. In the booth, Charles Chaka Webb. Joining me is Jamie Stone, Mr. Osider himself, and we got a plethora of action right here. That was Annie Goldsmith in the blue.
Wow.
This is Ashley Bunting in the orange. And it looks like Jocelyn Newmiller in green already threw up a 7.17. Jocelyn's pretty much got a stranglehold on this right here. Sarah Almagro can challenge her as far as this U.S. Open title.
And this is what I love about these volunteers. Look at how quick they are on the case. These guys are probably burning 4,000 calories a day right now between the running and the swimming. And yeah, it's just such a good support system, and it's very unique but inspirational. And yeah, fireworks, first heat. Kenjiro and Balulu battled out. Forrest threw his name in the hat in that final. And
here's the 7.1.
Ooh.
Nice top turn right there. Speed.
Ooh, yeah, that board's drivey.
Jocelyn just driving that super quick. She is your 3-time world champ.
Very sharp, too. I like what she did here because she knows, like we were talking about in the last heat, those lefts run further down the beach. But the minute she finished that, she started going back towards the pier, right, to get back to that paddle out area.
And here is Sarah Almagro.
Sarah, nice right-hander. Oh, double up.
Making the most of that one. She definitely wants to start her campaign really well. So Kenjiro Ito staking his claim for his first AASP World Championship.
He's the man now.
He is the man now, that's for sure.
He did the hat trick. He got it all, right?
He did the hat trick, that guy.
That guy, we love him. And his stoke has been infectious. Like, that's the other thing when you look down at the competitors' tent. These guys are all catching a vibe together. Even though they're competing out in the water, on land, they got each other's back. And you hear it when the crowd erupts, when someone gets a good wave, or when they win a double championship like Kenjiro just did. And on that replay, knocked off this wave. See how she used her forearms there?
Yeah.
I love that. Really pushing that weight forward and getting that drive, and enabled her to get around this section. And a nice little fade. Then she gets the low road here. So she's got a nice little first wave on her hand as well for Sarah.
Sarah from Spain. España. She won the Hawaii Access Surf Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championship in May.
So she's patiently waiting to back it up. And yeah, those scores seem about right. Jocelyn a 7.17 on her first go, and then Sarah clocks in a 5.17, Annie a 4.5, and then Ashley, unfortunately, she had that set wave but came unglued and just a 1.83. But early days in the heat, we got just under 20 minutes left, so this whole heat is just starting to unfold as you see them working their way back. And this is prone assist. So that means they get a little bit of assistant, get pushed into the wave.
Got a pusher and a catcher wearing the same color jersey. There is some bylaws that are, the pusher and the catcher can grab their person at any time. The help can only keep them out of the impact zone, make sure that they're not getting pounded. The red jerseys cannot advance for competitive advantage. They just got to get them out of the impact zone. They can advance them through the impact zone and just on the other side of it hold them steady and just keep them there once they get them out of danger. And that's it. No advancements, no getting you out to the peak any faster.
Yeah, and now Chaka on the assist, if someone pushes in, I saw one yesterday where the assist guy kind of held on a little too long.
So that was a huge mistake right there.
That's a mistake. You got to let go, right? Let the surfer do the thing.
You can only push. You cannot ride on the back of the board. You can only just push them in, and it's up to the surfer to navigate themselves on the wave. Once they fall, once they get down, once they cut out of the wave, their catcher or their pusher, if the pushers can get to them faster, but most likely pushers still way out the back. Sometimes the pusher will follow them,
if you can body surf
the wave behind them and follow them to retrieve them quicker, and the handoff, because the catcher's going to have to swim out to hand off. So if the pusher can swim in and meet them, then they can get the handoff a little bit quicker.
Yeah, a totally unique dynamic that only exists in adaptive surfing, right?
100%.
And watching the judges prep for it on the first day and then, discuss how the ins and outs of that work. It's a whole new kind of judging format if you're used to judging traditional surf contest.
Correct.
So watching these judges adapt, and we've got a great judging staff up there, was really cool to see up in the tower there.
So the good thing about our panel is we have a large adaptive surfing competitive structure here in California, in Southern California, with the WSA, with USA Surfing. We have a U.S. Nationals it's here in Oceanside. So a lot of the judges here at the U.S. Open have been doing adaptive surfing since 2015. So they're versed in it. They definitely know the categories. They know how to judge the surfing when it comes down to it. So we do get some consistent scoring, and you can't make everybody happy. You're always going to get those guys that come up and say, hey man, I think I got underscored on this, on that. But if you look at the replays, or the judge happens to come down and say, well, this is why we did that and this is why we scored it here, then you get a good explanation. The judges have replay. So we have replay here. That's why you saw that long delay.
That little downtime, right?
In Kinji's 7.8, because he already had a high 7 up there, or a mid 7.
Want to cross-reference.
And Forrest had that 6, that high 6 in there, and they had that 8. So they were like, okay, where does it fall in that 8.6 and that 6 and that 7 that he got before? Where does it fall in there? And Kinjiro Ito pulling out a 7.8, and the judges really taking their time looking at the replay of other waves, of Kinji's other waves, of Nachman's waves, and they took their sweet time right there, and they came up with a great score, and Kinjiro Ito walking away with his second U.S. Open title, but his first AASP World Championship title.
Welcome to the A-Team, Kenji. Yeah, and that's great, just great judging, and I think the replay has really helped the consistency of the judging. And no harm against someone who thinks they get a little bit better of a score, or they're frustrated, but they can go back, challenge it, and now you can say, here, look at the replay. This was this guy's 6.5, this was your 5.5, right?
And that's the good thing about having this live feed too, as well, is some of these surfers can go back and look at their heats. And trust me, Jamie, I went back and looked at my heat last night. I didn't want to do it, but as a coach and as a competitor, I had to do it. And I'm coaching a few people here, and I got to go look back at a few different waves and talk over waves with Barbie Garcia, who's one of my ambassadors, and I do a little coaching with her. So talked about what she can, where she can pick up points on the wave. And so, yeah, I had to watch my heat and
had to critique yourself for the future.
Yeah, there wasn't much to critique. There was a lot of laughter and not a lot of critique.
Yeah, I can honestly say I've watched you surf quite a bit, and that was a bit of a shocker for you that round.
It was a shocker for me, for sure, but it is what it is, and I'm stoked to see that this competition right now has just been blessed with great waves, a lot of great energy in this event. And who am I to wear the hat of a sad competitor, man? I'm so stoked as an event coordinator, as somebody that has watched this event grow and watched the community grow, and the level of surfing that's happening here today and throughout this contest has been elite. We've got 2 10s that went up on the board yesterday.
That was amazing, by the way.
Kai Cole is just blowing the top off of that thing. And then you had Dariel Melendez Davila just fighting to move forward in the final. Really,
right at the end of the heat.
Had dug a big hole for himself and scores that 10 with about 4 minutes left, and then had the opportunity. Still needed like a 5.7 to jump out of that, and he gave it his all. And here we got Blue on the right.
Oh, we got some action in the water.
Annie Goldsmith digging that outside rail, getting just a nice little takeoff, having the opportunity on that nice little pier bowl right there.
Yeah, the surf looks really playful today. It's that 2 to 3 foot, local summer, late season, kind of combo swell.
That's the reason why we like to do the contest at this time of the year. You still get those south-southwest conditions. Nice warm water, not super cold.
Yeah, and Oceanside loves this time of year, by the way. You're nailing it on the dates for sure. Look at this one. What a cuppy little right-hander.
Sarah, if she can get to that open face, she'll get a nice top turn right there.
That was a proper pier right there. That was one of the prettiest waves of the morning. And she's just zigging and zagging through this thing.
Oh, she's
inside
with it. Oh, caught that little pier bowl on the inside.
Yeah,
paid the price, but the work was already done there, Jamie. Now, if she gets a good maneuver at that finish, she's going to add on to that. But let's see what the judges go with that. I think that's going to catapult her up into first place for sure.
Yeah, just as she'll be the only one with the second score, and
Correct.
She's got, the second best score of the heat so far. I think that's going to be better than her 5.17.
Oh yeah.
Looking back in my mental playback there.
So Annie's second wave was at 4.5, so she's going to jump up into second, and boom, Sarah Almagro throws up a 7.8 for the high score of the highest scoring wave of the heat. Jumps up into first place. Jocelyn just waiting to get a second score.
And Jocelyn's in first priority, so the battle has begun for these two. And, Ashley in a soft combination there, needing a 2-wave score equaling almost 13 points. And then Annie, she's not in combo. She needs an 8.48, which is doable. But there's, 12 minutes, so we're halfway through this heat. There is time, and sometimes when sometimes it's better to take 2 bites, maybe get a couple 7s.
Right.
But if you can get a really single wave score, that's obviously the way to go.
And what I'm going to see here with Jocelyn is, and this is kind of her strategy. She's one of those. She's got one of those teams that just waits. They're not, they'll bide the clock. When you get down to the 4 minute, they've got
their protocol, right?
But if you've got 12 minutes in first priority, and here comes the Life Rolls On replay for Sarah and for Ashley Bunting.
We didn't see her in the first clip. So,
Ashley just digging that outside rail, not quite able to stay with it.
Twice. I'm kind of want to check out her equipment and see if there's something going on there.
And then here comes Annie Goldsmith. She kind of got washed up into the wash right there as well.
Yeah.
And then you see, I guess this is a double replay.
Yeah, this is the double replay.
And you see.
Oh, she caught that rail.
You see it kind of brought her up on the inside rail, and that outside rail just dug. And here's Sarah. Yeah. She races this section. This is a great pure bull right if the cameraman will stay with it. Yeah, boom, that nice little check section right there. Oh. Nice little check right there.
She got a lot of work done on that inside bowl section right there.
And if she snaps that right there, if she can get to the top third of the wave of that and right out of there.
That goes up to an 8 and some change.
Yeah, it's nuclear right there. So these girls showing out today. This is the finals of the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by St. Augustine University, Health and Science. Yep. This is the final stop of the Visit Oceanside Adaptive Surf Professional World Tour, and we kicked it off with a bomber heat, Jamie.
Oh my gosh!
And it's just carrying over into the second heat of the day.
Yeah, and it's just amazing. And watching the prone surfers, it's funny, these little nuances. You got to realize their face is only 6 inches from their rail, so they're getting way water sprayed in them. The bounce shows a lot more. They're getting, hanging onto that board is no easy task when you're that close to the water. And it's interesting to see how they work it and how they use their forearms and how they use the rails to stay engaged. And, not using their feet, they're using every other body part to make it happen, which
Absolutely.
is cool.
So these girls are just showing out today. They're just some really beautiful conditions. You can see it's gotten really kind of peaky, that little south peeking through.
Oh, it's beautiful. I'm hoping for a nice, long, early morning surf tomorrow.
Yep, in the beginning of the week, it was more west. We had a little on that Thursday. We had kind of a closeout, little pushy. You could get some really nice corners, but you had to really pick and choose. After Friday, it got really peaky. That south really started coming through, and it's kind of pushed that way. We've had these peaky, nice conditions where they're just getting these really nice corners, being able to get those reforms on the inside and really make really high scores.
Yeah, and I think it was Friday, Bill Auer got that really big rogue left set, and he just fired down the line, high speed, did a nice carve, and hit a huge closeout section. If he would have made that, it would have been a 10, but he ended up with a 9.67. But that was probably the biggest wave ridden in the event. I think it was on a Friday, and it was beautiful. He was almost down by the bathrooms at Middles down there. He ran way down the beach.
And they got a really nice picture of that bank that he did. It just looks sick.
I'll have to check that out.
You have a quad fully just almost aired out, half his board over the lip. Just what a great shot. Great. Just shows you the level of surfing that this community is capable of, especially Jesse. He did get knocked out yesterday, unfortunately, but he is actually got a chokehold on the ASP World title. So there was one person that could have snatched that away from him.
Could have got him.
It was Tomoki Fujiwari.
Okay, Tomoki,
and
yeah.
Tomoki also got knocked out yesterday.
He did.
He looked for that second score. He couldn't quite put that up, man.
He had the 8 and some change, then the fractional, the 1 point something, right?
Yeah. And that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. It's Jocelyn's just looking for a second score. Now she's sitting. It's been 4 minutes since she's had priority at the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, now she's in 4th priority, so she's starting to sweat a little bit.
Oh, she caught a wave. She must have caught a wave because I thought she had first priority.
Unless it was a paddling mistake, but we didn't see it.
Yeah, we didn't see it. So I'm not sure how that priority changed because she had first priority at one time with about 12 minutes left. So I'm not sure how that transpired, but
she might have paddled for a wave and lost priority.
Yeah, if you paddle with intent, you do lose your priority and you go to the back of the line. So right now, Orange has first priority and Sarah Almagro has second priority, and Sarah's sitting on that 7.8 and that 5.17. And Jocelyn passes on that one under priority that probably wouldn't have served her, but she needs to get a second score on the board.
Yes.
That's essential, and the clock's starting to become a factor. 7 minutes, still plenty of time, but not as much as when you're, and here we're looking at it.
Oh, here it is.
Okay,
Let's
she's
see what
got
she
a
does.
second score.
Oh, nice turn here. Oh, double carve. I like that extra push.
So she's going to get a really nice score.
Oh, she's
for
in the
this
game. We just missed it.
one. We did miss it. That's going to be a huge score for her already right there.
Yeah, and
Let's
then
see
look
what
at
she
her
does.
pusher. You're getting a nice body surf in behind her as well.
And if she pulls that, then she's really, but I think she's definitely going to jump up into first place right here. That's definitely more than a 5.81.
Yeah,
I see that going up into the high sixes, maybe low sevens, maybe even higher than that.
And the judges are definitely doing what they did last heat and taking a nice long look at it.
She did do really nice double down carve on that first couple turns.
That was super cool. The accentuation.
Yep.
That was a little bit of the John-esque, like draw that arc, but no, but I got a little more to juice it.
That really
Beautiful.
cool. And I was talking to Barbie about this a little bit. They're loving those down carves.
Yeah, this especially on the right-hander because the face is more slopey. It gives you that extra time to really, if you want to do it, you can really draw that out and down, which is, you know, it's funny because Katie Simmers, obviously Oceanside world champion, and, you know, on tour they really love her down carving. She spent a lot of time learning that right here at this beach, so it works well here.
So that was a life rolls on replay for Sarah Almagro. I'm not sure that's going to go to her under score line. She needs to drop a 5.17. She's trying to better a 7.8. So we'll see, but they are really looking at that last
curious
wave
here.
of Jocelyn's. It's definitely going to be more than a 5.81. It might go into the excellent range. Those two down carves were really nice turns. If she finishes that on the inside, man, we are definitely talking excellent up into the mid eights, possibly the low nines. You never know. She has scored tens in her career, so you never know. The judges are giving away a couple tens for a really great effort and good reward. So
yeah, I think if she would have got the finish, that might have been in that range. And you know what's interesting about this is looking at the points, she gets in that 7 or above range. It's going to put both Annie and Ashley in that combination. Right now, Annie needs the 8.48, so it's really a 1.5 difference before you're into a combination situation, where Ashley just is in that soft combo needing a two-wave score of just under 13. So, yeah, it's a little bit of math as well. People, sometimes it's hard to understand. It's the two scores added up, so the necessity, it just depends on the high and the low in each category there.
And one judge has got his score in. We're waiting for a couple more. And the drama continues.
Waiting for the drop.
The anticipation. So Sarah Almagro won the Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championship. It is the first time that Jocelyn's seen that face to feet in a couple of years. Jocelyn's had a real chokehold on this division for the last 2 to 3 years.
But there you go. Look at that, 8.33. So
wow, she throws up a big, giant, excellent score, and that's going to put Sarah at needing a 7.71. So she's already scored a 7.8.
She can do it.
She's capable. That high 7, those excellent scores are out there. But Jocelyn throwing down the gauntlet, saying, you know what, I tasted defeat in Hawaii. I'm not trying to do it here at the U.S. Open. This is her title. She says, you know what, I'm not letting it go, man.
I'm not giving it up.
She's very familiar with this wave. She surfed here a bunch. But Sarah, man, I'm telling you, she's come on the tour.
She's chomping at the bit.
She is. She lit it up in Hawaii. We had some pretty good surf in Hawaii. We've had some really good surf here. She's matching blow for blow what Jocelyn's throwing down. So it's really great to see this division. Jocelyn set the standard for this division for the last 3 years. And here comes a new adaptive surfer out of Spain saying, hey, you know what? I can match that and I can dance with you.
Yeah.
And here we go, man.
Yep. Rising tide brings all ships into shore. So, and unfortunately for Annie Goldsmith and Ashley Bunting, that puts them in serious combination situation, meaning they're going to need 2 complete new scores, and we're down to 3 minutes on the clock. So Jocelyn has it for now. She is ahead of Sarah on priority, so that's in her favor as well. So Sarah's got her work cut out. She's got to find a nice little wave and kind of get away from Jocelyn. I'm sure Jocelyn is somewhat sitting on her, being one ahead of her in the priority situation. And she's third in line, so she can sit and play patient. Just under 3 minutes remaining, and this one may be in the freezer. The Jello may be jiggling, and Jocelyn may be the champ again. But Sarah still has that 2 minutes plus to to thwart this championship. And the ocean's gone a little quiet here. It is beautiful. Look at the watercolor out there this morning.
Yeah, and it's as a competitor, this is the last thing you want to see with 2 minutes on the clock is the ocean just going flat.
Yeah.
It's like just a kick in the chest, man. You're like, ugh, okay,
Yeah.
if I can manifest something. So now is the time when you have to manifest a wave. You have to go find one. You have to go hunt one. You have to go make one happen. So that's when you got to start looking on the inside. She needs a high score, so you got to have a wave that's going to offer you that. You can't just paddle the inside and take off on something,
Right.
Something that's only going to get you a 3 or a 4. She needs a 7.71. She knows that she's going to need a set wave. So
Yeah. And these type of losses are bittersweet because it's like, okay, I was right there, but a wave just didn't come to me.
Sure.
You didn't fall on your wave or something like that.
It's when the clock becomes your enemy.
Yeah.
The beginning of the heat, the clock's your friend, and when you're down and you need a higher score, and the clock is not your friend. So that's time runs out, and so does your campaign. So.
Yeah, and I always talk about these 4-man heats. The fifth competitor is Mother Nature, right?
Yeah,
that's what's different of our sport than anything else. Is the playing field moves and changes, and sometimes it's better and sometimes it's worse.
There's nothing you can do about it. And Sarah,
yeah,
just looking at this, and there's nothing she can do right now. The final moments are ticking down in this heat.
Yeah, the basketball rim stays 10 foot, right?
That's it.
This moves. But great, what a great heat from these ladies, and they definitely were competitive. Look at Jocelyn.
Yep, she's super stoked. Last contest was Hawaii. You're looking at your U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Champion. Great camaraderie out there for the girls. Jocelyn Newmiller. We're going to take you to break. You're at the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. Final day. We'll be right back.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships brought to you by the University of St. Augustine Health and Science. You are on finals day in the booth. You got Charles Chaka Webb, and joining me in the booth is Jamie Stone. How you doing, Jamie? What'd you think of that last heat?
Oh, the way I look at it, I reckon we're 2 for 2. First heat was fire, second heat was fire. Highly competitive from competitor 1 through 4, and here comes Jocelyn, the champ.
Your current U.S. Open champ, your defending AASP champ. She's super stoked. And right now we are in the men's kneel upright division. You can see the relief on her face.
Right?
Yeah, dude, it's just like relief. It's like, look, that competitor, Sarah, really brought it to her in Hawaii, and she was bringing it to her here. And so it's just a relief after you get out of the water, and you're done your job.
And it's kind of like there's some new rivalries emerging, right?
There is. Sarah's.
It's right
trust
there.
Me, Sarah tasted the championship, and she was right there at this event. So in this men's division, we have Sponge Llewellyn-Williams in green. We have Mono in orange. We have Masafumi Kobayashi, excuse me.
Yes,
and
Masa.
Henrique Sarvara. And right now it is Sponge Llewellyn-Williams that has a real stranglehold on this one.
He's such a legend in the game. I mean, he's been doing this for a minute, and he knows exactly what's up.
So Sponge right now has a good point lead over Mono. It would take a real, I don't know mathematically if Mono can catch him. So I'd have to do some math real quick and see. But Masa's ranked third right now. Mono's ranked number 2. And it looks like we're just rocking it out here. And Henrique wasn't able to make the previous tour events. This is the only tour event he was able to make this year. So, but the other 3 guys made the entire tour. Masa's ranked 3rd, Mono's ranked 2nd, and right now Llewellyn just needs to follow through with this last heat right here. He's fought real hard. This is many years in the making for Sponge to make this happen right now. So really need to see some good surfing, concentration, stay focused.
Yeah, and just being patient, waiting for the right wave. And Mono and him have they've gone at it for years, right? I mean, they've sparred quite a few times in the ring.
And you know, Sponge has been making his mark. So last year he is the defending U.S. Open champ.
Yeah, he surfed great last year. He's been surfing great lead up to this event as well. And look at this, Henrique
Sarvara.
Rail game on point. Look at this wave. It's just giving it to him.
There goes Spongy. Oh, no, that's Masa. Excuse me.
That's
in blue. That's Masafumi Kobayashi from Japan.
Looking to get down to this low road. Can he get past the section? Driving.
He's got to get around it.
And just edging. And that's where that weird little pier bowl can have that cross step sometimes.
Not able to kind of come across that and get on the open face, but he will start his campaign off with a nice little wave.
Got a score on the board.
Henrique was just ripping that one.
Yeah, that was a great wave. The rail work was just going from that inside to outside rail like hot butter right there.
And, you know, Henrique throwing up a 7.33.
Yeah, worth every
Henrique
penny.
has won the ISA Parasurfing Championship, so he is formidable. And here he is dropping in right here.
This is just a beautiful wave. It gave him all the face he needed.
Nice top turn. Nice cut back.
I like that delay on between the first and second turn to line him up for the next 3 turns.
Real sharp top turn right there to end it. And then there's Masa, real nice drawn out cut back right here. This is where he got kind of caught up.
That little rib, yeah, it's really tricky because it refracts away from the pier on the inside, but you're going towards the pier where the wave is, so it's really tricky, and that's one of those little weird little things that the north side of pier does there.
But Masa starting his campaign with a 4.5, so that's what you want to do. You want to start building the house. There's a little brick. You know, you'd rather have a foundational brick like Henrique threw up with the 7.33, but the 4.5 that can be a formidable backup score if you catch a second wave and throw up a bigger score. So
yeah, and sometimes just, you know, first surf of the day, right into a final, feels good just to get one under your feet, right?
Yep.
Under your belt. A little bit of, you know, psychology there, like, okay, got one, I'm good, I feel good, board's feeling good.
And that's how it goes, Jamie. I don't, you know, being a competitor, you know that if you can catch a wave in the first few minutes, and it's not just a jump.
It feels good, right?
Absolutely. Then you can breathe a little bit. Okay, cool. I got one on the board now. I can play the game. You know,
Yeah.
When you're sitting like Mono and Sponge right here, and you can see Sponge paddling over for this one.
Yeah, Llewellyn, here we go. Oh, decides not to, so that one goes underneath.
That was a little junky one, though. It's kind of holding back, hitting that deep spot. We're getting the higher tide. You're getting that high tide push. So high tide was at 9:22 yesterday. It's going to be probably high around 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and it's a little smaller today. The swell, I think some of the combo swells left us. So when it's a little smaller, sometimes you gotta wait for the sets now because the medium ones will roll underneath to the inside, and I call it fool's gold. It looks good, but then it doesn't break for you and
Faked you out, man.
Yeah, and you could lose priority that way too, right? Make an
For
aggressive
sure.
paddle. So that plays into it. And just a beautiful morning out in Oceanside. I love my city, and Yeah, the
This is
horizon's clear.
First morning that we didn't have all that junky overcastness. So
Yeah. Right when I went to grab my bike from the house this morning, I was like, oh, it's sunny. Awesome. It's going to be a great
went
day.
out in the backyard. I said the same thing. I said, babe, there's no overcast. Here comes Enrique taking off late on the left.
Oh, look at this one. If he can drive through this. Oh, he gets caught up, but he can get around it. Hops over.
That second section right there. If he can get this inside and get a good finish, he's got a good second wave.
The length of ride on the lefts is incredible.
Bam.
Bam.
Nice,
that's a nice finish. So he's feeling good. So he's going to back that 7.3 right up.
Yeah, he's gonna back that up, and that might be formidable.
Yeah, I think so.
That nice little snap at the end.
Yeah, he covered a lot of ground. Didn't get a lot of turns in at the beginning, but he got that first arc. Then he kind of had to, play chutes and ladders and hop over, but then he got the finish. And those big finishes are just, his board got into the lip nicely, fins in the out the back, I'm sure, if you're on the other side of the wave. So, yeah, that's going to be a good score.
Mono jumps in there with a 6.83 that we didn't catch. So he starts his campaign, but Enrique throws up a 7.83.
Ooh, so he's looking good.
Making the mark, saying, hey, I'm here to play. So Mono now needs an 8.34. Sponge is comboed down there, so.
Yeah, and it's crazy because he like you said, he only surfed this event, so he's not in the running for the overall world title.
Here's Mono's score.
Ooh,
Nice
Mono's
cutback.
swoop. That was beautiful.
Another nice cutback, getting on rail.
That equipment looks really dialed in for him.
Mono trying to get up here, get on the open face. Doesn't quite get that finish that he needed to get it up high, and here comes Enriquez.
Yeah, we'll take another look at this one. So he gets his first turn, boom. So he starts with a nice turn, then he gets this little second, he hops over, decides to go for the high road.
Needs to get over that.
Yeah, but he does well. And then, he's just lining it up and telegraphing, but this turn, bang.
It's the finish, man. If you can get those finishes, if you can get a couple really good top turns at the top 1/3 of the wave, which he did when he dropped in. You saw that first turn, he was up at the very 1/3 of the wave, did that maneuver, and then finishes, gets past those couple little sections and gets that speed power flow. And then boom, somehow Fumi Kobayashi caught a 2.83 somewhere in there. Now he's in second place. So Mono needs that
here
backup.
it goes. Here's Massa's wave. And just looking for it, trying to find, and that's that cross rib kind of getting in the way again on him.
He knows. You saw the look on his face.
Yeah.
He's like, I kind of wasted that chance right there. So Massa dropping down to fourth priority. Sponge in first priority. Still yet to catch a wave, and this is what I'm talking about. I'd have to do some math, but I don't know if anybody can catch him. Mono Stewart is the closest one in the standings. Mono's a little bit behind him, so we'd have to see what transpires here. Let me see if I can do some math, if there's a mathematical chance for anybody to knock him out. But
so you're saying there's a chance?
There might be a chance.
I love that. Yeah, and these heats have not disappointed, and Enrique's coming in here and playing the spoiler right now a little bit for these two guys.
And here comes Spongy trying to paddle, and is he going to lose priority for that? That
was an aggressive paddle.
Looks like a paddle with some intent, so I don't know.
We'll have to see.
Got a lot of situations going on out here.
And see, this one is the same size wave, but it got over on the bar, and he goes.
Mono can't quite get into that one. That was a little gem right there, too.
Yeah, this heat's still wide open. Enrique's got this high 7 and this mid-range 7, but everyone else, there's 2 out of 3 surfers in combo. Mono's the only one with a nice 6.83 to do battle. He's like, what happened? I love this close-up angle. We get to see the battle within the battle out the back. And look you can tell a boat went by somewhere out there. This one's a little ribbed out. But Lillywin, I don't know if he can get to this one or not. It's going to break on his head. So unfortunately, the GPS positioning a little off for these surfers. And like I was saying, when it's smaller, you get caught deciding, is that smaller? I'm going to go all the way inside for that smaller one, or stick to my guns and hang out the back and wait for a nice 3-foot wave. So interesting stuff. 14 minutes and 30 seconds left.
So I'm going to do a little bit of math, and let's see if there's a chance.
Yeah, math it up. Let's hear the details.
Math it up, he says. Luckily, I was halfway decent at math when I was a kid. I'm trying to get on my calculator.
Yeah,
here.
and also we have an iPhone, which is nice.
Right.
You got to know the formula, but we have the iPhone to help. Like they say in Zoolander, it's in the computer.
So there's a 60-point difference between them right now.
Ooh.
So Sponge has got a 60-point lead over Mono. Technically,
how do the points work? What, like
you got 250 for first place, 180 for second place.
Okay.
150 for third and 120 for fourth. So
if he's only 60 points ahead, it's he's in jeopardy.
He is in jeopardy because if he gets 120 and Mono gets 250,
there's enough spread there,
there's
right?
There's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance. And look at this chance out the back. I think as you do your math on the scratch pad there, we got I think Lillywin's going to get his first wave here. Llewellyn.
Biding his time, finally catching a wave. Llewellyn with a nice quick cut back, getting right to work. He knows
it's a little slopey, so he's just going to
back out. Not stoked
out.
about that. He's going to drop his priority. So there is mathematically a chance if Sponge gets fourth, Mono gets first. I don't know if that's the only scenario, but that's
the most obvious.
That is a scenario if Mono gets.
Well, the clock is showing no mercy, and it's definitely a little slower on the interval today. So, wave choice is going to be way more crucial, not only in this final but throughout the day. Where yesterday there was a lot more. There was 3 swell directions. There was a lot more action.
You want to hear a great scenario?
Yeah, let's hear it.
If Henrique wins and Mono gets second and Sponge gets fourth, they're tied.
Wow.
So as I'm doing the math, I'm like, there's so many scenarios that can happen right here. Sponge sitting on a 2.43, Mono sitting on a 6.83 one-wave score, so he just needs a backup. Masa's got a 2-wave score of a 7.73, and Henrique's basically just comboed the field right now. Everybody except for Mono. Mono needs an 8.34 to jump up in, and that's fully doable. But there's a few scenarios here where Mono can creep back. If Mono wins and Sponge gets fourth, that would unlock it. If Mono and Sponge tie, it comes down to, oh wow, Mono.
And this one's got a little more action.
Beautiful wave.
Look at this pocket, big
Sick
arc
turn right there. Mono with another nice turn, needs to get that inside section.
He's gonna get the finish loose in the juice right there.
Bam, little juicy loose. Don't think that be the 8 point. What's he need?
Yeah, he did some quick work, but it wasn't as much opportunity length of ride wise. Masa, that was such a sick angle he took right there.
But it can jump him into second place. Obviously, with that second score, Mono is going to put up a decent score, so it is going to move him into second place. He's going to go into double digits.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's going to be somewhere 6 or better range that way for Mono there.
And there it is. Oh, nope. Sorry about that. There it is. Oh, my goodness. He gets an 8.83.
So they really liked it. And he was loose in the juice there, so he moves into first position. So how's the math on that? And now
that makes it very clear right there. Llewellyn's got his work cut out for him. And look at this nice drop.
This first turn.
Boom. That's the money turn right there. Then he gets another top third right there. Another money turn.
And the judges like when there's no downtime between rails there. He didn't have to straighten out. It was straight from one turn to the next. And I think that's where that scoring juice came from.
Here comes Masa. I really think it was in those first 2 turns.
And they were just back to back, rail to rail.
And when I tell you that the top third of the wave is where the points are, that's what it is. You get to the top third of that wave, you do those top turns, you move the board, rail to rail work, and you get rewarded for it. So you saw that with Henrique. Couple really nice turns. He did one really nice top turn, and then he got that big ender at the end, and he got the 7.83. Mono does 3 nice turns, and he gets the 8.83. So you get to the top third of the wave, boom. This is a gut punch right here with 9 minutes left. Llewellyn is feeling the pressure right now. Here comes a nice little wave for him.
Okay, here he goes. He's been waiting. That's a nice little turn, setup turn. A little bit more on the rail.
Right there.
Can you get a big turn here? Whammy, that's a sick turn right there. This is going to be a good score. If he finishes it, whips the tail. So this is going to be a great score for him. He likes it. You see the subtle fist pump there?
This is what Sponge needed right now. He's feeling the pressure. He's feeling it. This is your defending your defending U.S. Open champ. And last year, the way Sponge did it was in the last minute of the heat. He needed 2 scores. And in the last 2 minutes of the heat,
he found it.
He did a big snap 360, got a huge score. And in the last minute, boom, he takes off and he gets another really good score. But we're going to call this one
I think this is the best wave of the heat, in my opinion.
Spongy, nice top turn right there.
So that's one turn, all rail, second one. And then this one right here, he really packs it.
That's the money turn
that
right
was
there,
it right
too.
there.
So I think this is going to go into the excellent range
I think he might be in the 9 range. We'll see what the judges think.
This is going to get him back into the heat for sure.
And he knew it. He gave a little fist pump right there, just a casual. And let's see where they go. Was that the 7.73? Is that what they gave him on that one?
7.73. That puts him in the heat.
Wow.
That puts him in the heat right there.
I felt like that was the best way with the heat. So interesting. The judges wanted a little bit more.
They did want a little bit more, but Sponge gave it to him. And it might have been the size of the wave.
Yeah.
You know, the size of the wave counts too. So if the wave that Mono caught was obviously a little bit bigger, it looks like Henrique is in first priority. He's going to waste that first priority right here.
Ooh, he got pulled in. That was a little bit of bait and switch there. He was a little deep.
He was, and Mono kind of hung out on it.
Yeah. And look, now Mono's in second priority, right?
No, so he's in first priority now.
Yeah,
Henrique's
that's what I'm saying.
wave,
it just shifted. So that was a little bit of a strategy going on there.
A little mind game right there. And
Head
I don't
fade.
know. I haven't done the math for third place and Mono winning, and I don't know what's happening. But Spongy's definitely going to, in 7 minutes, I'm not even going to do the math. He's going to better that 2.43. I can guarantee that. I know Sponge. He, even when he's not feeling pressure, he'll look around for waves. He hunts a lot on the inside. He moves around a lot. So with 7.5 minutes left, I have no doubt that's that 2.43 is going off the board.
Yeah, and most importantly, that 7.73 is in the right range he needs to be in to be competitive, and it got him out of a combo. So he needs just one more turn to get that 7.94 on that same wave.
Right.
And 7 minutes left. So, and third priority. So he's working his way up. Masafumi in second, Mono in first, and then Henrique on that wave. He went on that one and gave up his priority, and he's now in fourth, and I don't think that one's going to go into his score line.
No, he's got two really good scores, the 7.83 and the 7.33. He needs he needs a 7.84. He needs a pretty much an 8. He needs an excellent score to get out of that.
Yeah, no doubt. The strategy. These are the finals. You play to win. And see, so right there, did Masafumi lose priority on that? Because it was right on the edge of aggressive paddle, but we'll just have to see what the prio judge thinks. So right now, it's not a lot of conversation going on between athletes out here.
No, I don't think Sponge and Mono are having a conversation. I think they're just trying to manifest a wave to come to them. Mono in first priority.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's gonna move around a bunch. Or what do you look at? There's a little chatter. There's a little talk. Hey, buddy, what's cracking? What's happening?
Yeah.
These guys are really good friends. So it's not. But man, you want to talk about a vicious rivalry in the water. These guys have been going back and forth, and Sponge has started just making his way, winning some ISA titles. He's won the U.S. Open title last year, so he has made his mark. He has done some work. He has beat Mono. And so the old guard going into the new guard, but the big old cat isn't ready to let go of the bone yet. So
the lion isn't ready.
No, he ain't ready, man. And Mono's 63, 64.
What a champion!
He's just a beast, man. You want to talk about the old guard just hanging around?
Yeah, not messing around. And look at how they just keep their backs to each other, even though they're friends off the court. Right now in water world, it's like, hey, I'm just going to go this way. I'm not really going to go eye to eye with you.
So you see, it's the 5 minute mark now. You're going to see some movement now. You're going to see probably Sponge knowing he's under priority, and Masa's got priority over Sponge. So you don't see these guys sitting on each other too much, but you do see Sponge trying to separate himself from Mono.
Yeah, which is a good call.
Now he's going even farther north. So
Mono's got first priority, so he's going to get the wave. So Sponge, instead of baiting him, he's going to go down and look for one of these wide peaks. And look, he might have just found it right here. Let's see if this one closes out or gives him some room to move.
Under priority, Sponge trying to get rid of that 2.43.
And he powers into this thing, and it's a deeper right. High line, grabs both rails. Oh, it's got the cross chop. See, that's the thing. Some of those wide ones, that cross chop comes under the pier and makes it really difficult.
That might get rid of that 2.43 with just that one turn. It was a nice, decent little turn, but it's not one of those big sweeping one-turn maneuvers that is going to score up. And here goes Mono on the left.
Oh, he doesn't get it, but I don't know if they're going to consider that a paddle or not.
I don't think it was. He didn't really try. He just kind of turned
really push over the lip there.
And just Turned and looked at it.
And they didn't call Massa's, and Massa took one more paddle, so I think they'll keep it. Oh, and look at Enrique's like, what? Should be a priority change.
Yeah.
The games begin. Oh, and they. Okay, so Liliman moves down to 4th. Mono's still in first priority. Masafumi in 2nd, and Henrique in 3rd as the clock winds down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And like I said, there is longer waits this morning, so taking advantage of the waves that do come is highly important. No mistakes allowed in the finals. And Henrique, he's a little upset. He thinks that the priority should have changed. He keeps putting his hand in the air. I think that's what he's saying. And then look,
that was not that for me. If I'm the priority judge, yeah. I'm definitely not looking at that as intent.
And I think that's just competitive nature, right? Enrique's like, hey, wait a second.
Well,
why not try?
It's the flop thing, you can't blame a guy for trying,
Yeah, she won't say yes if you don't ask her out.
So
you know what I mean?
So Sponge does better his 2.43 with that one turn on the wave. It was a 5.73. So. It was a good turn, top third of the wave. Like I keep saying, that's where the points are.
And right out of the gates, first turn.
For sure.
Yeah.
Mono looks like he's going to go take this right.
And he's deep.
Nice sweeping turn off the white water.
That board really has some nice pickup.
Nice
he's
turn.
tuned in. I like that
he's going to get a big snap right here.
Bang.
Boom.
That was a power move.
But he doesn't come out of it. Incomplete.
I'm noticing he really surfs the back of his board and stays over those fins really well, and that quad just has all that drive and speed. But
so did you know Mono airbrushes for Mark Richards?
No way.
For the last 30 years.
Oh, that's classic. So he's familiar with the classic MR, one green rail, one blue rail.
Beautiful turns right here. I mean, those are money turns right there.
Yeah, and if he makes this, bam, big redirect.
If he makes that, he's getting rid of that 6.83.
Yeah, so that's a little bittersweet there.
Sponge.
Oh, he's back
at the buzzer. Sponge at the buzzer with another top turn. Big turn for Sponge. He's making his way right here. Bam. Nice turn for Sponge.
Look at this thing. Yeah.
He might have just secured his world championship. Sponge might have just secured his world championship with that. If he gets second place or if he can jump Mono.
And you could see the little sigh of relief. He had a scowl at the beginning of that wave, and then once he finished, he had a little smile snuck out.
Let's see what shakes out here. That was a great wave by Sponge. Boom! Sponge jumps into first place with a 9.51 and secures his U.S. Open championship and the AASP world title. 2 years in a row with a buzzer beater.
I was going to say, buzzer beater again.
Kills it.
Look at that.
Look at the elation on his face. Great job, Llewellyn. What a story. 2 years in a row, able to last minute pull it out with a beautiful wave. What a great testimony to the work that this guy's been putting in for the last 5-6 years. What a great job. Congratulations, Sponge. You are the defending two-time U.S. Open champ, and you have just secured your first AASP World Championship title.
Yeah,
congratulations.
We might have to change his nickname from Sponge to Buzzer Beater, right?
He's the Buzzer Beater.
He's the Buzzer Beater, the machine. And you know what? This is when the 4 days of competition all comes to an end. Now he can kick back on the beach, relax, get some love from his lady there.
That's not his lady, but that's Parker's mom.
Okay, so just some friends, all right.
Sarah, not here. Unfortunately, her daughter suffered a car accident. She's back home, and I know she's watching. We're sending our prayers to you.
So this wins for her?
Sarah.
Yeah.
Guaranteed this wins for the family for sure. He's so stoked right now. Sponge really knocking it down at the last minute there. And he's taking a picture with Mo Johnson right there. That's our director of classification. Water team. Liam down there.
Everyone getting a piece of the action.
Samantha Olenek.
Massa in the background clapping too. I love the camaraderie.
Sponge.
Very competitive in the lineup. But these guys are all buddies on the sand, and it's awesome.
What a great, great testimony to the work that this guy's putting in. We're going to jump to a commercial. 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships Finals Day. We'll be right back.
His heart's palpitating. Congratulations.
It's time to rise. To learn with the latest tech. Then, lead the future of healthcare. And to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
And welcome back to the U.S. Open of Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by St. Augustine School of Health and Sciences. I'm Jamie Stone. Chalk is on a quick break. We just crowned another champion in Lilywin Sponge Williams, buzzer beater. Now in the water, we have prone assist men's final in the orange jersey. We've got Jose Martinez in blue, Christopher Waker in white, Shea Estham, and on that wave, Matthews Vanderboth Luna. Yep, familiar faces on the beach and in the sand, right here in beautiful Oceanside, California. Looks like Chalk is working his way back here for the call. Christopher Waker, meanwhile, just beached this one. So this is prone assist men's. This is the final. And we're excited. I mean, every final so far, there's been fireworks. So these guys are going to keep this dream alive. Beautiful 3-foot surf today. Incoming tide. Sun's out. It's on. We'll get you some scores. It looks like Jose Martinez on the break locked in a 6.83 on his first go. Christopher Waker in blue locked in a 3.27. Shea. And here we go. Christopher Waker, second wave already. And this is a bigger set, right in the sweet spot. Going out into the open face. He's cutting back into the power source now. Coming off the bottom, he's getting the low road here. So this is a great wave. And look at this cup. Oh, and just catches that rail, but the damage was done. So everyone's just stacking scores right now. And we do have a little bit longer waits, but when it comes, we're getting 3 or 4 wave sets. So everyone's getting an opportunity to show their skill set off and fight for this final, for this championship. And look at this late roll in right here on the replay. Beautiful extended bottom turn, pushing hard, right back into the foam. Oh, and then just dives the nose. He was setting up for a great score there. And then here we go with green. So this set provided during the break. And this wave just kept giving right here. Nice rail work, staying in the sweet spot, in the power pocket. And look at that, what a great shot from the camera crew right there. So as green finishes, white works its way to the inside.
Super exciting finals.
Tons
here,
of waves
Jamie.
ridden already. It's
Just
crazy.
Going crazy right now. We'd like to congratulate Sponge Llewellyn Williams, man. What a great performance by Sponge. We're going to call him the Cardiac Kid. We got
Cardiac
the replay.
Kid, yeah, right.
Got the replay right here for Shea Estham in white.
Yeah, this was a great wave right here.
Dropping down, finding his time, biding his time.
Looking for the opening. And then he gets the low road right here. Boom, he's in.
Nice tuck right there to keep the speed up. Shea just surfing better than I've ever seen him surf right now. That's at 5.43. But Jose Martinez
came out of the gates.
Just smashing. And here's Chris Waker on his 5.63. That arrow, that Pearson arrow board is just, it's changed his game completely. Look at the flow on the cutback, how he was already in the fat spot. And he just ripped that cutback right back into the meat there.
And then got drivey right there.
Nice.
I would love to have a Pearson arrow wall hanger,
Right.
like a Mavericks Pearson arrow.
That
I mean,
would
if you're up in the
insane.
Santa Cruz area, you can't go far without knowing about Pearson and all he's given to the community up there.
Well, he's been doing a great job with the adaptive surf community as well, because Chris Waker, and the first one to really be surfing on his board is Claudio Morales. And Claudio actually made the semifinals, but he had to dip out. His service dog is very sick, and we're sending our love to you, Claudio, but he had to dip out. But Claudio won the Costa Rica Pro last year on that event. Won that event on a Pearson Aero board, and he had been surfing that board for so long. And Chris Waker said, "Man, that board works so good for you. Can I?" And High Fives.
Let me in on this, huh?
Yeah, well, High Fives bought the board for him. They do great work for equipment for adaptive surfers, mono skis, surfboards, all that kind of stuff. The mountain bikes, they're giving out grants for equipment all the time.
Keeping everyone active. I love it.
Absolutely. We do a lot of that stuff here at Stoke for Life. We go through Dave Dom usually to make our boards. Sometimes we'll go through Steve Bainey up there. It's Infinity Surfboards.
Oh, yeah.
We've had Corey Whitlock locally make an adaptive surfboard that he gave away 2 years ago
I remember
at the US
that.
Open,
Yeah.
and it went to the US. It went to the 2021 U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Champion, Shawnee Whitaker, my guy.
Shawnee, yeah. Shawnee's awesome. And, it's working for Christopher because he's finding himself in pole position right now. He's got a 5.63 and a 3.27. I don't know how that's going to hold because Jose's got that single 6.83. Shea's got a fractional score in that 5.43 and then a 5.5 for Luna. So they're kind of right in the same zone right now, and it's going to come down to the second score as we get into this heat.
Yeah, and we, like I said, me and Charlie have been talking about it all week. Those second scores are so important, especially when you have a 6.83 like Jose does. And trust me, there's 15, 16 minutes left. Jose is he's going to do some work. And this guy's been surfing Oceanside for many years. Him and Darren are super connected. He's got a great pusher. They know when to take off. They know where to take off. So don't expect Jose to have that donut in the score line for very much longer. About 16 minutes left in this heat. So plenty of time to do work. I think Jose is right now in number one priority. So expect to see.
Yeah, he's the danger man right now. He's got the 6.83. He's got priority.
Complete danger man right now.
And there's plenty of time on the clock. So, let's see how he takes advantage of these first priority and that first score, like you said.
And there's nothing like feeling really good about being in a final when you have the highest wave score of the final so far, and then you've got first priority. Yeah,
it makes it pretty confident builder right there. And then sometimes it could be a little bit of pressure too, right? It's like, oh God, I got the good score, now I got to back it up. We've seen that time and time again in competitive surfings where, someone has a really high score, but they can't get that second score like you're talking about.
Right.
And next, something's going down. Oh, just a little bit of hype, I think.
A little bit of hype going down. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors for the event. Of course, we want to thank the University of St. Augustine. We want to thank Visit Oceanside. This live stream brought to you by HighFivesFoundation. We want to thank Roy Tuscany and the High Fives crew.
Awesome
We
crew.
love you guys. Thank you so much for all that you do for us.
Yeah, and we've had great food down here. All the local restaurants from Wrench and Rodent to Buccaneer Cafe, Senior Grubby's, Harbor Fish.
Wow.
You guys have been feeding the staff and the competitors really well down here.
Look at Jose, the intent on this wave. This thing's going
look
big time.
Oh, what can he do
going
here?
big right here.
And gets the finish.
Yeah, Jose's stoked on that one. He's going to really separate.
Look at him.
He's going to really separate himself from the field right here with that second score, and he's going to really make it hard for the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's a character. He's been going around on the Segway wheelchair.
Yep.
Just ripping around on the thing. It's got the 4-wheel tires, jamming through the beach. And, just getting to know him has been awesome.
Right here, nice takeoff, super clean
Look
wave.
at how icy that wave
beautiful.
is.
Nice top turn right there, top third of the wave, does a nice little carve cut back. Another top third of the wave. Look at him just getting into the wave, getting the reform. Bam, little top tap right there.
And the purple and orange, he's got his Halloween colors just in time for fall.
Yeah, and there, he just does that. That thing's going excellent. 8.83. Matthew Luna from Costa Rica coming down the line.
MVL putting in the work.
And right now, Jose has the entire field comboed.
No sé, Jose.
No
Get
sé,
him.
Jose. They do a little song. Jose, 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 Jose,
Yes.
Jose, Jose.
Yeah, so we're building. I can't wait to see these scores. And Is he? Oh, this is that replay.
Yeah, Matthew Luna.
Okay,
with
so
a
this is the
couple
start of the
nice
wave.
Little check turns.
Chickadee check yourself. Look at this thing.
And as long as you're doing those turns at the top, boom, nice little top turn right there too. He's going to get a nice score for that one. That is
that's a decent wave.
5.5 right there.
Yeah.
So he puts himself in second place, jumps Chris Waker, still needs a 10. So he's actually at a combo if he scores a perfect 10.
Yeah.
So,
you
gave himself a shot.
You're saying there's a chance. Let's put him in second place.
Look at this beautiful venue right here. Oceanside, California, baby. My hometown, our hometown.
Our
Jamie.
hometown. This is love.
So in case you guys didn't know, Jamie Stone owns the Oceanside magazine. So he's in the community up to his neck, baby.
Oh, yeah. I love what's going on here. And there's just so much culture in Oceanside. I mean, we're a blue-collar military town. And with that comes a lot of great storytelling. And we're just happy to push all that out and keep the history intact while accepting the new business and supporting the new Oceanside, the new beautiful Oceanside, and people like Visit Oceanside and the Oceanside Sports Commission, and really all of your partners do a great job of understanding how important these type of events are for our community. So big ups to Leslie and the crew at Visit Oceanside, and check out the Oceanside mag. It's free everywhere in Oceanside, whether it's a coffee shop or a restaurant or even the library. We got you covered in the hotels, and hopefully you enjoy the read.
We love Oceanside, baby. Oceanside, no side.
Yeah, we've got our big food event coming up in a couple weeks. We've got to get you out there, Charlie. It's the Oceanside flavor.
Heck yeah, I'm down for all the food, man. I love the food here. We got so many good restaurants.
We've been getting a little sample of it just here with all the partners,
Yep, we love all the partners. Buck, Senior Grubbies, Wrench and Rodent, SK Donuts.
Oh, SK, that's like so OG. You can't get more OG than that right there.
That is OG Oceanside, baby, for sure.
Yeah, we got
some of our other Sands Coffee. If you guys haven't got the coffee out there, go to Sands, check out Sands Coffee. Harbor Fish and Chips. Style this out with lunch
legend.
Also, for sure. If you're in town and you want to try fish and chips, that's the spot.
That's
Harbor
the go-to.
Fish and Chips.
They do it right.
They do it right, for sure. And, we have a ton of sponsors we want to thank. And this heat is pretty much shaken out right now. Jose separated himself from the field. He is your defending AASP World Champ. Your defending U.S. Open champ is Freddie Maramone from Colombia. He's not here this year. So the title is up for grabs, and obviously Jose says, look, man, I want to make that shot.
Well, he's well on his way with a two-wave total of 15.66.
Yeah, for sure. So we also really want to thank Silk Screen Shirts.
Yes.
Will and Todd over there in Carlsbad. You guys hooked us up. Our apparel came out so insane. And then Independent Trading Company, and also...
The list is long.
It is very long.
A lot of support.
There's a lot of people that supported for Spectra also, Spectra USA apparel. We want to thank Spectra and Big John and Independent Trading Company. We so appreciate that.
And the Beach Marshal every year as well.
I've known Big John since I was a tiny kid.
Oh, yeah, he's looked after plenty of us.
Yeah, he's just given to Stoke for Life so much. So many connections, so many opportunities for us to meet new people. And we are so appreciative to John Rich. We appreciate Independent Trading Company, Access Tracks, Kelly Twitchell, H2O, Depot, Florence Marine, Life Rolls On, Jesse Blauer. Replays brought to you by Life Rolls On.
Yes.
Hanger Clinic, if you are an amputee and you need your adjustment, down here on the beach, go to the Hanger Clinic tent. You can meet up with Dr. Corey Johnson.
That's a great program right there to have on the beach.
Yeah, and he adjusts everybody and styles everybody out. So we super appreciate you, Corey. Thank you so much for making that happen. And we appreciate everything.
Yeah, so back to the contest. Looks like we've got some swimmers out the back. We just did the annual pier swim a week ago. Surf was pumping, so it was a true challenge, but looks like we got some people sharpening their swimming skills out the back. Meanwhile, Jose sharpened his knife with this two-wave total of 15.66. The only one chasing him right now is Matthews Luna, and he needs a perfect 10. So, there's still time on the clock to take a perfect bite out of that, maybe with two scores. But, yeah, perfect 10's achievable. We've seen them happen out here 2 times or almost 3 times. But Bill Auer on that Friday would have finished that one turn that we got the awesome photo of. And then Christopher, he's kind of just hanging in there along with Shea. They're both in combo. They're going to need 2 new waves each. But let's see what the ocean provides here. See what happens as we stare out into that beautiful, mesmerizing horizon on the west coast here. Beautiful Pacific Ocean. Boats in the background. What a picturesque view. People swimming. We've got the harbor just to the north of us, so that's the harbor mouth, and the boats come on by as they go down to the kelp patties and try to pluck a couple yellowtail for us.
Jamie, we just did our first adaptive charter. We have our adaptive sports fishing program. It's called Reel Stoke, R-E-E-L.
Nice.
That's the name of our little fishing boat that we got, and we chartered the Dolphin out of Fisherman's Landing right on the 2nd, 2 days before the event started. We have Masafumi Kobayashi out on the boat. We had Kinjiro Ito. We had Anthony Smythe on the boat. We had Spike Kane on the boat.
Wow, what a crew.
Yeah, we also had Trevor Beer on the boat and Jerry McLean. So all those guys are either paraplegics.
But did you score?
Bro, we got 17 yellows.
Ooh.
Stoked on that. And
Fill
here
in the
goes
freezer.
Matthew Luna. And he's driving down the line. Nice one. He needs to get
in
higher
there.
on this one. Oh, Matthew with a great attempt at a hard finish right there. That would have went nuclear. Beautiful wave.
I like that, though, because he knows he needs that 10, so he's got to throw everything at it.
He gave it a great shot right there. So just a side story on the fishing boat. We took Phil Friedman out there from Friedman Adventures to film it all, and Mikey from SD Fish and Sips. We took him out there, and this is a replay.
You guys had a real party out there.
We had a great party.
Look at how much speed he got out of that, forearms down on the rail, and the lip just barely gets him. He's just a little teeny bit late. That's the harder thing about prone, is getting leaned up and not letting that rail catch right, getting the angle right.
That's where the elbows, leaning in like Jesse does. But as we were heading out on the Dolphin out of Fisherman's Landing, when we got into Mexican waters about 2 miles outside of South Island, a beautiful gray whale just breached 5 or 6 times in front of the boat.
That's a good sign.
And Anthony Smythe had his camera set up, and he shot for the whole crew and everything and made some beautiful pictures. But he got 2 epic pictures of that whale with just full sky, full air, both front fins out of the water, just such a
So you're getting the whale watching, the fishing trip, all in one, loading the freezer up, getting these guys mind off the surf comp for just a little bit as they get in ready for 4 days of battle.
So we had all those guys with disabilities on the boat. Every guy with a disability caught a yellowtail. Kinjiro didn't catch a yellowtail. He hooked a little mako shark. So they got some little mako in the freezer. I took my fish right to Wrench and Road.
Straight to the boys.
I don't mess around, bro.
Here, make it.
You know, when my wife says put it in the freezer, I say, yeah. I call her. I say, where do you want me to take the fish, babe? She said, to the wrench. And I said, off to the wrench it goes. So
yeah, and you know, my favorite thing is when you go see David and the boys in there, he goes, you want a snack?
Yeah.
A snack is more than a snack. He's going to give you some beautiful, really creative food, and he's got his fingers into, shoots as well. He does the menu there, and then they've got the vegan restaurant.
The plot.
Yeah, they're really doing a great job, and that'd be a good spot to take your fish.
Absolutely. So what we've done is because David's been sponsoring me as an athlete since 2015. He's fed the U.S. Nationals. He's done a bunch of cool stuff for us. He's fed 150 people here. He fed us lunch yesterday. But what I've done is I took appreciation dinners. I did 2 appreciation dinners at Wrench and Roden with this year's water team. I took the couple of the Surf Gimp guys and their people, and we went and had appreciation dinner last Friday. And then me and the High Fives crew did an appreciation dinner for some more of the water crew and some
so just
of the donors.
Any excuse to go eat at Wrench and Roden is basically what you're saying.
Well, also to take other people there that don't get to eat the food there.
Give them the experience, right?
Once I did that with the water crew, Adam Land, his dad, and Liam, and Dennehy, and a few of the other guys, they said it often this, and I took my wife on our first date there, and I told her it's forever going to ruin sushi at any other place that you go. And
yeah, it's just
she didn't believe me, but after that first date, she came after the date and said, "You've completely ruined sushi at any other place for me," and that's exactly what everybody else said.
That's the level.
They said, "Man, sushi will never be the same, and I can't eat sushi unless it's here. So time ticking down, 4 minutes left, less than 4 minutes. You got Jose really separating himself, comboing basically the whole field except for Matthew Luna, who basically needs a perfect score. A 10.0 he needs to take over the lead.
Yeah, but he's in 4th priority, so it's going to be tough. And, you know, the cool thing about Davin also is that they have all those organic plants because they grow garden. And I had a fig and tuna thing that he did from his fig tree that was just crazy. I would have never thought to put a fig with tuna, but the way he does those combos where he takes the vegetation and the organic foods and puts it with the proteins is just ridiculous.
Do you know where he gets those figs?
Yeah, from his fig tree.
So do you know where he got the fig tree?
Where'd he get the fig tree?
His dad gave it to him, and they planted it in the back of the restaurant. Now, all these years later, it produces 1,000 figs.
Oh, they're so good.
It's insane, man.
Yeah, the fig with the tuna, I never would have thought that combo. Then he had like a ponzu to kind of like vinegar it up. Oh, it was beautiful.
And the good thing is anytime that you come out here to surf at the north side of the pier, you're going to see Lauren out here for surfing.
For sure, Lauren's an early bird,
He's got to drop off the kids at school, and we love that about Lauren. Great dad. Great surfer, awesome dude, but he makes the most amazing sauces.
Oh my gosh, dude, he's the sauce boss.
He is the sauce boss. I'm going to make him a shirt that says the sauce boss.
Oh yeah, they're mad scientists of food over there.
The passion fruit sauce that he makes over there, the fig sauce that he makes over there, it's just amazing. So we just want to throw a shout out Wrencham Road, and we love you guys. Thank you for always supporting us. We appreciate you. We've got a ton of sponsors here. We want to, of course, thank Visit Oceanside. Thank the University of St. Augustine Health and Science. This stream, this live webcast is brought to you by HighFivesFoundation. Sticky Bumps, Alyssa, we appreciate you.
It looks like we got a roll in here. So after the downtime, not to interrupt those amazing sponsors, but we got some action out the back.
Chris Waker on that Pearson Arrow, trying to find the open face, cutting back into the juice.
And how's the coincidence that he's in the blue jersey with the blue rails matching for the final?
I think he's fashionable.
Color coordinated.
That's right. The fashion boss. Chris Waker milking this one just to get on the inside. I can see the land crew already with the beach chair running over there to get him.
Yeah, in under 2 minutes, so that might be his last wave. I don't know if he'll try to paddle out. And look at this one. Who's it going to be?
Jose a little bit late, but he's taking it on the left.
White jersey
nice
goes down.
Directional. Jose with a nice little cutback. This is just a victory lap for him. He's got, look at the
Yeah, he's
smile.
just bringing it in. He
Look
knows he's about to party it up.
He knows he's getting a fat paycheck, and he's going to claim his U.S. Open title.
That a boy. Well deserved.
He's just working it. You're going to see Jose's got the biggest smile on his face. Look at that thing.
Yeah, no photo finish in this file. He came out and owned it from start to finish in this one.
He's super stoked.
Oh, he's hopping. He's
Jose can't contain the smile.
Oh, yeah, he's fired up right now. He's like, go ahead and wind down, clock. Give me that chair. I need to get my championship walk on.
And we are at the U.S. Open Finals Day. We'll be right back.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
Welcome back to the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. I am Charles Chaka Webb in the booth, and you can see Jose Martinez. They're getting carried off the beach by his catcher, Jeff Robertson. High Fives crew, he just claimed his U.S. Open title. That means that your AASP World Champion is Jesse Belauer, but your U.S. Open 2025 Adaptive Surfing Champion is Jose Martinez, and he is super stoked. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Finals Day at the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by the University of St. Augustine Health and Science. We are now in the men's prone unassist division. In green, you have Kai Colas, your current world champ. In white, you have Casey Proud. In orange, you have Parker Olenek. And in blue, Ryan Porteous. This heat is stacked with some talent, boys and girls. These guys are rippers, and it doesn't look like we got any scores on the board as of right now. But it looks like outside taking off. Can't see the color, but man, they got a nice snap off the top. Kai Colas,
Mr. 10 himself.
Big snap off the top to start his campaign. He's got the Cole Hauschman look right there. You can see the leopard print on his head.
Yeah.
And he tagged Cole Hauschman in a post, and Cole Hauschman reposted the post.
Epic.
So if you're watching Cole Hauschman, we love you, Brett. We big fans.
And I remember last year Kai had the long blonde hair, so he full change up from last year to this year.
And here it goes. We're going to talk this replay. Cole, Kai Colas dropping in, just setting up for this one big snap.
Boom!
Dropping through. Kai getting back to the open face. Little drop check, drop arm check. Trying to get over to the meat of it. He says, you know what? The work's already done.
The work has been done.
That work has been. So he's done 3 of those. And one of them on a big set, big snap, one turn, one maneuver 10 yesterday. And for the other time, he got an 8.96 or an 8.66, really high score. So I'm projecting that this is going to go excellent, most likely.
He has been on a heater this whole week long. Every heat he has served, he's just put on a show for everyone. Yeah, we'll see how the score drops. You walk away for a second, take a break, come back, and ripping is happening. So 20 minutes and 50 seconds, so only 5 minutes elapsed in this heat, and Kai's already going to drop what I think is going to be a pretty solid opening score. We'll see here.
I think it's going to go excellent. I'm just saying. It's either going to be a high 7, maybe a mid 8.
Well, the top third of the wave, right off the bottom at the start of the wave, right? It didn't give him a big finish, but I mean, like you said, the meat hook was the turn. That was the
that was it.
Yeah,
man.
that was the one. And he got that rail to where it bounced him back, and he really got into the lip. So let's see.
And he found the open face, and it goes to a 9.17.
Yeah, that's excellence.
The judges love the climb. They love when you're climbing up and you're smacking that super high. And Kai, okay, I think he caught a second wave because he's got 2 scores on the board. And
there's that same turn, boom, through the lip.
I think that's the 9.1 right there.
That's got to be the 9.
That's the 9.1.
Yeah, it's okay for Mr. 10, getting a 9. He'll settle.
Right.
Okay,
that was the first wave. That was the 9.17. He caught a 5.17 somewhere in there.
Yeah, right after that.
Casey Proud put up a 6.67.
So still in the fight.
Case needs a 7.68, which is totally doable. Casey Proud definitely wants to get his hands on a U.S. Open title. He's battled at this contest many times, made the podium many times, has yet to get his hands on an a U.S. Open title. So
yeah.
Casey's going to fight for it for sure. We got plenty of time.
Kai's not going to go easy on him either.
No, Kai doesn't go easy on himself.
Yeah.
Check out the hairdo.
There it is. The Cole Hauschman.
The Hauschy Hausch. We call it the big cat cut.
Yeah. I mean, talk about someone who's got some power.
Yeah. If you're emulating that guy, if you're imitating that guy, you're doing something right.
So we learned a bit about Kai and who his heroes are with the haircut, right?
I guess. We're big fans of the San Clemente crew, the Hauschman clan, and the Colapinto boys.
Yeah, I had Colin Pinto. I thought he was going to take the whole top 5. He almost got there, but Yago was just...
Yago was on fire, bro. But here goes Kai Colas again.
Speaking of on fire, he's already on his 3rd wave here. Look at this.
Real quick, snappy drop arm cut back right into...
He's going to better his 5 if he finishes this one. Oh, I jinxed him. I'm sorry, Kai.
Sorry.
I owe you a Coke, buddy.
And here goes White, Casey Proud, taking the ride. Nice
runner.
meter.
Oh, and he gets chucked as well.
Digs that outside rail right there.
It almost seemed like leaning forward because, those fins are further forward. It seemed like they popped out, and he kind of side slid a little bit there.
Just trying to get that speed to get around that section so he can get that open face. Casey knows the points are on the open face part of the wave.
Yeah.
They're not behind there. If you're, your bottom turn is a scoring part of the way, a scoring maneuver.
And the foundation.
It is the foundation, but it's not the meat. The meat's at the top of the wave.
And he was on his way. Look at this replay of Kai. If he wouldn't have got that bump right there, he was going to better that 5-point ride for sure. He still might.
He does. I think it goes to a 5.6.
Just right there, yeah. He would have got that little extra section.
Let me just make sure on the stacked app. I believe he bumped it up to a 5.6. Me and Jamie are frantically grabbing our phones.
Right. Our communicators.
Checking scores.
Yes. Checking the tide, checking the scores. You got to come prepared if we're going to talk to the people. We got to give you the right
Casey
information.
On that second wave, just a 1.67. He's going to want to drop that.
Yeah, that was unfortunate that he came unstuck there. And like I said, it looked like his fins released, and that's what have been one of my favorite things, Chaka. You've been around this a little longer than I have, but looking at all the different craft and the way the boards and fin placements are set up, and depending on what the division is. And for these guys that are on this division here, the unassisted prone, the fins are way up under their hips as opposed to being back by their feet, because that's where all that pressure is.
Absolutely. So that was his 3rd wave. It was a 5.6, so he bettered the 5.17.
Slightly, right?
Just gave himself a little bit more of a chance, another extra half a point. It doesn't hurt. It increases increases the requirement for Casey to an 8.11.
Yeah, and Parker and Ryan, they're in combo, but only because they don't have a wave.
Correct. So once they get one wave, they'll most likely be out of combo. They're gonna need something up in the mid 5 to 6 range.
They got to get out of that combo range for sure.
So
and both highly capable. They're here in the finals. No strangers to the finals. And they just got to find themselves in the right wave. And it looks like Parker's just kind of sitting, being really patient. Priority-wise, they haven't caught a wave yet. So
there's no priority between.
Yeah.
There's only a 3rd and 4th priority. There is no 1st or 2nd priority right now because the whole field has not caught a wave.
Yeah,
so.
Which doesn't happen all that often. Usually by, the 15-minute mark, everyone's got a wave or two under their belt. So, once again, quantity, not quality, playing to win.
Correct.
And I think Parker and Ryan, they're like, hey, if we're going to beat these guys, we need a really quality wave.
And what that means for priority is it means that if Casey and Parker were to paddle for the same wave, Parker would have priority over Casey because Casey's in 3rd and Parker technically doesn't have priority. Yeah. So it means that he would get kind of that first shot since Casey's already caught in a wave. So
yeah.
But those guys need to set the priority, of course, to get it fully set.
Get it fully rolling,
either
yeah.
Parker needs to catch a wave or Ryan Porteous needs to catch a wave, and that will set the full priority for it.
Yeah, and I'm going to check the Tide Vibe real quick here and see what we got.
I think Tide Vibe was about 10. I know it was high at 9:22 yesterday.
Yeah, it usually moves up about an hour a day, right?
Yep.
So let's see what they're saying. So we are right now at peak high tide at a 5.2. So the tides are getting a little more extreme, and then we're going down to a 3.33 at just about 1 p.m. So the last final of the day will be right around peak high tide, or peak low tide, but right now we're at peak high tide here.
High on a gem right here. What a beautiful little wave.
And the high tide bar, it's a lot more facey right now. You can see when low tide hits, the challenge, it gets a little more throaty out the back.
So Kai didn't want to chance it with the priority. He knew somebody was behind him. Casey, proud with
there
a beautiful
you go.
bank.
He's feeling good on that
Beautiful snap for that one.
We didn't see the start of the wave, but the finish is nice. So if he got some work done, this could be just what he needed. He's looking for that 8.11.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get rid of that 1.67 for sure.
And just a local non-competitor.
He's outside the zone. Casey
outside
went
the zone.
left.
It's all photo magic right there.
It is an optical illusion. Here comes the top part of the wave. Casey with a nice
this is
left. Nice little dig cut back right there, but
so he fades it.
and then he gets to that kind of mushy spot right there.
So it's really just all for
Just
this one
that
big
one
turn,
big
but it's nice.
snap.
Boom.
Big maneuver. I don't think it's going 8, but it definitely is going to get in that higher range.
Yeah, it's going to help him separate from the other third and fourth position competitors, but it's definitely not going to put him in first position yet. Oh, and something happened.
Ryan Porteous caught a wave.
Oh, I think we saw this one. Yeah, this is the one he caught, and he just kind of
3.17. No, that was Kai seeing somebody behind him.
Yeah.
So he saw Ryan behind him.
Yeah. So now everyone's officially got a wave on Porteous. Let's see what happens here.
No, not much on it. A 3.17. Parker's the only one without a wave. Now Parker has first priority. Case waving for something. Not sure if he wants
Board switch maybe, or look at how narrow the tail is on that thing, and
He's
all
giving
the
fat shakas right there. He's throwing shakas. Now he wants to know, I think, what his wave score was is what he's asking.
Yeah.
2 judges scoring it, waiting for the 3rd judge to drop their
Yep.
score.
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness. Kai
Oh, my.
Colas going nuclear right now. The kid is in outer space.
This kid is on fire this week.
Kai Colas just,
Exploded through that lip right there.
I'm speechless right now.
Guess
That
what?
thing's
That 5.6 is long gone.
pop by 5.6. Hello, upper echelon.
Wow.
Still waiting for that 3rd judge to drop a score for Casey. That means that they're looking over the 5.17, the 5.6, the 6.67. They're trying to gauge it to the 9.17, and whatever Kai just did right there, I wouldn't be surprised if Tanner comes out, man. That was a beautiful,
A 9.5
beautiful.
for that. So he's got a 9.5 and a 9.17. This guy.
Look at this right here. Speed, power, flow, bam!
Boom! Did you see that
Just
nose?
Blew the top off of that thing.
Yeah.
9.5.
Super.
Case with a 7.27 on that one big turn. So Casey, everybody's comboed right now.
Yeah, Casey with a nice uppercut, but then that right hook. Kai with that 9.7. He's
Just double nines. Kai just got a chokehold on this thing right now,
And
and
he-
has pretty much put the entire field in combo.
and he's on the younger side, right, age-wise?
He is, I believe, 18.
Oh my gosh! So this is the future. This is a
Definitely
little
the
bit of
future.
Kelly Slater
It's-
showing up
and-
to the World Tour here.
Yeah, and so is Parker's the future. And look at Ryan's pretty
It's
young.
pretty young
30.
field right here in this
Casey
division.
Proud, definitely. All this whole division is the future of this sport, 100%. And we couldn't be any more proud to say that. Look at the future of adaptive surfing.
Oh, it's on its way.
It's right here, man.
Yeah,
it's
we're
right
here.
in front of you. And these guys are going nuclear right now.
Well, Charlie, it's guys like you and Jesse. You guys have been the guardians at the gate, right? And now the floodgates are opening. You guys have laid the tracks, and now they just got to follow it down the yellow brick road and get involved.
That's it.
Wow, Kai. So Casey Proud, by any means, that could be a winning heat with a 7.27 and a 6.67 with
For
the waves
sure.
being slower. But Kai just found a 9.5 and a 9.17. Booking this heat, there's still just almost more than a third of the heat left. Porteous a 3.17 on his first go. We're still waiting for Parker to activate. I thought there's a score dropping. I think he caught one. So we'll see.
I'll tell you right now. Parker's still without any scores on the board.
So here we
He's going
go.
to use his first priority on this one. Can he get into it? He does not.
But look
down
who it
the
is.
beach, super champ, throwing down. Nice little float on the top of that. He's just going for a victory lap.
Yeah,
He's
that's just to
he's
stay
just-
moving.
total victory lap right now.
Yeah, the clock's winding down quickly now, and he's just, he could just literally sit out the back and pop a squat if he wanted, but he's still putting on a show for us.
So Kai Colas, I'm sorry, I'm just going to tell you, if and when he wins this U.S. Open, he pulls the hat trick and wins all 3 events on the tour.
Wow, so he's going to pull the Triple Crown.
He's going to pull the hat trick and just win them all.
Is he Australian?
He is Australian, so he won
Good
the
on you, mate.
Australia Pro, and he had a tough battle in Australia and in Hawaii with Joel Taylor. We're missing Joel Taylor at this event. He did not make the trip.
So tough battle on home turf,
For
huh?
whatever reason, but it's tough because Joel really traveled the entire tour last year with 4 events, and he lost the tiebreaker for the World Championship. Ryan Porteous is your defending U.S. Open champ.
I remember, yeah.
He beat Kai and Joel in Hawaii, and he beat Kai and Joel here. But the race between the two of them ended up in a tie, and the highest wave score of the contest between those two guys would break the tie. And at that point, and I don't know what's going to be the call right here, actually Parker had first priority, so he should have dropped in there.
He should have kept going,
he gave way, so not sure the call right there. Parker should have dropped. He had it right there. And here it is. Park stuck in between two people.
That was a heated little zone right there.
He looks over. Oh, he just didn't make the drop. He did try to go.
Yeah.
So he just didn't make the drop right there.
And here goes Mr. Magic.
Drop arm cut back into the white water. Nice face. Another little snap.
Sharp little turn. Then look at this. Boom. So even on the smaller inside wave, he's just ripping.
He's just having fun. Let me tell you what his throwaway scores are. This kid, man.
Yeah, he's throwing away gold. But when you're sitting on 9s, I mean.
And, low to mid 9s. So his throwaways are mid 5s, 5.6, a 5.1, and a 4.6. And I don't know what he's going to get on that, but that was a beautiful wave. Here goes Casey right here. Screaming down the line, trying to get into this one. It's kind of fat. Does a nice little floater.
Nice work there. He likes it. I liked it.
Nice little floater right there.
And now working his way back to the right and gets a finisher. Oh,
but
almost gets a
right
finisher.
Out of it.
Yeah.
Goes incomplete on that one. So.
All right. Well, we are approaching the 10 o'clock hour, so my duties are going to shift back up to the beach announcing, and we're going to bring Charlie Meek in. She's going to jump back into the webcast here. It's been a pleasure. And, thanks for including me in this.
Oh, Chaka. Buddy, we love you, bro. You've been our announcer for the last 3 years.
Yes, sir. Yeah. We're starting to get up there.
We're locking you in for next year with BG on the beach.
Oh, yeah. BG's been awesome. Count it. And then we got Charlie coming in from Costa Rica. She's been great. We got a really good crew, man. We're super stoked. So.
And what we're trying to do is we're trying to get this webcast funded for next year. So High Fives funded it for this year. We're trying to get it funded for next year. So that's why we got to have the all-star crew, Jamie. And you did a great job here on the webcast. I appreciate you. You always do a great job on the beach call. But I think we got a great rotation on the webcast and the beach with Charlie Meeks.
I'm loving it.
And yourself and BG, Brandon Glade. He's been taking over the beach call for us. And then we bring Colin Renner in every once in a while, too. So Colin will be joining me, I think, in a little bit. He's on the beach call right now, I think. I'm not sure what the schedule says. You might have a break. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll
have
see.
To look at the schedule. But
I'll mosey my way over and find out what's going on, and we'll welcome Charlie in. And, looking forward to more great finals. And see you guys out there in Webland next time.
Yes, sir. So Kai Colas putting a lock on this one. Casey Proud giving it a good try, man, and he really threw down. Great attempt right here by Casey. Still with 5 minutes left, he's got a 7.27, but the entire field is comboed by Super Champ Kai Colas with his Cole Hauschman look. It's really serving him. I think for now on, he's probably just going to wear that look because it's such good luck right for him. So great wave selection by Kai. Great wave selection by Casey. It looks like Kai is paddling for this nice little left-hander. He's going right behind the peak. Kai with a nice bottom turn. Cut back into the white water. Another cut back. This is just a victory lap. Kai trying to get that reform right there. Nice little cut back into the reform. Trying to get some speed right here. And he's just going for a quick lap around. Blue, Ryan Porteous racing around the section. Drop arm cut back for Ryan into the white water. Great looking turn by him. Another nice little quick turn. He's coming up, bam. Nice top turn, but can't ride out of it. So we're going to see if Ryan can move up the rankings right here. He's really caught behind Casey and Kai. He's got that low 3.17 and a 1.17. So, but here's the replay. Ryan Porteous taking off, racing around that section. And here's the meat right here. First scoring maneuver, boom. Then he gets up right here and does another nice little check turn right there. Quick drop arm. Now, if he finishes that right there, I think he's looking at a great wave. But that comes through at a 4.67 in the waning moments. Charlie, what's happening?
Hello, I'm so stoked to be back here on the webcast. Sorry about that, might cut out for a second, but hello everybody. I am so happy to be here. The waves are just amazing today. I'm just up there beach announcing. Super stoked to be back on the webcast again here with you.
Nice to have you back. There tons of action the first heats, man. Just great finals day, ripping off the start right now. Started out with the boys in the below knee, and it just took off from there. The prone assist women threw down, and it's just been a plethora of great waves. Kai Colas just coming out here and making a humongous statement, and Casey Proud just kind of following suit, just making a great statement. Really high scoring wave, 7.27, 6.7. Kai sitting on a 9.5 and a 9.17. Just came out with those patented maneuvers, him just snapping the top of the wave, picking great wave selection. And here we go. Kai Colas is going to be your U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Champion, and he is also going to be your defending AASP World Champ. So Kai Colas winning his third World Championship in a row. The kid's a beast, man.
He is on fire.
He is on fire, and this might be his last season in this classification. Kai's getting a lot of return from his injury, so he's almost able to walk, and here comes Parker on something small. He knows his campaign has pretty much come to an end. Made the finals. He has to be happy about making the finals right there.
Yeah, with just a minute and 55 seconds remaining, this has been, man, we've had a lot of excitement already this morning, but this is, I would say, one of the most exciting finals so far, seeing such high scores being thrown down, especially by Kai. He's got everybody else in combination right now. So this has just been so exciting. What a beautiful shot there with the sailboat in the background. You can see the pier, the birds flying around, the athletes in the lineup. It is just a gorgeous, perfect day here in Oceanside. Coming up next, we're going to have the men's wave ski sit division. So that's going to be super exciting, another final. And I just heard the beach announcer's buzzer go off, so that will be it for this final. So we want to say a huge congratulations to our U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Champion in the unassist prones men's division, Kai Colas from Australia.
And we can call him the three-time AASP World Champ because he won every event. So
Wow.
he threw down the hat trick. Kai Colas throwing it down, huge scores, and we're super stoked for him. And on the ride right here in blue, Chris Oberly starting his campaign with a nice flowy right-hander. Nice little check turn cutback. Chris smooth on the Solomonzi. Nice paddle work by Chris Oberly. But there's Kai Colas, your three-time AASP World Champ and your new U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Champion. We'll be right back.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
Welcome back to the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships Finals Day. Here in the booth, you have Charles Chaka Webb. I am joined by Charlie Meeks. Charlie, what's cracking?
Oh my goodness, we are here for our final of the men's wave ski division. So super excited to see that. We just saw an incredible final from Kai Kolis taking on the Win, your 3-time world champion here. So we have just been seeing some amazing waves this morning. We've been seeing huge scores getting dropped, and the conditions are just perfect today for finals day. So I know everybody is super excited about that. Here we have our Life Rolls On replay. Amazing wave here to start off.
It's DJ Lombardo starting his campaign off. And in the back there, you got Roy Tuscany. And DJ with a little side slip. Roy in the background right there.
Oh, here we
Roy
go.
with a nice little cutback. Can't quite stay with it. He's kind of been chilling on that pier bowl right, just making his way to the final. This is my division. I was hoping to squeak in there, Charlie, but boy, the Ocean had other ideas. Chris Oberle on that first ride. Really good, fluent 6.33. And at this point, there's Kai Kolis getting carried off the beach by his mom, Brooke. Yeah, with the Kohashi look. World champ, 3-time.
Feeling stoked.
He's like, man, that victory lap was a beast. Throwing up a 9.5 and a 9.17. The guy threw up a huge score in that heat.
Everybody else in combo from the start. It's an epic final for Kai. And out here in the water now, we have just about 20 minutes remaining. Chris's first wave is a 6.33, starting off pretty strong.
Munson has first priority in green. So we have a bunch of superheroes in this division. Chris Oberle, 2-time national champion. Jeff Munson, probably 3-time national champion. Jeff Munson, an ISA para surfing champion. Roy Tuscany making a 3rd final. I think this is 3rd or 4th final he's made in the last 2 years. So Roy's coming up the ranks. DJ Lombardo kind of new to the game. But we'd like to thank our sponsors. Visit Oceanside is your tour sponsor, your AASP tour sponsor. And you can see these guys start scratching for a wave right now. And you know that Chris going to put the pressure on right here. Munson in the back, using his priority to push Chris off of that wave and get his first wave right here, and boom, digs a rail, tries the El Rolo. His campaign starts off with that little wave, but definitely kept Chris off of it, using his priority, pushing Chris off that wave. You don't want to give Chris Oberle a big chance like that, because Chris makes the most of everything, man. And you want to talk about super fluent style. Now, there is a scenario right now where Chris wins this championship right now. And he basically has to just keep DJ from winning and himself to keep from getting 4th place. The only scenario is if Chris gets 4th and DJ gets 1st, then I believe DJ has a mathematical chance to win the World Championship. But Chris has a pretty good stranglehold on it right now by winning Hawaii. And Chris chasing this nice little right-hander down. It's Roy and Chris. Roy out front, Chris in the back. Roy cuts out. Chris making the most of this. Nice little redirect right there. Can he get the reform? Out front on the open face. He chooses to cut out and stay in the pier bowl. DJ Lombardo. Nice rail work by DJ right there. Picking up a nice little wave. DJ cutting out. That's going to be a 2nd score for DJ, and that might catapult him right into 1st place.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave from DJ. He looked very fluid, definitely had his flow going on that one. multiple maneuvers, and that's what the judges are looking for, is speed, power, and flow. We could see that first wave from him was a 6. Roy's first wave was a 4, and Jeff's first wave was a 2. So Chris is still strong in the first place. We've got DJ right behind him in second place. Roy is in third. Here we have our life rolls on replay here. You can see White, Roy Tuscany, peels out of there. Looks like Chris had priority, wraps it back around with a beautiful cutback coming back towards the foam. Amazing bottom turn there and peels right on out. Here we have the replay from DJ. This is a gorgeous wave from DJ. Changes directions there, heads down towards the right, bangs it off the top there. Beautiful bottom turn, just carving up the face of this wave here. Strong finish as well. Oh, he was looking for that reform and then pulled out. That was his 6.
No, this is going to be a second score. They're waiting on that score right there.
Oh, okay.
I believe was.
So that was DJ's second wave of the heat, or the final.
I could be wrong. I don't see a second wave being scored, so maybe that was his 6. We're going to have to see. But as it sits right now, Chris Oberly in first place, sitting on a 6.33. DJ Lombardo sitting on a 6.0. Everybody's on the board. Roy Tuscany sitting on a 4.
We're in the finals now, so everybody's out here fighting for the title, fighting for the championship. Super important to everybody. We've got 16 different countries competing in this tournament here, which is a huge turnout. We've got athletes literally from the other side of the world. We've had athletes competing from Japan, from Australia, from Spain, from the US, from Costa Rica. Oh, here we go. We've got Roy Tuscany paddling into this one. See if he gets into it. Here we go. First cut back there towards the foam. You can see how he's using his paddle to direct himself. Nice cut back there, just decides to peel out. That wave kind of petered out on him there at the end.
So we do have a change in situation. That was DJ's second wave. It comes in at a 6.37. But somewhere in there, Chris got a second wave as well, and that turned into a 7.33. So that wave that Chris caught that was behind Roy did a nice top turn, got out in front of there, and did enough work to get a 7.33. So Chris really putting himself in a great position. If he wins this heat, he wins the world title. So
wow.
Basically, there's nobody that can really stop him. If he gets 4th place in this heat and DJ wins, that would be the scenario that would knock Chris down to possibly not get this title. But he's got pretty good stranglehold on it. He won Hawaii. I was sitting very comfortably in the lead, and I basically needed to get in the finals and keep up with Chris. Basically, I needed to stay within one position of Chris, but basically me and DJ are the only ones that can really stop him from winning this title, or stop himself, which he's not doing. So you know, if he had a heat like me going over the falls 3 times, then maybe he doesn't give himself the best chance to win. But right now he's put himself in a clutch position with a 7.33 and a 6.33. Going to be real hard for anybody to knock him out of here to 4th place. I just, with 14 minutes left, Chris is a very seasoned competitor, knows what he needs to do. He knows right now that he doesn't necessarily need to win this title. He just needs to place and win the world title. But the U.S. Open Championship carries a fat paycheck and some weight with it. So he has never won the U.S. Open Championship before. He won his first his first Access Surf Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championship this year after almost 15 years of competing in the event.
Wow.
So numerous times, me and him, I've gotten second place in that event twice. I've made the podium 4 or 5 times there. He's gotten second place 3 times.
Yeah, that's going to be amazing. He's going to be so stoked. He still has 13. Well, they all have 13 minutes remaining, but Chris is pretty strong in the first place right now. I mean, DJ needs a 7.3 to go to first. Roy's looking for a 9.67, an almost perfect wave to go to first. And Jeff Munson needs a combination of 13.67 to go to first. So He's holding pretty strong. The time is ticking. Just have under 13 minutes remaining. So we'll see if he can hang on. Next 13 minutes is super important for him because he's not, like you just said, he's not only competing to win the U.S. Open, he is competing for the world title right now. So
absolutely.
Can just see Roy Tuscany in the screen right there, sitting out there waiting in the lineup.
Roy's in 4th priority right now. Jeff Munson has 1st priority, and Jeff just sitting off to the side, almost on the 2nd peak down there. Not really doing much work right now.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a lull going on, waiting for the next set to roll in. Just under 12 minutes remaining, so time is ticking. Gets pretty intense out there when you're competing at the championship, trying to fight for that title, and the ocean goes flat like this. But looks like we might have a little bump on the horizon coming in. See if the guys can take advantage of that. Like you just said, Jeff is sitting with 1st priority, so we'll see what he can pick off here.
Beautiful conditions, holding up really nice today. Swell dying off just a little bit, but definitely keeping some contestable serve out there right now. Jeff going to use his priority right here. I don't know if that's intent or not. I'm not sure that that'll switch the situation, but everybody kind of scrambling around right now. You can see everybody pushing around, and it looks like Munson going to take off on this one, use his priority on the right-hander. Nice little pier bowl cutback right there. Trying to work the rails, trying to stay with the meat of it. Getting that nice little quick section. Does not challenge the top of the wave, just kind of rides through it. I'm not sure that that's going to be a huge score, but it'll go into a score line for sure as a 2nd score. See the water help right there to help Jeff. And it looks like DJ had caught in a wave in there somewhere as well.
Here we have our life rolls on replay of DJ's last wave. Nice little hit off the top there. He's looking for that reform, bringing it in. He's got a huge smile on his face. You can tell he is just so stoked. Nice little hit off the top there. So we'll see how that score comes in. Here we also have Munson's last wave. Brings it back around with a beautiful cutback. Just working this wave, seeing what the inside will offer for him. And then peels out from there. He's going to get in that channel, get right back out to the lineup for our last 10 minutes or so of this heat. Still waiting for that score to come in for Jeff. Oh, looks like that was a 4.27 for Jeff, which got him out of combo, but he still needs a 9.4 to go to 1st. So Chris is sitting pretty comfy in his 1st place right now.
And they're waiting for that score for DJ on that last score. I don't know if that was his 3rd wave and that was a 4.07. I don't see that they're waiting, but that might, another score might come pumping up through the score line.
And to anybody that might just now be tuning in with us, we are in the final of the Wave Ski Sit Division for men's. This is the U.S. Open of Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by the University of St. Augustine. The 8th annual championship, the 8th year that we're here, and we will be here for the championships for at least the next 5 years as well.
Yeah, St. Augustine signing on. They've been our title sponsor for 6 years. They just re-upped that with a 5-year deal through 2030. Looks like Chris Oberle is going to be paddling for this one with 1st priority. Chris really putting himself in a great position here. Nice top turn by Chris. Cut back, staying in the power. Looks like that pier bowl is just kind of mushing out right now. Looks like the meat is off of 2nd peak right now.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe we are at the peak high tide right now as well. So that's going to be affecting the conditions a little bit. Oh, here we go. We've got DJ paddling. Didn't quite make it into that one. So as we see this tide start to drop off here in a little bit, we might get a little bit better conditions right before it gets too low. And we still have about 7.5 minutes remaining in this final. The guys still have some time out there. Looks like Roy Tuscany sitting with first priority. He needs a 9.67 to go to first. An almost perfect wave, but we've seen some super high scores already this morning. We know that it's possible. Roy's an amazing surfer, so you never know.
Well, he's got 7 minutes. You can definitely catch a couple waves in 7 minutes for sure. Let's see if he can work any magic, make anything happen. But while we got a little lull, we'd like to thank our sponsors for being the AASP World Tour sponsor. We'd like to thank the University of St. Augustine for being the title sponsor of the U.S. Open, 6 years and running, baby. And our hosting sponsor is the Sports Commission of Oceanside. We'd love to thank them as well. This live stream is brought to you by HighFivesFoundation. We'd like to thank Sticky Bump, Surf Gimp, Senior Grubbies for bringing us lunch and keeping the live feed on in the restaurant. We love that. Thank you, Senior Grubbies. King's Paddle Sports. We had Dave Dahm in the booth for a quick minute yesterday. Thank you, Dave, for making all those boards, keeping us shredding. All-American Garage Doors, Hanger Clinic, Life Rolls On. All the replays brought to you by Life Rolls On. Jesse Blauer, thank you for giving. Florence Marine, H2O Depot, Kelly Twitchell and Access Tracks. Sands Coffee, if you haven't got your coffee, go out into the parking lot over there. Across the street, Sands Coffee, Roasters in the house. Here goes DJ Lombardo.
Dropping in on a nice one here. Starts with a cut back. He's really using that paddle to direct himself. Waiting for this wave to open up. Beautiful cut back there. Wraps it back around towards the foam. Staying in the power pocket of the wave. Let's see what he can do here on the inside. You can just see he looks so stoked. Claims that one. He's got a big smile on his face. Looking for that 7.3 to go to first. With just about 5 minutes remaining out there.
Nice set coming in right now. Looks like Roy Tuscany paddling for this one. He's got first priority. Roy dropping in. Needs to make a big cutback to stay in the power. Use that paddle. Big cutback, nice. Got Chris Overly behind him in the scene. Double. Chris with a big turn. Oh, Roy with a nice tap off the top. Does he make it? Chris fading out on that one. Let's see if we got some scores coming in on the board. DJ had a decent little wave in there. I'm not sure that that's going to be. It comes through at a 6.37. Lowers his requirement to a 7.17. Excuse me, that was a 6.5 for DJ on that last one. Does lower his requirement to catch Chris to a 7.17, but that's still a pretty big score right there with 4 minutes left. Here's DJ whipping it around, doing some rail work. Nice cutback. Staying in the pocket. And staying in the foam. DJ enjoying a ride right there. Securing that second place. Roy Tuscany.
Speaking of Roy, here he is on our replay with a beautiful cutback here, going back to the power pocket of the wave, using that paddle to really maneuver himself. You can also see Overly in the back just shredding that wave, and then Roy peeled out of that one there off the top. Gonna head back out there, see if he could take advantage of these last 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Obes increases his situation and increases the requirement for DJ to a 7.57 by scoring a 6.73 on that last one. Jeff Munson dropping in. Muncie with a nice slow cutback all the way back into the pier bowl. Getting that fat spot. Can he get that reform? It looks like he's going to do it. Catching that reform. Needs something big on the inside here. Tries that top tap. comes down, almost rides out of it. We'll see what that does for a score line.
Just about 2.5 minutes remaining. We are just about to crown our U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Champion for the Wave Sit Ski division. Super exciting. Right around the corner here. Here we have our Life Rolls On replay of Jeff bringing it back around with a nice, beautiful cutback. Getting back into the power pocket of the wave. Does another carve there. He's using that paddle to really maneuver himself. Was looking for that inside section here. Tries to go for the top maneuver. Doesn't quite finish it.
Muncie jumps up into third place with a 6.73. Roy's still looking for a 9.37 to jump up into first place, so there's a chance. Roy's in second priority, so plenty of opportunities out there.
Just about a minute and a half remaining. Chris sitting strong in that first place right now. Everybody needs a close to excellent score to pass him. Clock is ticking. Time is running out.
Yeah, Munson gave himself a chance by scoring that 6.73, and his requirement now to take over first place is 7.34. So that's doable, but Chris, always on the hunt. He's not happy with just sitting there waiting for these guys to catch a wave. He's going to manifest something right here with his first priority. He's going to use it in the waning seconds of this heat. Nice cutback for Chris Oberly. I think he just knows that this might be his victory lap. It looks like DJ Lombardo out the back trying to scratch into something. Chris really working this on those two cutbacks right there. Staying in the white water, trying to make the most of this one. He's getting on the inside. Chris shaking his head, but little does he know, man, he's sitting pretty right now. He says, I'm just going to call it a day.
Yeah,
on the Solomonzi.
See him shaking his head. As you can see, these athletes are just so competitive out there. Everybody wants it. It's so important to each and every one of them. Here we have Jeff.
And there's the end of the heat. And we're just going to have to wait and see what happens right here with Jeff Munson's last score. But it looks like Chris Oberly is your U.S. Open champion. And with that U.S. Open championship comes his first AASP World title. We'll check out the scores. We're going to take you to ad break. We'll be right back.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
Welcome back to the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by the University of St. Augustine. You are in finals day here in the booth. I am Charles Chaka Webb, joined by Charlie Meeks. Charlie, we just saw the wave ski final. It looks like Chris Oberly secured his spot with his first U.S. Open Championship and winning his first AASP World title.
That was super exciting. You can just see him getting out of the water here. Your new champion, your new world title winner, the first time. Super excited for him. And now out in the water, we are with the stand upper limb men's category, round 2. We have Ant Smith in green, Jonathan Borba in white, Robson Gaspari in orange, and Kentaro Kondo in blue.
And there's that guy. There's that guy, Chris Oberly, winning his first title, and I just did all the math, and he is your AASP World Champion, winning Hawaii and winning the U.S. Open. He won his first U.S. Open title here today. Super stoked for Chris. He's been putting in a ton of work over the years. I've surfed a million heats with this guy. I couldn't be more happy for anybody. Super blessed to have him win this title. I'm going to get to hand him a couple checks and a couple trophies, so I'm feeling pretty good about that.
We have just under 22 minutes out in the water. I haven't seen a wave yet from the guys, but we're in a little lull right now, so the set should be rolling in here any minute. So we are in our stand upper limbs final right now. So we just had one heat of this category beforehand. So this is going to be a round robin style final. So basically what that means, if anybody is unfamiliar with the terms, is in their semifinal heat, their 2 best scores will also be applied to this heat. So for example, if they get 2 lower scores in this final than they had in their previous heat, they'll take the 2 higher scores from the previous heat, and those will be their final scores. So, for example, if Ant were to get 2 5s in this final, he will be taking his 2 best scores, that was a 7.1 and a 5.5, and that will be his score for this final because those were his highest scoring waves from the last heat. So we will see what happens with that, just to give you guys an example, kind of explain how it works. Thank you. So Ant out here is looking to beat his 7.1 and his 5.5. Oh, here we have Robson with a beautiful cutback there. Starting off strong, staying in the power pocket of the wave, pulls off another carve. Beautiful reform here, snap off the top, throw in a nice spray. Robson is looking to beat his 5.83 or his 5.6 from the previous heat. Here we have our life rolls on replay. Beautiful carve to open up this wave. Another great carve there, connecting him well. Then he got this sick inside section there with a snap off the top, throwing a good spray. So we will see what the judges think of that one. So that was a 4.67. So as of right now, that is lower than his 2 scores in the previous heat of a 5.83 and a 5.6. So he will still be working with those 2 scores or trying to beat that in the rest of this final. Here we have Kentaro paddling, doesn't make it into that one. And then we've also got Ant Smith dropping in here on a beautiful frontside wave for him. Beautiful foam climb there to start off. Making his way down, trying to get around this foam section here. Makes it around for another excellent finishing maneuver there. Really banks it off the top to finish off that wave. That was Ant Smith. He is looking to beat his 7.1 or his 5.5 from his previous heat. Here we have Robson paddling. Doesn't make it into that one. And Robson's first wave is a 4.67. Here we have our replay of Ant's last wave, where we see him making his way back out there. Oh, here it is. Makes it into this one, makes the drop, goes straight up for a foam climb. Looking for speed. He was looking to get out of this foam ball here. Almost lost it, but was able to hang on. Just kept it going. Banks it off the top there for a great finishing turn. And then we have Kentaro going for that final snap. Doesn't quite make it. Didn't see the beginning of that wave. Maybe we'll get to see it here on our Life Rolls On replay. And Ant's first wave is a 6.83. So that will get rid of his 5.5 from his semifinal heat, which is what these guys are looking to do. Here we have our replay from Kondo from Japan. Goes up for the top turn. Doesn't quite finish that one. You can see Robson and Jonathan out in the lineup, waiting for their moment. Jonathan has priority right now, so we'll see if he can take advantage of that. And to anybody that might be listening that's not familiar, our priority system is a super helpful tool for the competitors out there. They use the priority to just kind of keep it more fair. So basically, once everybody has caught their first two waves, or you have priority until you have caught a wave, and then you lose priority. So if anybody hasn't caught their second wave yet, they'll have priority. And so the reason that Jonathan is sitting with first priority is he has not caught a wave yet. So he is first up to take whichever wave he chooses of the set. So we'll see if he could take advantage of that. We still have plenty of time remaining in this heat, 15 minutes and 50 seconds to go. You can see Kentaro in the shot there, representing Japan, which is just amazing. We have athletes literally from the other side of the world competing here at the U.S. Open of Adaptive Surfing Championships. We have 16 countries representing here, 16 countries from around the world, 75 athletes. Just an amazing turnout that we've had here at the U.S. Open of Adaptive Surfing Championships. This is our 8th annual championship here in Oceanside, presented to you by the University of St. Augustine, and they have just signed another contract for the next 5 years. So we will be here at least through 2030 for our annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, which is super exciting. Oceanside is just such a perfect place to be having the final. We've had really good waves the entire contest. Beautiful sunny weather. It hasn't rained even once, and everybody is just so stoked to be here, and really manageable conditions as well. We've had a couple of long lulls in the last couple of sets, but the benefit to that is it just gives the competitors a little bit of a break to be able to get back out there, and so lulls are not always a bad thing, that's for sure. Looks like we've got a little wave rolling in here. Let's see if anybody can take advantage of it. Here we go. We've got Robson paddling. Doesn't quite get into that one. Kentaro takes a look at it. Seems like it was a pretty good call, though. Wave got a little mushy there on the inside. So the guys are just going to wait out there for their moment. Jonathan Borba is still sitting with first priority. He's representing Brazil. Robson Gasperi is also representing Brazil. And here is a drone shot of our beautiful contest venue here in Oceanside. What a huge, incredible sight to see, the pier. That is the longest and largest wooden pier in California here that we have in Oceanside. So we have just under 13 minutes remaining out there. Ant is sitting steady in the first place right now, and here we are again with a beautiful drone shot of Oceanside. You can see our lifeguard cars there. That's where you get onto the pier, and there is our contest site. You can see all those guys down there in the yellow jersey with the Stoke for Life Foundation. Those are our volunteers, just helping everybody getting in and out of the water. We are so grateful to each and every one of them. Just a gorgeous contest venue here. See all the tents from our sponsors. There's the judges tower. Chaka stepped out for a minute, but him and I are sitting in that white tent that you see over to the left, giving you guys the live broadcast. We are super stoked to be here. And we have just seen an incredible level of surfing all weekend long. We've seen some super high scores get dropped. We saw 2 10s yesterday, one from Kai Colas and the other one from Dario from Costa Rica. Some super high scores getting dropped. We've seen a lot of high 9s as well, high 8s, and tons of 7s. Nothing too high in this heat so far, but we still have 12 minutes remaining, so we'll see what happens. It's been a little bit of a slower heat compared to the other ones as far as wave consistency. But it could also just be the turning of the tides. We are right at high tide right now. So as soon as that tide starts to drop off a little bit, we are going to be seeing hopefully a little bit more consistent conditions out there. You can just see everybody out in the lineup waiting for their moment. I can see that Sam Rady just tuned into the live stream. Want to give him a shout out. Wish him best of luck in the ISAs. He's competing in El Salvador right now, representing Costa Rica. And we are down to about 11 minutes out there. Still waiting for the next set to roll in. Jonathan's still sitting with priority. We've got Robson with second priority. And everybody has only caught one wave so far, so we are just waiting to see what happens out there. Definitely been a little bit slower heat than what we've seen in the last few. Looks like there might be a little set on the horizon coming in. See if Jonathan, who's sitting in first priority, can take advantage of that, or any of the guys up there. We've got Robson kind of sitting over a little bit more on the second peak. Quintaro gives that one a look, doesn't go for it. It's all right, looks like there's a few more rolling in. See Jonathan paddling over there to the right, giving this one a pretty serious look. Looks like he might be going for it. Robson gives it a look too. Doesn't get into that one. We've got Quintaro looking at this one. Oh, here we go. Ant really wants this one. Let's see if he can get into it. He's shifting his weight forward. Can't quite make it in there. The waves are pretty mushy right now with the high tide, making things a little more difficult for these guys. Oh, here we go. This is a beautiful one. Jonathan gets to his feet. Let's see if he can make it around the section. Decides to peel out from there. Just down to about 9.5 minutes out there. And here comes Chaka joining us in the booth again. Chaka, I was just talking about how you haven't missed too much since you stepped out. We've had a pretty long lull. We just had one set roll through. They weren't able to do too much. It was a little bit mushy with the high tide, but hopefully in these last 9 minutes, we'll have another couple of sets rolling through.
Well, in this division, we haven't had any competitors for a year, so and none of these guys traveled with the tour, so we won't be crowning a ASP champion, but we will be crowning a U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing champion. So, and they are doing it from the round robin, which they had some scores yesterday, and they're going to try to get some scores to add on today. So I'm going to look back real quick and see what we got going here on those scores, because there was some decent scores thrown up on day one, or excuse me, yesterday. I think they surfed yesterday.
Yeah, I actually have them right here if you want to take a
Oh,
look
you
at
do?
them. So
Awesome.
we
You're
have-
way ahead of me.
Here's their high scores here.
So Ant's going to stack on that 6.83, and that's going to go into a score line. Jonathan Borba just throwing down with an 8.83 yesterday and a 7.43. So he's sitting pretty right now with a combined 16.26. Ant's going to be right back there with a 7.1 and a 6.83. So Ant's still going to have some work to do. It looks like the whole division is kind of looking up at Ant and Jonathan and those two. But listen, Robson Gaspari is a beast, and he can score excellent scores at any time. So watch out for him to kind of press it a little bit, press the issue in this last 7 minutes. And in the next heats that we got coming up, we're going to jump in Colin Renner here with Jamie. With Charlie. And he's going to be calling some heats today with us. But right now on the men's upper limb, it's going to be Anthony Smythe in this one. But again, this is the second of a round robin, so keep in mind those scores from yesterday are going to come in handy. So
Chaka, just to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, Jonathan has an 8.83 and a 7.43 from yesterday. If nobody can pass those scores, would that make him the winner of the competition?
absolutely, you take the best two scores out of those two heats. And so essentially you're giving yourself a chance, and here comes
here we
Quintaro.
go. Driving down the line on this one, looking to stay in the power pocket of the wave, but that unfortunately on the inside just kind of petered out on him there. Oh, here we go. Aggressive cutback there from Jonathan, bringing it back around again towards the foam. Just a beautiful connection of maneuvers here. And we also have Robson out the back with another great cutback. Another one, bringing it back to the foam. He's drawing his line, looking for speed. Another carve, throwing a nice spray there. Brings it on into the inside, snaps it off the top.
Robson.
Wow, throws the tail on the finisher there.
As I
claims
just
it.
said, don't count Robson out, and Robson goes out and proves me right. Throws down a huge score coming for him. He's trying to stack on to a 4.67. I'm not sure what he got yesterday. Not anything. A 5.83 and a 5.6. So those are going to be the scores that he's going to try to build on from yesterday.
That was just epic.
And we got Jonathan Borba taking off right here.
Yep, here on the screen is his replay. I think he might be riding another wave on the live right now as well. Just ripped it around for that one, throwing a beautiful spray. Also got the replay here of Gaspari.
Robson Gaspari. Nice cut turn right there. Coming down the line, another little cutback, double cutback, and he sees that rebuild right here. Top turn off the white water, gets some nice speed, cracks it right there, and then cleans it up with another tail drift smack right there.
Oh my goodness, Chaka, and look at this. Look what we're seeing on the scoreboard. Would you like to call it?
The third 10 of the contest, Robson Gaspari throwing up a double-digit 10 right now.
That was epic, well deserved. That was a sick wave for Robson. He had an amazing top turn there, a great finisher, opened up with a couple of carves, a well-deserved 10, that's for sure. And we also have some more high scores getting dropped right now. We'll get right back to those because we have our Life Rolls On replay. Beautiful cutback.
And Smythe from South Africa.
Snaps it off the top again, throws an excellent spray, brings it back to the foam. Nice little foam climb finisher there. Oh, two of them.
And Smythe is now in the game, but Jonathan Borba just claiming it out right here. This guy's been here a bunch of times and unfortunately has never won the U.S. Open title. But Jonathan Borba is making his play today. Really nice, smooth cutback. This guy's got so much style, it's incredible. Another smooth, silky cutback. Nice turn right there. Getting some speed. Wants to get over this hump. Gives it the little crack right there. He's doing a little claim. He's saying, man, if Robson gets a 10, oh man, backside with Kentaro. Just working it right now. Staying with it. Wants to get that turn if he can ride out of that. Not quite, but that's going to be his best score of the contest for him.
Wow, that was epic, and that lull is clearly over. We just had some amazing waves roll through. We've had some high scores getting dropped. We just saw Robson drop the 10. Ant's second to last wave was also an 8. We saw Jonathan drop an 8.83. Here we have the replay for Gaspari. Driving down the line, brings it back around. Another beautiful carve here. I believe this was his 10. Another carve, wrapping it back towards the foam. Sick top turn there. Spanks it off the top, and a beautiful finisher. Throwing the tail a little bit too. He's stoked. He wants to hear the crowd cheering for him. And they were. That was just our replay there, but the crowd was going wild from the beach on that one.
Wow, that's the third 10 of the contest right there. You saw it. Well worth it. That is definitely very well-surfed wave by Robson Gaspari. Super ripping that one up. This one happened during the replay right here. Looks like orange. Robson jumping up again, kind of late, just waiting for that one. It's a little bank off the whitewater real quick. Robson getting the speed, getting a little head dip shower. You said little O-side face wash right there. So I'm not sure that that's going to get past that 4.67, or I think he's got a 5.83 from yesterday, so I don't know if that's going to go into the scoreline either. But as of right now, it's Ant Smythe sitting on top of this heat with an 8 that's going to go into his overall scoreline, 6.83. Ant's building on a heat from yesterday as well. The next heat we will have the women's wave ski is riding up, and I'm going to jump off the mic right now. We're going to welcome Colin Renner right after this break. We'll be right back at the 2025 U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
All right, you guys, welcome back to the 2025 U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. We are here on the fourth day of competition now, finals day.
And it's cooking.
My name's Charlie. I'm here with Colin. We are stoked to be on the live broadcast with you guys here, letting you know what's going on out in the water. we just finished up with the final for stand upper limbs men's category, and now we are moving on to the women's wave ski category. Oh, here we go. We've got Green dropping in on a beautiful wave here.
That's Mira Nelson opening up the set there. A couple of nice turns. This is going to be a good heat. This is the women's wave ski. We've got Mira Nelson out there. We've got Alana Nichols and Alina Garbozo. So it's going to be a good one. These are all three highly skilled technicians on the wave. So we're going to see a lot of good stuff out there. I just had an opportunity to take a little time with Mira. Tell her how I just love watching her the other day. She's got this really unique lean into the wave where she gets almost her whole body over that board and onto the wave when she's making some of these turns. Really fun to have been watching her over the years.
Mira's also the leader of the rankings right now. She wasn't able to make it to Australia, but she won first in Hawaii. And here we have our winner from the last heat that we just had for the stand upper limbs.
Ant Smythe?
That is, I believe, Jonathan Borba. Huge congratulations to our champion there representing Brazil. Super excited for Jonathan and his first win here at the U.S. Open.
Exciting day so far. We've had a 10 we just seen coming out of there out of Robson Gaspari on the last heat. Seen a lot of high scoring going on today. Again, as we get into finals, it's all or nothing for these people out here. They really want to get in position and give themselves the best opportunity to get that belt and that check and head home with a bigger smile than the next guy, right?
That's right. That's what it's all about. We are in our women's wave ski final right now, and this is a round robin structured final. So they just had one semifinal heat before this, so that means that they will be applying their two highest scores from semifinals will carry over here to the finals. And so, for example, if they had higher scores in their semifinal heat than they have here in the finals, they'll take those semifinal scores and apply them to the finals. So they are competing and working to try and beat their last scores. Here we go.
Elena going in there. She's, again, one of these Olympians, right? So she's really good. Look at the turns. Super aggressive, just going for it. Digging that paddle in, getting those turns. Scoring opportunity all down the line for Elena. Takes it in a little backwards. Look at her. She's all stoked.
It was a beautiful first wave for Elena.
A great opener for her.
Here we have our life rolls on replay here. We had Orange charging down the line here, looking for that reform on the inside.
Oh, Elena, they're just taking a dump there. Here's Elena's replay.
Beautiful cut back there towards the foam, just really working her rails on this one. Just carving hard, staying active, just milking every little last bit out of this wave. Brings it on in here to the inside. Ooh, gets a little backwards entry there. Claims it.
I meant to do that.
And Alana is looking to beat her 8.67 and her 6.67 from the previous heat. So our scores are still, that you see up here on the screen, are from our last final, but it looks like they're going to be switching those over for us here pretty quick, so we can let you guys know what the current scores are. See if I can also get it pulled up here on the Stacked app. Okay, here we go. So we've got Marina's first wave is a 2.5, and Alina's first wave is a 1.83. We're still waiting on that first wave from Alana Nichols to come through.
I think she's posted a couple, so we're still waiting on those. Again, the judges being super, super careful about how they're judging these waves. They want to make sure it's fair and balanced out there. And I think that's exactly what they're sort of taking their time with Elena's scores here. So we'll go ahead and give them a minute. There's a good shot of Mira out there in the water. Eyes on the horizon, waiting for that next opportunity. When's that set going to come in for her? Got her husband and son on the beach cheering her on.
And Alana is looking to beat an 8.67 from yesterday and a 6.67. Oh, here we go with Alina. Beautiful carve here, bringing it back towards the foam. Staying in the power pocket of the wave, using that paddle to keep her where she needs to be. Gets away from it a little bit there, brings it on into the inside. She's looking for that reform. Gets a little reform there, decides to peel off to get back over into that channel because time is ticking. Alina is looking to beat a 6.27 in her 5.17 from yesterday. Here we have that life rules on replay. Brings it back over towards the foam.
Again, one of those sleepers in this division. You cannot turn your back on any of these women.
They are all incredible surfers out there. There's a very high level of competition. And it's so fun to see. Everybody is so aggressive out in the water. Everybody wants that title. Everybody wants to win. Everyone's worked so hard for this. And then they get out on the beach and everybody is just best of friends. Everyone's smiling and cheering for each other and supporting one another. The competitive mindset out in the water is real. So we could see that Alina's last wave was a 3.83. She's sitting in first place for this heat, but again, that doesn't mean too much because we're taking our scores from yesterday as well. They're seeing if they can beat those scores. We still have some scores coming in from Alana right now.
So you can see these women, while friends on the beach, out there in the water, they are all about the competition. There may be a little bit of priority jockeying going on out there. You know, am I going to sort of get on this wave or not? Am I going to hold you off it? So they're highly, highly competitive when they're in the water.
That's right. On the beach is one thing, but out in the water is a whole nother story.
That's right.
So have just under 18 minutes remaining in this final. As of right now, the highest scores for the semifinal heat yesterday was Alana Nichols' 8.67 and 6.67. So that's what she's trying to beat.
She's got some good high scores to try and replace, and here she goes.
Gets into it. Nice bottom turn there. The top section of the wave.
Racing for the open section. Oh,
sick.
Wow.
Snap right
Almost
there.
totaled. Wow, that was an insane turn. That was great.
That
she was almost
amazing.
180 out there.
We have our replay here. Watch this snap that she does when she gets around this section. This is so sick. Oh my goodness, just turns on a dime like that.
That was insane. Great turn by Elena. Here goes Mira. Nice soft turn, trying to stay in it. Just missed that one.
Here we go, Alina. Trying to get back over to the power pocket of the wave. She's looking for it. Almost makes it over, but the wave kind of closed out on her there, so she's going to be making her way back out to the lineup. We have multiple scores dropping right now.
Look at this. This is her last one here just now.
Nice cut
Nice
back
turns.
there. And the wave just kind of got away from her here. She was working to try and get back over to that reform. But unfortunately, the wave kind of closed out on her there on the inside. She's going to be hopping in that channel, racing her way back out there. And Alana Nichols, first wave, 8.67. Second wave, 9.1. That beats her score from yesterday.
Yes, she is. That was an excellent. That turn was just absolutely insane.
So that cancels out her 6.67 from yesterday with a 9.1. So if you're looking at her two best scores so far in this heat and from yesterday, she has a 9.1 and an 8.67.
Wow. Going to be hard to beat.
Alina's looking to beat her 6.27 from yesterday and her 5.17. And then Mira is looking to beat her 6.83 and her 6.17 from yesterday. But now, you know, if she wants the win, both girls have to beat Alana's 9.1 and 8.67. This competition is high. She has set the bar for sure. Here we go with Mira. Drops into a beautiful right here. Nice cut back. Paddling hard to keep her speed staying in it.
Super strong. She's using all the strength.
Good finishing maneuver there. Brings it all the way back in. She's going to hop back in that channel over there. And here we go with Alana out the back again. Just kind of peels out of that one. And then behind her, we've got Alina on a beautiful, nice open wave. Goes backwards. Flips it back around.
Oh, in the scoring part of the wave.
The crowd is just going wild on the beach right now. I don't know if you guys can hear it through our mics here in the booth, but man, people are just hooting and hollering. Everybody is so excited. Oh my goodness.
Look at that face. She is
Look at that
stoked.
smile. That was epic. Still claiming it.
Let's see that replay. Here comes Mira's replay first from Life Rolls On. Look at the strength she has, just staying in that one. Getting another turn in there before the white water. There's Elena's replay. Just on display why she is the upper echelon, why she's one of the top women in the sport today.
And then out the back here with the replay.
Zelina, she's just, look at this.
Gets totally backwards back there, brings it back around.
I felt like I just got done saying she was the dark horse, right? Got to keep an eye on all these women. Don't count anyone out. And look what she just throws down.
7.27 on that last wave for Alina. Epic, which cancels out her 5.17 from yesterday.
She's just climbing the ladder. One wave at a time, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful shot of the pier. Got a lot of observers up there on the pier this Sunday. Great to see people coming down. Had an opportunity to talk to some people walking through the site. Again, we always encourage, this is a public site. We want everybody to come on down and walk through the site and meet some of these athletes. They're really personable and they're really happy to share their stories. As you can imagine, we've got 1,000,001 stories on the beach that they can share, and they're just wonderful, wonderful people. Stoked to be here, stoked to share this break with everybody here in Oceanside.
Here we go with Mira. Gets into this one. Nice bottom turn there. Cut back. Beautiful cut back here. Wraps it back around, just using that paddle to her advantage. Here she goes back into it again. Another cut back.
It's that wave knowledge. She saw it was flattened out there a little bit, so she made a cut back towards the whitewash until it reformed for her, and she came back around and brought that turn back into the wave. High wave intelligence for these women out there in the water.
Here we've got our Life Rolls On replay of her last wave. Beautiful carve to start off. Just leaning hard, staying in that power pocket of the wave. Beautiful cut back there. Wraps it back around. Paddles to get right back into that reform. Just hugging close to the white water there. And I believe that last wave for her was a 5.33. Oh no, sorry, that was her second to last wave. Her last wave was a 6.
No, look at this bomber.
Gets into it, Elena. Staying towards that power pocket of the wave, looking for that reform here on the inside. Looks like she's probably going to get into it. Looks like this wave might be shaping up for her. Little bottom turn there. Oh, and unfortunately just kind of stayed foamy, that wave. I thought it was going to reform there for a second. It looked like it had some potential, but then it all just kind of turned to whitewash. But that's all right. She's still in first with a super high total of 17.77.
Yeah, she charged that peak. That woman has no fear. She's the mono skier and the skiing. And I mean, that's just incredible. She's got no fear. She just took that peak and went for it.
Yeah, just an incredible athlete. She is the first female adaptive athlete to win not only in the Summer Paralympics, but the winter as well. Skiing with basketball.
Yeah.
She's out here wave ski surfing, just absolutely crushing it.
First American woman.
We can see Alina's last wave was a 7.27, another super high score getting dropped.
That was that 180 that she did there with the coming in backwards and then pulling it off. I mean, to stay on your board on that. Balance and acuity are going to be imperative in these finals today.
We are down to 9 minutes and 20 seconds in this final. You can see our Stoke for Life volunteers out there in the water helping out. What a beautiful contest venue that we have here at Oceanside. I love this angle from the drone, just looking down the pier. You can see the lines out there from the waves, just gorgeous blue water on this perfect sunny day in California. Could not ask for better conditions. There's our contest scene right there. Colin and I are in that big white tent you guys are looking at, coming to you live right here from Oceanside is our contest scene. We've got our sponsors tent, judges tower. Lots of people on the beach, lots of boards on the beach. Everybody is just so excited to be here. And there we have it again. The girls out in the water. Everybody is ready for the next set to roll in. Mira's sitting with first priority, so we'll see if she could take advantage of that. Oh, sorry, it just changed. Alina has priority now. Oh, here we go. Giving this one a look. Paddling hard, trying to get into it. Makes it in. All right, first bottom turn there. Nice little cut back, using her paddle to stay in the power pocket of the wave. Another great carve. Wraps it back around. You can just see her smile. She is still on the wave, just beaming there. Almost turns it around backwards again for a finisher. Just brings it all the way in here. She's going to hop back in that channel, get right back out there because there is still time on the clock. Let's see if she can beat out her 3.83 on that last wave. See what the judges think. Here we have our life rolls on replay. Beautiful couple of carves here to start off. Staying in the power pocket of the wave. Digs that paddle in to wrap it back around. A couple of beautiful cutbacks there. Brings it on in here to the inside. Gets almost backwards again. Flips it back around. That might be her signature move right there.
That was another one, huh? The use of that paddle is really important for her out there. You can see how she's digging it in and sort of manipulating that paddle to turn from a rudder into a sort of a face that she can use to bring her around on turns. So again, it's not just, just out there swimming and dipping the paddle. There's a reason, and then there's a rhyme to everything, and how they're manipulating that paddle to get them to go further, point them in the direction, or to make a hard turn.
Yeah, that was epic. So she got a 5.87 on that one. So actually that wave is not going to count because from yesterday she has a 6.27 that she'll be bringing over into this final. So she's working with her 6.27 from yesterday and her 7.27 today.
So a nice little balance there. One from yesterday, one from today. But she's still got plenty of time to throw an even bigger score out there today and drop that lower one from yesterday. Again, beautiful Oceanside, California. Home to the U.S. Open since its beginning.
Yep, this is the 8th annual U.S. Open of Adaptive Surfing Championships. We're going to at least be here for another 5 years. The University of St. Augustine just signed with them a couple of days ago, another 5-year contract. So we will be here in Oceanside with our U.S. Open of Adaptive Surfing Championships at least through 2030. So I know everybody is super excited with that news, because what a perfect spot to be having the finals. We also had some other amazing locations this year in Australia and Hawaii, and then finishing things up right here in Oceanside.
Yeah, Byron Bay in Australia, they just don't give anybody permits there, you know, and Mark Mono-Stewart was really the champion of that, and he got that whole contest going, and he's kind of a sort of a local hero out there in Australia. He's one of their favorite athletes, and he was able to get them in Byron Bay, where every surfer wants to go, right? When you're in Australia.
That's right, that's the dream spot.
Yeah, super stoked on our title sponsor, the University of St. Augustine of Health Sciences, getting us that 5-year extension. Not only that, the loan of all their students. You know, it's one of these schools that they send all their students down here to the beach. Here we go. Alina is on a wave. She really is working hard. She really wants to be in this. She wants to get it higher up that ladder.
Yeah, staying super active this heat. Beautiful cut back there. Digs her paddle in, brings it back around, and just again another huge smile on her face, which is just so beautiful to see. All the athletes are so stoked out in the water, stoked coming in. It is just the vibes here at an all-time high. Here we have our life rolls on replay.
Of her just getting a car wash. That's all right. Just wanted to cool off. Yeah, tons of hugs out here when Kenjiro came in, and you know, these guys that sort of know where they're standing. Look at the hugs out there. Just
talking about hugs, there we go. We've got a live one there of 2 competitors out there. I mean, I don't know anywhere else that you would see 2 competitors giving each other a hug out in the lineup. It's just beautiful.
Absolutely.
Here's our replay with Alina. Excellent last wave from her. Nice cut back there, digging that paddle in, bring it back around, and then goes the car wash right here at the end.
There's that sportsmanship, that hug out there. That was something special to observe, you guys. Caught a little secret hug of the girls out there in the wave. Again, out in the water, they may be competitors. On the beach, they are friends, and they you know, all come out and hang out. That's the end of the heat. Thank you, ladies, for a wonderful, wonderful heat. That was amazing to watch.
So with the 2 highest scores there, we have our champion, Elena Nichols, with a 9.1 and 8.67. Just absolutely slayed that final, so congratulations to her. You guys, we are going to cut to a few short videos with our amazing sponsors for this event, so don't go anywhere, because we will be right back with more finals.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
All right, you guys, welcome back to the 8th annual U.S. Open of Adaptive Surfing Championships here in Oceanside. You can see there that we have our champ, Elena Nichols, that just won the women's wave sit ski category. Your champion here at the U.S. Open. We are super stoked for her. And out here in the water, you can see that we are now in category low vision, men and women. This is a mixed category. Super excited to see this. This is the final. So we are doing a round robin style. So they will be applying their scores from their semifinal heat over here to their current final. So they're going to be trying to beat their scores from yesterday. We have Emily Purry out in the water in color orange. She's the only woman that we have in this category. So even they put them together, but since she's by herself, they wanted to put her with the men so that she could feel the competition out there in the water. But she is in her own category, so she is the champion. So huge congratulations to Emily. This is going to be like a victory run for her. And then we also have Nicholas Medina out there in white and Aaron Paluk in green.
Look at High Fives bringing her in on the board with the luau around her. She's super stoked. That High Five team is just a spectacular group of individuals. Look at them carrying her in. Adam Land out there.
Just see her smiling all the way from the webcast. Amazing. That was an epic final.
Look at that.
2 super high scores. She won that with an 8.67 and a 9.1. Excellent scores for her. She is so stoked right now. Everybody bringing her in is stoked. Smiles all around.
There's her husband right there, Roy Tuscany, cheering her on. Got the camera from behind. It's a happy family right there. Again, Roy was in wave ski earlier. Elena bringing in the gold.
Bringing it home.
Congratulations, Elena Nichols.
Looks like we have white, Nicholas Medina going for one here. Gets up on it. Nice backside snap there.
Beach is just on fire, bringing in Elena still here off camera.
Got Nicholas out in the water. He's from Chile, so I'm going to give him a little shout out here in Spanish. Queremos decir muchas gracias a la familia de Nicolás que está aquí apoyándonos y apoyándole en el agua. Muchas gracias por estar presente en el live stream. Así que mandamos un saludo gigante a toda la gente en Chile. So we just have a little under 22 minutes remaining. You can see Green Aaron out there paddling. Looks like he might be going for this one. Decides not to. And we have Emily paddling for this one. Doesn't quite make it in there. And on Nicholas for his first wave, got a 3. He's trying to, well, he had a 3 yesterday, so that'll be the same. And then he's also trying to beat his 8.67 from yesterday.
So again, got to be a little bit selective out there, but anything goes. Just want to put up some high scores, replace some olders from the days before. Now you'll notice that we see a lot less people in the water. They get a break here. The deep water team gets a break. These people don't need as much assistance in catching. Just watching Elena and Roy Tuscany from High Fives go past the live webcast tent right now. One of the benefits of working the live webcast is we're right down here on the beach. So we've got a view right of everything going down. You can hear them off mic as they're cheering and hooting and hollering.
So a little bit something interesting here with the rankings. So right now for the partial vision impairment category that we have out in the water, Aaron is your current leader. So if he wins this final, he will be your champion of the title for the year. He will be your world champion. But we also have Nicholas out in the water, and Nicholas is third place in the rankings right now. But he has a total of 180 points. So if he wins, that's going to put him, I believe, in second place in the rankings. Here we have Emily.
Look at her go. Nice wave for Emily. Just stay, look at that. Awesome, awesome. And you could see her collar out there in the water on her longboard. Set her up with that one, instructed her perfectly fine. Here's Aaron trying to get into that one. So with some of these low vision sport athletes, sometimes they'll have a collar out there and they'll be telling them and giving them an idea of what the wave is and sort of the direction it's headed, when it's going to come to them, sort of get their feelers out. Because they got to, here we go, let's see the replay. Oh, look at her. She gets smashed from behind, but she still gets up on that board. Look at that. The collar from behind is just super stoked.
Out there claiming it, making his way back over to her, help her get it back out to the lineup again.
She's going to be very happy with that wave. And again, she's surfing against the men, so Emily's not afraid of adversity. She's going to go for it, and she's got to be stoked about that wave.
Look at that, drops a 2.5, which beats both of her waves from yesterday, so that's going to go in her top total score for sure.
Got to be happy with that.
So just so you guys know, our clock is about 3 minutes off, so we're looking about 16 minutes left in this heat. 3 minutes off compared to the live beach announcer.
Yeah, Roy. Congratulations. Roy in the tent here with us from High Fives. That must have been awesome to watch his wife come in when that one. That was a great, great moment there on the beach. Absolutely fantastic. Thanks again to High Fives for everything that they've really been here with us since the beginning. Great organization, wonderful, wonderful people. And Roy does a little bit of everything. They got motocross. You can see check out their social media if you can. Motocross, skiing, you name it, they do it all.
And Colin, I am actually going to swap out with Roy right now, so you guys will get to hear a little bit from him. So I will see you guys in a little bit, and we want to welcome Roy into the booth.
Aaron Paul come up on a wave right now. Couldn't do much with that one, but he got a couple turns in. Welcome, Roy.
Colin, what's up, buddy? How are we?
Oh, that was just an awesome moment to watch you guys out there on the beach with your wife held up so high there.
I mean, she's a queen, and she got carried off like one in that chariot of hers, and she just made sure that chariot just surfed the ocean incredibly.
Yeah, she did awesome heat out there. Put up another wave replacement score, with that 8. Just awesome.
All right, who do we got here, Colin? What division? I just popped in.
So we have the low vision right now going. We got Nicholas Medina. It's a blended, so we got Nicholas, the men and women. So we got Nicholas Medina out there, Emily Puri, and Aaron Polk.
Man, Aaron coming all the way from Hawaii. Aaron is one of those guys that, when he's on and when the ocean is on, he is just an incredible force to watch. And then you got to remind yourself, he can barely see. He's low vision. But again, the way he surfs, you would think that he has full vision.
Right. A lot of that. You see a lot of that out of Aaron. And even Nicholas in instances. These guys are really, go by feel more than anything else. And that just tells you how sensitive they are and how much they're paying attention to what's going on down on their board. And that really translates to the direction they're going to head, how much power they've got. There's a lot going on there for these low vision athletes.
What's also going on is, as my heat finished up a little while ago, the waves actually started to pick up. We saw a bit of a lull through a couple heats, and you're really seeing the ocean turn back on. This whole week here at Oceanside has just been incredible. We've been so blessed with some of the best waves, I think. This being the 8th annual, I almost want to say this is the first best year of these waves.
Absolutely. We've had a lot of 10s, a lot of high scoring the last couple of days too. So the competition has just been ratcheted up with the waves. Here goes Aaron.
All right, here we go. Aaron Polk in green. Beautiful little top turn, grabs another one, and then snaps another one off on this inside. He's coming all the way back over to the pier so he can use that conveyor belt to get right back out. What a beautiful little feature this north side of the pier has with that conveyor. It transforms getting back out there, specifically on the wave ski since we can't duck dive.
Yeah, we like this side a lot more on the north side of the pier just because of that channel. If you're down on the south side, that disappears, and you're really sort of stuck in a situation where you're fighting whitewater. Where here you got the channel. We race you down the beach, put you in the channel, and get you back out into the set.
And you don't have to worry about shooting the pier either. As cool as it is, it's the least coolest thing that goes through your mind.
We've seen it a couple times here at the U.S. Open, and we always sort of get scared.
All right, here we go again. Aaron up on this one. Now remember everyone, Aaron is low vision. So what you see on a wave, Aaron does not. And you can see as he's just using it, as you said, the feel of his feet. He's using all his other senses to really create that opportunity out there in the ocean.
Exactly.
Colin, what have you been up to, man? I know we've been talking non-surf, but how are you been, my man?
Been great. Been really fortunate to be sort of back down here at the site. I've sort of have a couple years off, but been really excited to be down here. Great to see these athletes, since we started. Some friendships have developed, and I really love being down here and supporting these guys. Families down here. I'm looking at one of our water safety guys, Jeremy Wilson, who, happens to be my daughter's best friend's dad. He comes down every year and started since the beginning. So, a lot of these people I consider family. So.
Yeah, and here's one of your best friends right here, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy that is responsible for putting this on and the vision of this. Chaka Webb just decided to come in here and have his snack for the day as he's been working nonstop, not just these last 4 days, but for almost this last entire year to ensure that this and the AASP continues to be successful.
Yeah, one of the mistakes we made is when we did this contest at first, we thought, we're going to have a lull in the action. We're going to have a little rest. Negative. That's not how it goes. You're already preparing for next year as soon as this contest is over. So that's one of the the challenges that Charlie is faced with.
All right, we've got a little over 13 minutes remaining. So cool this year. Majority of these contests throughout the last couple of years, 20 minutes heats. Chaka looking at everything along with the competition team here, they said, let's do 25 minutes. And I know 5 minutes doesn't really seem like that much in the course of a day, but in the course of a heat, those additional 5 minutes, we saw it earlier with Sponge.
Yes. With
less than 1 minute left, catching, not only did he have the wave of the day, but he also surfed it as the wave of the day, and it took him and catapulted him into first. That battle between him and Mono that continuously goes on, and once again, they get each other at the buzzer.
Right, exactly.
All right, here we go, surfer in white, Colin.
Here we go, that's Nicholas. He's up, he's got a nice little turn there. He's going for the wave here. He's trying to get that rebuild, just doesn't capture it.
And speaking of this is our booth just getting filled with legends. Head of water safety here, Adam Land. Him and his dad have been doing this, I think, since Adam was 11 years old with the Surf Gimp Foundation. It's such a blessing when you're out in the water to know the professionalism and the thought of safety that him and his crew put forth here in the red jerseys. All right, here we go in orange, Colin.
That's Emily Puri. She's going to smash down on that one. Again, she's going to get up on there. There she goes. She scored a 2.5 on her last one, which actually bumped all of her low scores out. She's still got a wave there. She's going for it. This is just a great performance for Emily. She's just sort of coming up the ladder here. So as you see these guys progress, they get better every year, and Emily's one of those people.
Aaron scoring a 9 on that last one.
Wow.
What a difference in score that completely transformed the score here. Here's Aaron again. He added in an extra paddle there, a little extra feel. Here comes Aaron across, going right again. As we talked about, you want to go right at the end of your wave so you can get yourself back. Oh my gosh. I didn't know the buckets of water could be sprayed like that. He's going to have another great score there, and really,
that was a nice turn.
He might combo the field here now. But again, Emily's surfing within this, heat with two other male competitors. She is competing against herself. And look at that. Her last wave bettered her other wave of a 2.5. She's now got a 2.77 and a 2.5. Emily in the orange is the female competitor in this heat, while Aaron and Nicholas in the green and the white are the two male competitors, but they are competing in separate divisions. All right, here we go again. That extra feel you talked about, Colin. He knew he didn't quite have enough, threw in an extra little paddle stroke, waited for it, and then really watched this. Look at the amount of water that he just pushed off that wave.
Excellent maneuver right at the close of there. That's the way you want to shut down a wave or close it out, right, before you go back out to the next lineup.
And it makes you just feel good when you do a turn like that. Right there, you can see the competitor in orange on one of those float boards, one of these new companies out of Europe. Float is making these already made adaptive boards. So a lot of these competitors, they need specific equipment based upon the deficiencies of their disability. Float, this brand, is seeing the surge of adaptive surfers, and instead of modifying an existing surfboard, they are creating already out-of-the-box adaptive surfboards for our prone division. And it's really cool to see brands seeing how big this sport is getting and now just making inline products that are specific to the needs of these adaptive surfers.
Yeah, that's really excellent. Here's a Life Rolls On replay of that one.
Medina there in white was really waiting for that reform. He was about a second away from coming back across the right there. All right, we got less than 10 minutes now. Aaron, like we said, he's now got a 7.5, and he does now have the field comboed, a 9 and a 7.5 for a total score of 16.5. And here Aaron goes again, Colin, call it.
There he goes. Collar put him on another good wave there. Here he is coming down the line. Little turn there, staying in front of the wave. Watch the little dunk. He's dunking out there now, ladies and gentlemen.
That was an alley-oop that he just gave to himself, really just pumping the board through the whitewash now.
So you're seeing that relationship between the athlete and the caller, just making sure he's prepared and getting set for that wave when it comes. And so as soon as he starts feeling it, he's anticipating it because of the instruction from his caller. So that's what you see those extra green jerseys or those extra jerseys out there for. That's the athlete's collar that is setting them up for the wave that's coming to them.
The booth, you and I, we have a pretty challenging job when it's either the blind, the low vision, or the assist division. They have an additional person out there, as you mentioned. And so you've really got to pay attention to who's the surfer and who's the assist out there. Are they calling the wave? Are they pushing them into the wave? But it really makes it a little bit more difficult to call those heats because you're not always 100% sure who's the surfer, who's the assist, and then obviously once they get up on the wave, it's pretty clear who's dialing in that wave.
Right, exactly.
Man, what beautiful weather. 4 days of absolute incredible waves, incredible weather, sunshine, and just really making this 8th annual event a highlight for the 3rd and final stop of the AASP Tour.
Absolutely beautiful out here for the whole entire event. It's been wonderful.
But you can see earlier in the morning, a lot of the surfers were closer to the pier. The wave has kind of shifted out into the main portion off the pier now, and you really have to be able to move with the conditions and be able to kind of surf any part of the North Pier.
Okay, really, again, got to be adapting your not only your equipment, but your sort of where am I going to be in the surf. So again, the higher the acuity, the higher you pay attention to what's going on. So that's why a lot of these athletes, they hang out all day at the site. They're not just showing up for their heat. They're out there doing their research, seeing where the waves are moving and where they're coming in, so that when they get out there, they have the best opportunity to score some waves.
And here comes in a boat out the back end. Earlier this week, Chaka, for the Stoke for Real portion of Stoke for Life, his new fishing program, he took out a bunch of the adaptive competitors that had arrived early. They went out and they caught 17 yellowtail on that boat. And the other night at Wrench and Rodent, we were able to have an incredible dinner and got to actually eat the fish that was caught. If you're looking for the best sushi, I can't eat sushi anywhere else is the only problem.
Yeah, when you pull them right out of the ocean like that and fillet them up right there, nothing better.
All right, here we go again in white, Colin.
Nicholas Medina dropping in there, nice turn. He's staying in the power of the wave there, sort of pumping it to get him in, keeping his balance. Another nice turn.
That is definitely going to better his 3.9 and 3 that he currently has on the board. And with 6 minutes left in that conveyor belt, we can see him get back out there, and we can see if he can up his scores and get it a little closer gap between him and Aaron.
Yeah, we got about a 3-minute lag on the clock, so he actually has less time than what we're seeing in the live cast here. But he is, he's still got about 3 minutes. Here's the life rolls on replay. Scoring turns. Maintaining balance. Nice turns there. That'll be a good wave again, like Roy had said. He should be chasing some scores away with the score on that wave there.
Oh, look at that, an 8.43. So, you know, the amount of time left is a little bit different than what's showing. However, what is showing is a really high score there now for Nicholas on his first. But here comes Aaron. Aaron knows that just happened, and let's see what Aaron does here, Colin.
There he goes. He's down into the wave. He's making his way into the power. There he goes. Nice turn. Stays on top of it. He's got another turn in there. Look at him just moving water like you were saying earlier. Going down the lineup, get one more move in. That was a good wave for Aaron.
I think Aaron doesn't want Nicholas to get any closer after getting that 8.43.
Yeah, I don't think he was happy with that.
Yeah. All right, life rolls on replay right here. Aaron Polk in green coming down the line, really staying in that white ball when he comes back here on this turn. What an absolute big one. But then it's this ginormous bucket spray that he just put forth there.
Excellent, excellent work.
So great to see life rolls on and Jesse and all that he's doing. You know, Jesse was here earlier this week competing in the assisted prone division, which continually ups the level of competition. You know, this year's final, any of the 4 that were in there all could have won the event, and Jesse wasn't one of the 4, which, you know, Jesse's a staple in the final. Absolutely. So to see this elevation of this, you know, entire platform, but specifically in assisted prone, you know, Jesse's been the staple of it. But now Jose Martinez and Matteo from Costa Rica and Chris Waker got hurt got hurt a little over 2 years ago, ended up 3rd today, and then Shea Eastman ending up in 4th. It's been a stacked field in all these divisions, and the competition level, you got to think back to the first annual, Colin. You were here.
I was here. I was sitting here as you were explaining that, and just look at Emily trying to go for that one. I'm amazed to see the level and the escalation of the performances. It just blows my mind from day one to where we are today. The sport just keeps advancing and advancing, and each new athlete that comes in just keeps raising the bar.
Yeah, you know, you look at that, you know, reconfigured Neil division now between Mono and Sponge and Martin from Mexico and Dariel from Costa Rica and Henrique from Brazil. You know, the divisions now have any from 8 to 10 competitors. Here we go on the buzzer. Is someone going to get a buzzer wave? Nope, they're just going to peel off and say congratulations to our champion, Aaron Polk in green from Hawaii, and Emily, our surfer in orange, winning her division for low vision.
That was a great heat. All right, we're going to take a break here real quick, and then we'll be right back. Stay tuned for your U.S. Open, and we'll see you in a minute.
It's time to rise. To learn with the latest tech. Then, lead the future of healthcare. And to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
Welcome back to the 2025 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by the University of St. Augustine. I am Charles Chocoweb in the booth with the man, Roy Tuscany. This webcast brought to you by High Fives. Thank you so much, Roy, for giving us the opportunity to show this beautiful footprint, kind of show the world what the U.S. Open looks like and what the AASP is trying to build.
Look at this beautiful drone shot. Is this Alex's drone, or is this a different drone pilot right here?
There's only one drone pilot around here, buddy, and it's Alex, girl.
Oh, man.
It's
Alex
pilot girl
continues
Alex.
to show how to fly a drone, and it's funny because she can also fly a plane. So it's pretty convenient for us to have our drone pilot as a licensed pilot and can really get shots, angles, and everything from the sky above while she uses her pilot skills to pilot a drone here.
Nice. And there is your current U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing champion. And it looks like blue in this one. It is going to be Alon Avasar? I always have a problem with this name.
I'm going to give you all the tough pronunciations today. I'll take Josh Bogle and Colin Cook. You can take the pronunciations of the white and the blue surfer today.
Gotcha. So it looks like Aaron kind of won that last heat, so Aaron's going to take his U.S. Open title.
Now, will that also give Aaron the overall world title as well?
It does give him the world title. He did show up at more events than anybody else. And so Aaron Polk is your ASP world champion.
There he is. Oh, look who's helping him up the beach. The one, the only, your brother, Mr. Hammerhead.
And he had Chase there.
Speaking, actually, what is your brother's real name?
My brother's real name is James Gavin McDonald.
Okay.
And we have the above knee standing men, And in the lead right now, we have Naomichi Katsukura from Japan. In green, you got Colin Cook. In orange, you have Josh Bogle. And in blue, Alon Avasar.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Josh is the only competitor that competes in two divisions because of his ability to surf on prosthetics on both legs and then taking them off and then surfing in the kneel division, correct?
Yeah, Joshy is a double threat right here. He surfs in the kneel division, and I think in the last heat, this is a second round robin heat, so Naomichi trying to get to his feet on this little holdie back there. And in the first heat that they surfed in the first round robin, it was really messy, and Joshy had to surf in the kneel heat right after. And here's Colin Cook on a nice little right-hander, nice little top turn. He'll take that as a 5.33. Naomichi right behind him.
All right, here we go. Surfer in blue. They're just grabbing waves. Now, these waves aren't of the same magnitude from what we saw earlier, but I do feel like there's a more consistent push, as in more waves in each heat for each surfer to get out in the water.
Yeah, it looks like it's fairly consistent, fairly fun, still sticking around. Swell hanging in there.
I mean, there's nothing we can really say after the week we've had and the waves that we've all gotten to surf out here. Great surf right here from our surfer in blue. Goes left, grabs that little reform, then comes back around right. The surfer in blue has a great surf here, and we're waiting his score.
Alon Avasar throwing down.
What a fun name to say, huh?
Right.
Alon
now that I got
Avasar.
it.
You nailed it. Like I said, I've been waiting for you to enunciate them so then I can copy the enunciations.
So we're going to be waiting on Alon's score. As we're doing this, I'm updating AASP rankings and world titles. So we are crowning world champions today.
You know, pretty excited, Chuck. Our guy at High Five, Sano Shishido, made all of the awards this year. They have the look of the famous wrapper chains, is what I would call them, with big gold necklaces that adorn each of the championship medals. And they'll be given out today around 1:30, a little after 1:30, over at the Shell, right?
And
is that what we call it?
Yeah, no, we're going to do it here so we can live stream it. So we're going to do it right here.
Look.
We got all those tents right there. We're getting the camera guys out here to move it, and we're going to live stream the award. So you guys, for the first time, are going to get to see U.S. Open's champions crowned and AASP World Title champions crowned at the same time. All of those positions come with a nice fat check, thanks to all of our sponsors and support.
And And you talk about a champion. We just had the champion of your life adorn us in the booth, your beautiful wife. And if you heard that little exchange, that was a beautiful kiss that Chaka got there. And we are lucky to have so much support. You know, everybody gets to see the surfers, gets to see the watermen, gets to see the yellow jerseys. The people that don't really get seen are the behind-the-scenes folks, the families. The families.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes this event so special, is we welcome everyone here. It's not just the surfers. It's not just the water support. It's the families, it's the community, and the community that we've built and the community that you helped create is so strong these days.
It is, man. It's a beautiful thing, and I've gotten so many thank yous and compliments this week. And I'm super appreciative that I get to do what I get to do here in Oceanside and bring this beautiful venue to you guys, and most of all that you guys get to come here and hang out in my hometown and enjoy all the beautiful food, culture, surf, sun, and everything else that comes along with Oceanside. So thank you, Roy, for giving us the ability to show this to the world with the High Fives webcast.
All right, surfer in white here from Japan. He just didn't quite get up fast enough to get that reform. Joshi still waiting a score here, and we're still awaiting that score from our surfer in blue. Waiting to get that number there from him. We've gotten our surfers in green and white, all of their waves scored. Still waiting to see our surfer in orange to get his first score up on the board, Josh Bogle from Hawaii.
So you really want to have a fun name to say Naomichi Katsukura.
Again, I'm going to give you that one.
It's a good one. That's a fun one to say.
I can barely pronounce my own name, so we're going to allow you to do all the difficult enunciations here.
Nice.
Here's that beautiful drone shot from Alex. Alex showing the entire venue, the pier. This is the longest pier in California, correct?
It is one of the longest for sure. It used to be the longest, a bunch of it. Colin Cook just topped snapping that one right there. Nice longboard style with Colin. It's been kind of weird today. All the surfers have been getting boards that match their jersey, or jerseys that match their boards.
Josh even has some orange on top of his board. You might not be able to see it from that shot right there, but Josh has orange on his board as well.
Nice.
All right, yeah, 5.13, almost our top score from our surfer in blue. Josh looks like he is trying to signal something from the beach.
Unwrap his leash.
Oh, his
from
leash
his leg, yeah.
is wrapped in him.
So not normally something you would see, a prosthetic limb with a leash on it. It looks like it's kind of wrapped in his blade and not giving him the length that he needs. And here we go, Adlon Avasar again on a nice left-hander. Nice fading back. And
he's going to get a reform here, Chaco.
Yeah, catching some open face right here. What can he do with it? Nice change of direction right there. Nice little tap off the foam right there. This is going to be a great score for him. Second score. He's riding on that 5.13.
Now, he did not get to match his board. He's got pink on it. We don't have pink jerseys here.
Right.
So maybe we should talk to him about adding a little blue to the top of that board there.
So it looks like Colin Cook with a 5.33 and a 4.87 is leading the way now. That last score came in at a 6.83 for Colin now.
All right, here we go. Surfer in blue taking off, getting right there into the pocket, staying on that foam ball, and then really reading, understanding the wave that's ahead of him, and then you can see him come all the way back and get back on the face of this wave.
Beautiful redirect right there by him. And that comes in at a 4.1 to add to his 5.13. So he's in second place, changing situation.
You know, unfortunately, Josh right here, you can see the cord is wrapped around his leg, and he just cannot get himself up from the amount that it was pulling him back. Again, another replay, surfer in green, Colin Cook from Hawaii, really just finding the energy of that wave, and out he goes. Big open face turn there on the last little bit, and then keeps it going into another turn as he got a great wave there. Colin is putting up some great scores in this heat.
That comes out to be a 6.83. That kind of turns the heat. He was sitting on a 5.33, and then he just jumps into first place with that. Naomichi was in first place with a 3.67 and a 2.33, but now he's fallen to third because Elon Avasar, staying busy, gets that 5.13 and a 4.1, so he's up in second place. Joshi not able to produce a wave score yet, but we're waiting on Joshi, and it won't be long now. He's got a great relationship with the ocean. We got 13 minutes left. Plenty of time for Joshi to step up. And, of course, we would like to thank all of our sponsors. We'd like to thank Visit Oceanside for being the title sponsor of the AASP World Tour. And we would like to thank the University of St. Augustine for being the title sponsor of the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships for 6 years running. Signed a new 5-year deal all the way till 2030. We're going to be doing this here with them.
Well, I'll make the announcement now. We'll sign back up Chaka for next year. And we'll come back in at the exact same level to make sure that we have this live broadcast, to make sure that we have the funding and all the other items that we put forth towards your event. This has been the best one yet, and we are not going anywhere, and we are committed to making sure that this event continues to be what it is and continues to be elevated. So Chaka, count us in for the 9th, and let's just say we'll do the 10th, because why would we do the 9th and not the 10th?
Well, you heard it here first, folks. We're going to be live coming at you at the U.S. Open for the next few years. We've got a commitment from High Fives, and you know, it's funny, Roy, when you decided to sponsor this event after the 2018, it was awesome because you started following us on Instagram, and I was like, hey, wait a minute, Roy Tuscany's following us on Instagram. And then that was followed up by a beautiful text message and a beautiful phone call by you, just investing in the community, investing in the sport, and we've grown ever since. You're a great partner, you're a great friend, you're a great ambassador of the community, and I'm telling you, as your coach, bro, you surfed the best I have ever seen you surf. You had a great contest. Unfortunately, priority interference kind of stopped you maybe from jumping on that wave and getting better score, but you did finish in third place, your best finish at the U.S. Open yet. So congratulations, your second final here.
Yeah.
And great finish, great season for you, great surf. I'm very stoked for you.
You know, we're so lucky that we get these opportunities and we get this chance to get to surf world-class breaks, you know, from Australia to Hawaii and then here in California. It's not like we're surfing, you know, these no-namers. We're surfing breaks that, you know, people froth over, and we get them completely to ourselves. And that's what's the beauty of this platform, is the opportunity to surf world-class breaks and doing world-class surfing.
Well, the conditions have surely held up all the way through the event. We've seen 3 10s at this event. So, and almost up and riding, Naomichi Katsukura.
So Kai got a 10, Dariel got a 10. Who was the third 10?
We saw another 10 by Robson Gaspari today with the upper limb men, and I'm telling you, it was so well deserved. He ripped that one apart, and it was a real joy to call Dariel's heat because he was in a big hole. The rest of that heat, Mono was really ripping, and
Henrique from Brazil.
Yeah, Henrique was really throwing it down. So he had fallen into a real big hole with some inconsistency, and he dug himself out of that. And here comes Naomichi on a little reform on the inside, trying to get to the open face, gets to his feet. Nice little edge turn, nice cutback. But to see Dariel pick that 10 and just, it was 3 maneuvers, and there was no check turns in between. It was one big sweep, big finish. And he really fought all the way till the very end of that heat, man, with seconds left, still trying to catch a wave. And it's just a testimony to him as an athlete and what he's capable of. And to watch out, man, because Dariel is out there. And he won his first championship here last year. And here's Naomichi, little replay if you want to call this, Roy.
Yeah, you know, he kind of waited to pop up, waited for that wave to reform, and then once he did, put together 2 great maneuvers and then a little bit of a double up there at the end, ended up getting him as he came back and coming back to that face.
Does better his score line with it comes out to a 3, so he drops that lower score, but he's still sitting with a mid 3.67 and a 3.0. He still needs an 8.5 to jump up into first place. Now, we've seen plenty of 8s, plenty of 9s, and 3 10s, so There's scores out there to be had. The conditions have held up for us beautifully today on finals day. Swell kind of dropped off just a little bit, but there's plenty enough scores out there, plenty enough waves on offer to get great scores, so we're super stoked on that.
You know, the 10 that Kai got, that maneuver that he has just perfected, the drop off the top of the wave and then comes out snapping. It's been just a blessing to have, you know, this sport, as we've said a lot, Charlie, our sport median age is not getting any younger. And Kai is definitely helping really decrease the median age for us. And his surfing does not have anything to do with his age. His surfing has to do all with his ability.
It was awesome to see that heat, particularly with Casey Proud, Ryan Porteous, Kai Colas. Those guys are the future of the sport, and they're young enough, they're aggressive enough. And look at this little gem coming in.
Look at this little roger coming in here. Surfer in green, Colin Cook from Hawaii. Oh, peels off, was a little bit farther in. And as we got excited to see that wave, I think everyone got excited, and no one surfed it.
That's the story of our lives. The best wave of the day comes in, and nobody's in position. But, yeah, that particular division is filled, and then here comes Naomichi on Pier Bowl right there, reform on the inside. If he can get that, might get some good scoring opportunity on the inside.
Come back
here.
right.
Getting to that open face, giving himself the opportunity.
Oh, this is going to be his best score of the heat, no questions asked.
Naomichi getting back to the open, trying to dip down and get a little head dip in there, but the work is done. I think that you're right. That will be the best score coming in for him. That looks definitely better than a 3.67.
You know, earlier I was talking about that company Float out of Europe, Charlie, and we have a brand new prone float board for you guys to take on to your Stoke for Life camps that you guys are hosting. But before we talk more about that, let's talk about this wave right here in our Surfer in White. He comes in and he makes a ton of maneuvers, and he can watch and see as this wave just keeps reforming. He actually almost ducked underneath the barrel right there real quick.
Little head dip. And Roy, I love you so much, man. Thank you for continuing to give to Stoke for Life and make sure that we have the equipment that we need to function properly and give everybody a great experience. Those flow boards are float board, right?
Float.
Yep.
Hard T.
Float. The float boards are really nice. We looked at them the other day. You had a couple in the van, and they look beautiful, and I can't wait. We have a surf camp next month.
Perfect.
Colin Cook taking off backside. Colin really putting the pressure on this heat. Nice sweeping turn. Staying on the open face, getting out in front of there. Gets that little reform right in here. Change of direction. Scoring opportunities on that wave. We're done on the face. And that's going to come through. It looks like, let me make sure that I'm telling you the right thing, because that might be topping his top score right there.
Our surfer in blue must know something that the other competitors don't. He is sitting out completely alone and waiting for that. He does need, you know, a really big score to add to that 5.13 to be at a top level with Colin, but we're awaiting Colin's last wave to see how that one scores and how that one might shake things up.
So Naomichi comes through with a 5.33 for that little gem on the Pier Bowl right there, and he goes, you know what, that was such a fun wave, I'm going to grab another one.
This one doesn't quite have the same amount, but it's still going. It's the one behind it, I think, that he wanted to take as we see it in our live screen view here.
Change of direction, though. He's getting a couple little rail turns. And here comes Elan Avasar. He's just been living on that left over there.
You know, when the waves calm down a little bit, you know, it's so easy to go right, get on the conveyor belt, and get back out there. As the conditions have changed and the tide has changed here, we've really seen the left open up because you no longer have to worry. He's very happy. He's waving to all his fans.
Said that was the funnest wave I've caught today, man. So, you know what they say, the guy that's having the most fun is the biggest winner. So, Elan going left, getting up to his feet. It's got a little check cut back right there off the whitewater. Gets back to the open face right here, and you want to be at the top of the wave, getting those points when you do those turns. And here he comes back with another change of direction. If you can't get to the top of the wave, a good change of direction, little tap off the whitewater right there. And Elan claiming that one. Super stoked for him. Yeah, so we've had a few events here today that have just made this day awesome. the 10 that Robson Gaspari threw up there, that high heat score that Kai Colas, were you watching that? Kai with a 9.5 and a 9.17.
If there's one thing I make sure is when Kai's in the water to be watching.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's just got that patented move. And look, Casey Proud right there on his heels, pushing him hard. But Kai is your now 3-time ASP world champ, and he's just pushing the limits, man.
You know what was really exciting this week? Speaking another of the younger median that's helping the overall age decrease, Parker Olnick. Parker Olnick in the semifinals. I mean, Parker's been surfing here since I don't even know what age he started competing at, but to see him win his heat, to take down Casey. You know, Casey's been surfing strong all week, putting up 6, 7, 8, 9 all the way. And Parker won his semifinal. To see him advance into the finals just really shows that heat, the unassisted prone, is just stacked with heavy hitters.
I got to call that heat, and I think if you go back there, you'll see me say I think that was the best heat I've ever seen Parker surf. And I've got to see Parker surf a lot. Got to coach him through his younger career. He was on the Stoke for Life junior surf team for about 18 months. While we were doing that little program, got to go to Hawaii as a teenager, surfing in a mixed adult division. Parker scored the only 10 of the entire contest in Hawaii. So no stranger to great competition. He's traveled to all the tour events for every single year that the tour has been in existence for 4 years straight. So Parker just getting some time, making that final. And just elevating his surfing on that King's Paddle Sports board that he designed a couple years ago with the SDSU colors on it. So congrats, Parker, on a great showing here.
I'm pretty excited. Dave and Rhonda dropped me off what I'm going to call a Chaka special. They created a wave ski for me that is modeled 100% around Chaka's board. And we'll see how that one does in the ocean. I didn't want to switch boards into the finals, but really excited. Dave and Rhonda, longtime supporters of this event, of Chaka, of Stoke for Life, and many competitors, with creating one-off boards that are specific to each individual's needs. Dave and Rhonda. Dave told me yesterday that he has been shaping boards for 53 years.
Yeah, his family, his dad was a shaper. His dad brought the first open water canoe from Hawaii in 1949 to San Onofre. So the Dom family, King's Paddle Sports family, very, very embedded in ocean. So yeah, we want to thank Dave. He came in the booth with me for a little bit yesterday and just, gave me a hard time.
That's what he does best. And I just saw him run by, but, we talked about it earlier, the family, the community. Kevin and Samantha Olnick, Parker's family, they don't care who you are. They just care if you're having a good time, and they want to help elevate your good time. And, having Kevin and Samantha be a part of this, Kevin now is the captain or the head member of the U.S. Para Surf team. Uh-oh, here we go, right at the buzzer. After the buzzer. Okay, good. I didn't want to see that little infraction there decide to change things, because these guys all surf their hearts out here. Look at that, a 12, a 9.23, and a 9 for our top 3 competitors.
Very good scores here. The surf holding up at the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by the University of St. Augustine. We're going to cut to a commercial. We'll be right back.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
Welcome back to the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. Right there, you're seeing Colin Cook from Hawaii in the above knee stand men's. You got Uncle Sandy out there with his Spam shorts on, welcoming Colin from Hawaii. You got Team Hawaii down there. You got Aaron Polk down there from Maui. All the Hawaii boys down there saying congrats. Colin Cook is your U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Champion in the above knee stand men's division. He is also your AASP World Champion as he traveled to every event. He pulled a Kai Colas. He won every event.
That's awesome to see. High Fives was lucky enough to give Colin a grant to buy that leg right there, and it's obviously paying off as he just dominated this year in this division. He's getting hoisted because no champion's feet should ever touch the sand, and it's staying true here regardless if you have a prosthetic or not. There's Jeff Spack Robertson, longtime supporter, and actually the guy that got High Fives to start adaptive surfing. We're so lucky to be blessed with someone like Jeff Spack Robertson. He is just a true just humanitarian. He's so great, and just like all the great volunteers we have, he's awesome.
You want to hear my Spack story?
Yeah, I mean any Spacks. We could have a whole broadcast on Spack.
How I met Jeff Robertson, I went and surfed an adaptive surf contest at C Street in Ventura, and it was bombing, and I had a brand new board, and a lot of times at C Street I'll go left. But at this point, I thought I would go right, and I got stuck on the rocks over there, and nobody would come out. There was no water support. I didn't have Stoke for Life at that time, so I couldn't take anybody with me. I'm on my brand new Kings board, and it's dry docked on the rocks, and I'm sitting on a rock, literally waving my hands. And who comes screaming down the beach and diving in the water but Jeff Spack Robertson, saving my board, saving my life, and he's been saving me ever since.
Now, was that the competition when I met you and you ripped your fin box out when you made finals and then couldn't surf the finals? And I didn't even know what a fin box was. You're like, I can't surf. My fin box got ripped off. I'm like, why? What's the big deal? Why can't you surf? You need those things?
No, different contest, actually. You weren't at that one, but he was. And I believe landing, I'm forgetting his name now, but one of your athletes was there surfing.
Landon McGully.
Yeah, and that's why Jeff was there. And I didn't know Jeff. I didn't know he was with High Fives. I didn't know anything. I just knew that he put himself in harm's way to get me off the rock. When I told him, please take my board first, he laughed at me and was like, are you crazy, dude? And I'm like, it's brand new. And he's like, I don't care.
Boards are replaceable. Chaka is not.
Yeah, so he gave me a good laugh, and we've been super good friends ever since. What a great human. HighFivesFoundation really has a great crew of guys, great staff, great people, and always giving back to the community. And, I got to see Uncle Chuck yesterday, too, coming off when I came out of the booth.
Uncle Chuck was here yesterday. Uncle Chuck, one of the greatest watermen to really ever grace the ocean. Can surf anything, can get on any wave. Malou getting out there, getting a little help from Jonathan Borba, who I believe was the winner, correct, of the upper limb?
He was the winner, followed by Robson Gaspari in that 10, and then Ant Smythe.
If they would have had I feel like he changes his name every contest just to keep it kind of guessing, but I believe his full name is Michael Voss Richards.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay.
He's not here this year, but he is the Super Ripper, and he's kind of set the standard for that. He won the U.S. Open a couple years in a row. I think he went to Hawaii this year and won in Hawaii, but he hasn't shown up at any other events. You do have to do at least 2 events out of the 3. If we have 4 events like we did last year, you'd have to do 3 out of the 4 to qualify to win a world championship. You can't just come to one and walk away with the cash. You gotta travel, and you gotta go to other events to give yourself a real opportunity to catch the title of the U.S. Of the ASP.
Now, Lori Phipps, she's from the UK, correct?
Technically, she's a confusing story to me because she sounds Australian, she speaks French, and I'm lost after that.
Okay, so she is either Australian, UK, or French. We'll go with that she is an international competitor.
Perfect. I love that. But she's out there ripping, man. She's been here all week, testing the waters out there, throwing it down. Her and Adam Land.
Oh, here we go. We're getting some more wave action out the back, actually. It seems like we got some lines that are starting to show up and moving our competitors back out into the zone.
How are these conditions, brother?
Oh,
they
my God.
Just great.
We didn't even have any, the San Diego overcast this morning.
We didn't. When I was coming down the coast, I told my wife, I said, look how sunny it is. There's no overcast.
I was putting on sunscreen around 10 a.m. each day. I put sunscreen on at 7 a.m. this morning. I was not messing around at all. Here we go, another great shot from Alex in this drone, really showing the magnitude. I remember the first U.S. Open we came to, I think there was 2 tents on the beach.
Yeah, pretty small.
I don't even think we had a true judging tower. I mean, look at the size of that judging tower. Look at the size of the competitor area. And then we've got our great friends from Hands with Heart underneath that other big white tent, providing free one-on-one personal healing, personal physical therapy, and then all the great sponsors that set up tents along the way as well.
And we were at the last white tent there by the pier. That's me and Roy inside there, having a great time today. Super blessed to be able to call some heats with you. I heard from Bo Hodge the other day. Bo was our longtime announcer, and we miss you, Bo. We can't wait to get you back, and hopefully next year, Bo will be on the call with us here in the booth and carrying us like he always does.
Great Bo Hodge story. His mom, she lives in Sparks, Nevada, which is about 30 minutes from the High Fives headquarters. Bo reached out to me, said he was in town, and we ended up having Bo for 3 straight days working at our facility. Bo had a tragic event in his life that has kept him away from here, and we had Bo spend 3 whole days with us working between our sauna and our cold plunge and our trainers and all the different modalities of healing. And not only getting to watch Bo heal, but getting to have Bo right there just to spend time with him. I mean, his stories are endless. His storytelling ability is one of the best, and he is a long-time voice of not only the adaptive, but almost any surf event that has happened on the Hawaii shores.
He is the voice of Hawaii surfing for sure. For a long, long time, for the 70s, 80s, and 90s, into the 2000s, Bo, and I've had the good fortune to be able to call heats with him, and Fig, Rockin' Fig was our announcer for a bunch of years too, and I had Bo Hodge and Rockin' Fig, so I had the voice of California, Southern California surfing, and I had Bo Hodge, the voice of Hawaiian surfing, being the announcers for the U.S. Open. Unfortunately, Fig, 3 years ago, suffered a heart attack and left us, but on every U.S. Open shirt since then, it says in loving memory of Fig. And we love you, Rick Fignetti.
What is the soundtrack that the Jedi requested when he won his complete blind division?
Oh, I can't remember that,
but it was a Fig song.
But Fig had it.
Yeah,
man. Fig rocked it.
How about this? This is the beauty of the community. Nikki Mahar, who's one of our incredible community members, just sent me an entire update on Lori Phipp. So Lori Phipp is French. She grew up mostly in France, but spent much of her family time in Australia. She does speak fluent French and has an Australian accent, yes, as you mentioned.
I'm confused.
But so the UK is not correct. She is a surfer from France. Nikki, thank you so much. Thank you for all you do, and thanks for all the love that you give to this community.
Yeah, that's a great update for us, because even though I know Lori, and it's confusing. You've got a super thick Australian accent, and then you're hanging out with the French folks, and you're speaking fluent French and doing it well,
Jedi would love to come in here and accommodate during the blind. Jedi, it's just not good on the line. Huh? It's just not good on the line. Can't carry this. Okay, so how about commentating on that up there with those guys?
Lori Phipp's out there just chilling, sitting on a 3.17. She had some scores from yesterday. Let me try to see what those are. Trying to keep up with this round robin, these smaller divisions with 4 or less people. Surf a round robin, that's 2 25-minute heats. You take the 2 best scores out of that, and you have your heat scores. So right now, Lori Phipp's sitting on that 3.17.
Watch it paddle right at me.
So Lori Phipps just chilling out there, O-side to herself with Malu Mendez sitting on the inside. Lori is sitting on a 7 from yesterday, a 7.17 from yesterday. The two-wave total from yesterday is a 12.84, sitting on a 7.17 and a 5.67. So none of those scores today are going to go into her score line as of yet. Malu Mendez sitting on a 1.33 for today. Malu had a combined score of a 3.5 yesterday. Her top score was a 2, and her second wave score was a 1.5, so that 1.33 is not going to go into her score line either. So imagine just chilling out there. Well, you just did. Just a couple of your buddies. You just did, bro. Like, imagine that. Then you just did it. So great to see you out there surfing at a very high level. I think this is one of the best U.S. Opens. I mean, we've had every single one. Last year was maybe the smallest we had it, I think, was about 2 to 3 foot. This year, definitely nice, solid 3 to 4 foot all the way through. Previous years, we've had it macking between 3 and 5 and 6 foot. So this venue has always given us waves. We've never had thank the Lord that we've never had a U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championship with no waves. So here's Lori paddling into a nice right-hander. She's got such a cool style, dude. Yeah. She's got that bend knee classic kind of longboard style. She goes down on that one after a little cutback. Tried to get it off the white water, couldn't quite pull it off. That's not going to factor in, I don't think. She's trying to drop a 5.67. She's got a top score of a 7.17 from yesterday. So this is a round robin, second heat of a round robin. So they'll take the 2 best scores out of those 2 heats, and they will get your winner. And Lori Phipps traveled with the tour this year, so she's gonna grab a title. You know, traveling around like that, it's a lot of work, it costs a lot of money, and it's a lot of sponsors, a lot of opportunity comes with it, but also a lot of responsibility. So we want to reward you for doing that. Lori Phipps, this is her first ever U.S. Open. So she will walk away with a title, most likely. If Malu doesn't change the situation, Malu's going to need to score at least a 13. That's a big order, tall order. So Lori throws up a 3.4 on that up and down ride that she had. Malu adds a 0.23. So, Roy, let's talk about what's next for High Fives, man. I know you guys got the gala coming up later this year. I know we got Waco. Let's talk about it, brother. Let's talk about it.
October 5 through 8, we're taking yourself and some others down to Waco. We have a great partnership with Waco Surf down in Waco, Texas, and 3 days. And we kind of transformed our schedule. You know, years past, we've gone 2 hard days of 12-hour stints. This year, we're going to do a night session on the first night, a delayed start on the second day, and then an all-out assault on the third day. But we've got over 15 adaptive athletes coming with some incredible water support and everything, and it's going to be really great to, just have fun be the number one opportunity for us all to have. There's no competition. It's more or less who can smile the largest on the wave.
Absolutely. And I've had the good fortune to go to Waco, and in that, you doing that Waco event there, you got me back in the water after I was out of the water for almost 2 full years, and I was in a lot of pain. You really helped me get healed by going to Nancy as well, and Dr. B over there in Vegas for my reconstructive surgery. So you've been a huge part of my healing and getting me back in the water, and I've always been a waterman, but you know, when you have a wound like that, I just could not get in the water for almost 2 full years. And you said, you know what, Chaka, the only way you're going to get in the water is if you get in the water. So get on a plane, get to Waco. And I got to Waco, and boy, I ate my lunch for about 45 minutes. But after that, man, I caught so many good waves. I was so stoked. And then year 2 and 3, man, it was just all out assault, as you said. You count how many waves can come through in a 4-wave set, and once a minute for 12 straight hours. There's a zillion waves to be caught, and man, it's such a good time, and I can't wait to go back. super blessed that you invite us to that and that you provide that for us. What else does High Fives have going, and how can people get involved?
The easiest way is, following us on our social channels and our website. We have a lot of bike camps that we're rounding out the year. Our Mastercraft Wake Surf program that we have in conjunction with Cal Customs provides over 200 hours of adaptive wake surfing on Lake Tahoe, and that comes to a conclusion around September 30th, really when the water just starts to become unbearable in Lake Tahoe, where wetsuits don't really even keep you warm. I mean, no one really wants to surf in a 5'4". I like surfing in trunks. It's what I really love, what I love about Hawaii. And, then from there we do we got a camp in Puerto Rico for a good group, a collection of adaptive athletes down in the Rincon zone that Chuck Patterson sets up for us. There is Malu right there. That is definitely going to be her best wave of the day. Malu Mendez from Brazil.
So you guys do much like us. You have a lot more pillars to your foundation than we do. We have just Surf Camps Ocean Therapy, and we're doing some adaptive sports fishing. You've been doing some adaptive fishing for quite a while. You do some fly fishing in Montana. Is that what you're going? And then you do some stuff on the East Coast. So let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, we do some sport fishing, very similar to the Stoke for Real component that you do down here off of Coronado. We just got back from Narragansett, Rhode Island. This incredible family, the Nolman Lewis family, put together this opportunity for us to bring a lot of adaptive athletes going out. This year I caught some bonita. We also caught this year an 8-foot, 150-pound brown shark.
Nice.
That's been the biggest of anything we've ever hooked in that time period. We also have a Truckee Fly Fish camp happening next week, and later this year we'll be making a big announcement as we'll be expanding the operations of High Fives to Dillon, Montana by acquiring a great nonprofit up there called Access Unlimited, which is run by this incredible human, Jesse Alberry. So High Fives is continually finding ways to branch out and increase our footprint, and our next endeavor will be the inclusion of Access Unlimited as a program service. We did this some years back with a program called Return to Dirt, which is a motorsports division out of Glenwood Springs run by Tim Burr. That has given us the opportunity to partner with Polaris and a lot of other rad brands like Yokohama and RCR Racing and SureGrip to create these all-inclusive, hand-driven side-by-sides. And so that program operates out of Colorado. We'll be expanding to Montana. We have operations in Vermont, Nevada, and California. And we just really want to take what we've been good at. We've been really great at finding ways to fund adaptive sports. And I think that's something that you and I have experienced for a long time. The funding that is here for this is nothing to the comparable level that, the able-bodied individuals are getting from brands and from companies. And, lucky for us, Stoke for Life, High Fives, Challenge Athletes Foundation, Life Rolls On, and continually more organizations that give the opportunity to have these experiences, knock down barriers, and create inclusive opportunities to enjoy life without any barriers.
I love that about High Fives. You guys have just helped us elevate the World Tour. You've helped at every single event. You bring 10, 12, 15 athletes. You bring 5, 8, 10 water guys. So our success is definitely connected to the work that you guys are putting in, so we appreciate that. This webcast is brought to you by HighFivesFoundation, so we're able to introduce the world to the U.S. Open for the very first time after 8 years, thanks to you, Roy, and I appreciate all the love and support that you give us. And, man, you put on a show for us this past week, man. Congratulations on a great, great contest and a great actual tour for yourself, man.
Thanks, brother. And what were our stats? You shared them with me the other day, but for our first time ever, our stats for our first day were kind of off the charts.
Yeah, you guys had some really good response to this webcast, and it's grown every single day. So we're super blessed on that.
I'm excited to see what everybody kind of tunes in for finals. So it's going to be exciting to see what the numbers and the reach were from finals day, and then adding that with all the other days that, the webcast was made available from day 1, day 2, and day 3, and then obviously today, the finals day. And this is awesome, Chaka. Usually when we're in the booth, we're like looking at a screen.
Right.
We don't get to look at
The
not only
ocean.
the surfing, but also the ocean. And this setup is beautiful because we do get to see, very inclusive, video that shows us the surfer, like our surfer in green here. But rarely when we do these webcasts do we also get to look at the ocean.
Yeah, we got a pretty good sight of the ocean. That was Lori Phipps with the life rolls on replay, throwing down a 6.17. That is going to go into her score line for the round robin. She's got a 7.17 from yesterday. She drops that 5.67 from yesterday, and she will add a 6.17 to her score line. So she's looking super solid. It's the last about 6 minutes of this heat, and these girls are just kind of conveyor belting around, surfing, having a great time. They're super stoked to just be able to get the break to all themselves with these crazy conditions. Just beautiful right now.
We've got 3 divisions left after this one before this event wraps up. And then the awards, as you mentioned, they're going to be live broadcast for the first time ever. So if you're not here, you will be able to see the champions being crowned for the AASP World Tour and also the results, the top 4 in each of these divisions, and the surfers that are getting awarded these incredible awards.
Definitely awesome opportunity brought to you by HighFivesFoundation. Super blessed to have this opportunity to kind of show you guys what this year looks like. And what we did earlier, you were talking about our adaptive fishing program. We rented a boat out of San Diego out of Fisherman's Landing, the Dolphin, an 85-foot sports fishing vessel. We went to the Coronado Islands in Mexico, and we had guys from England. We had Spike Kane. We had the 2 Japanese gentlemen, Kenjiro Ito and Masafumi Kobayashi. We had Anthony Smythe from South Africa. We had Trevor Beer on there, local kid from a wheelchair, and I met him through social media as I saw him on Facebook from a wheelchair landing a 130-pound bluefin tuna on 60-pound test. The kid's a monster. And and then we put also Jerry McLean on there. So we had a bunch of people in chairs, amputees, upper limb appendages, and every single person caught a fish. But the cool thing was, right when we got into Mexican waters, about 2 miles off the tip of South Island, a gray whale decided to breach and greet us and just throwing down.
My man Ty Turner, who's not here from Canada, competes in the Neil division. He's hyper-focused on Cortina 2026, a double amputee, the reigning 2-time gold medalist. Has really put all his focus into his snowboarding on the Canadian snowboard team. He will be joining us in Waco, Texas. He's got a TV show that's really highlighting adaptive sports and making Ty try sports that he doesn't know. So little do you know, Ty Turner will be wave skiing at Waco.
Nice.
So we'll have some good coaches between yourself and the others joining that are on the that are wave skiers that are coming to Waco.
Nice. I love that for Ty Turner. That is the end of your below knee stand women's division. It's going to be Lori Phipps is going to be your U.S. Open champ. She is also going to be your AASP World Champion. We'll be discussing more of that when we get back from this ad break.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
Welcome back, you guys, to the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by the University of St. Augustine. We have seen some incredible surfing today. Currently, we are in the unassisted prone women's division. We have Catherine Beatty in green and Sarah Betancourt in white. Betancourt, sorry about that. Looks like we are just getting started in this heat. We're down to about 20 minutes, or a little bit behind on the time here on the webcast, but according to the beach announcers, there's just about 20 minutes left out in the water. Looks like Catherine Beatty has a 1.5 to start off. You can just see our champ from the last final coming out of the water there, getting congratulations from everybody. It's a huge congratulations to her. Amazing surfing. High fives all around. We just have 3 more finals left today. We're in the unassist prone women's division right now. Then we're going to have the kneel upright women's division. And then we'll finish off the day with blind no vision men's. And then right afterwards, about 1:50 in the afternoon, we're going to finish up and have our awards ceremony, where we will be crowning our world champions, which is going to be super exciting. We'll be crowning the champions of this event and our world title winners. See Catherine out in the lineup there. Catherine is tied with Sarah Bloom right now for the rankings. They're both in first place for the unassisted prone division. And I could be mistaken, but I don't believe that Sarah Bloom made it to the competition this year.
Yeah, Sam Bloom did not make it to the competition, even though we miss her big time. Her and Cam are a staple of the adaptive surf community. She was unable to make it to the contest, but you can see she won the Australian Pro. She got second in Hawaii. She is a formidable opponent. She has set the standard for this women's division. But unfortunately, she was unable to make it. And Sarah Betancourt, I guess, had a family emergency where she was unable to also make it. She was trying to take a plane in landing yesterday. I got an email from her saying she was landing yesterday, and unfortunately, she's just unable to make it. So we are sorry about that. Hopefully Sarah's okay. Hopefully her family's okay. And we miss you, and hope to see you soon, Sarah. Her and her husband, Matt.
Just about 17 minutes left out in the water. You can see a nice shot from the beach here. It is just a gorgeous day out here in Oceanside. The tide is starting to drop a little bit now. We still have some great waves coming in. Got a little bit more wind on it than we had this morning. A little onshore wind, but nothing too terrible. There's still some higher scores being dropped, some definitely good rippable waves out there. We've had really great conditions the whole competition. We've been seeing a little bit messier conditions, a little bit more wind towards the afternoon, but overall, we've still been seeing super high scores get put down from these athletes throughout the entire competition, which has just been amazing. I know everybody's super stoked to be here in Oceanside for 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships.
Yeah. And the girls really showed out this contest, man. The girls, the women have really shown what they're capable of. We're super stoked to be able to elevate women's adaptive surfing on the professional level. You got everybody out here just showing what they can do. You saw Jocelyn Newmiller. You saw Sarah Vallejo, Almagro, also just elevating. You're out here seeing the women wave skiers. Oh, my goodness, Elena Nichols. Mira Nelson, Melina Garbuzov just showing out, catching a bunch of killer waves. Super blessed. She's out there, saw Lori Phipps with that classic bend knee style. She's got such a smooth looking style.
Here we go. We've got Catherine. Bangs it off the top there.
Snaps that thing, right? Look at her claim. She's like, she knows. She powered through that. What a great wave for Catherine. And again, Sam Bloom is basically the standard for this division. She has been for quite a few years. Winning U.S. Open titles. She is your defending AASP world champion. But she is raising the game of all of these women. Sarah Bentoncourt also. You know, if you watch Sarah surf, boy, she don't surf like a girl. She surfs like an all-star. That's what she does. Nice big drop right here and bangs off the top. Just kind of see her hanging on sideways there and just pulls through it. She's stoked. Big bang right there. 6.67 on the scorecards.
Starting strong, and that's also going to take out one of her scores from yesterday, the 6.33. She has a 6.33 and an 8 from yesterday. We are on a round robin structure for this final, so their scores from their last semifinal heat yesterday will carry over until today. So she was coming in with an 8 and a 6.33, but with that last 6.77, it's going to help her out for sure. And then unfortunately, Sarah wasn't able to make it to the semifinal heat yesterday, so she is starting fresh today, but still has about 14 minutes out there to get the job done. She's looking to beat Catherine's 8 and her new 6.67 that she just got.
Is she out there? I don't think she's out there. I got an email from her yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She had a family emergency.
Oh,
So
sorry, got that mixed up with
no,
Sam.
Yeah, I don't think that she's out there. So yeah, Catherine Beatty's just out there ripping it up. Look at the whole playing field by herself.
What a dream.
Just get to paddle out there for 25 minutes, rip it up, hang out with yourself. She just put up a really nice score, 6.67, claiming that one big bang off the top. So this has been a fantastic year for the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships and the Association of Adaptive Surfing Professionals. Even though we are back down to 3 events, we were up to 4 events last year. Back down to 3 events this year. It was much more manageable. There's some big set coming in right there that just nobody is on. Split peak left and right, looking beautiful. Going unridden. But we were able to really attack some really great waves at Byron Bay, and there's a great drone shot from pilot girl Alex. Look at that great footprint, the contest right there. What a beautiful shot of what we're doing here at the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. All the volunteers on the beach, want to thank every single person that made this happen. On the volunteers, the sponsors, all the announcers, Brandon Glade, Jamie Stone, yourself, Charlie, thank you so much for coming out from Costa Rica. It was a pleasure to have you out here. Such professionalism, giving us the ability to have a great webcast team, really strong, very knowledgeable. So I'm really feeling good about what the U.S. Open just accomplished. We will crown 15 world champions, and we'll give away a collective prize pool purse of just over $60,000.
Wow, that's amazing. And thank you so much, Chaka. I'm so happy to be here. This has just been an incredible event. The vibes are at an all-time high. Everybody's so supportive. Everybody's smiling, and it's just been a beautiful thing to be a part of. So I'm super happy to be here for the U.S. Open of Adaptive Surfing Championships. What an honor.
Well, Roy, while you were gone, he committed to having a webcast next year as well, because they paid for this webcast. They sponsored it. He loved it so much. He says we'll come in at the same level we did last year at this year. So, Charlie, if you're down for it, get a verbal from you right now. You come back next year, get in the booth with us. We'd love to have you back. We'd love to have you a part of the rotation.
Oh, thank you so much. I would love to come back next year. This is definitely an event that I would not want to miss out on. So I appreciate that, and I will definitely be back next year then.
We love that for us and for you. So right now, Catherine Beatty just chilling. She's got 13 more minutes of just surfing Oceanside Pier by herself. Pretty much an exhibition of what the women are capable of right here. She's just having a great time.
Yeah, what a dream to have the north side of Oceanside Pier all to yourself for 25 minutes. She's already bettered her score from yesterday. She's just competing with herself out there and truly doing an amazing job. Here we go. Looks like she's giving this one a look. Gets into it here. Nice. Goes over to the left. Gets a kind of closes out, but she might get the reform here on the inside. Changing directions, heading more towards the right now. Just looking for that reform. Looks like that one might stay foamy on her. She's going to bring it on in. Our amazing volunteers are going to help her get down the beach again, get right back out there. Here is our replay from Life Rolls On.
Beautiful little wave. Kind of went left, hoping that it would give her that little reform. And then she just gets a little change of direction. She's just out there doing victory laps, having a great time right now.
Yep, just out there by herself, able to take whichever wave she wants. And like I just said, what a dream to be able to surf the north side of Oceanside Pier all by yourself for 25 minutes. I don't think there's too many people out there that can say that.
Yeah, I don't think there's, this only happens every once in a while where we get these small divisions. Most of the time what we would do is we would put her in a mixed division and another small division that has one or two people in it, and then we'd combine those two and they'd get scored separately, but they would surf in the same heat. That way it saves time on the schedule. But we didn't want it, well, we had Sarah all the way in that, so when we have a division with two people in it, sometimes we'll mix the two with another two, but we wanted to give the women the whole platform for themselves.
And that was an example of what y'all got to see if you were here earlier with us in our partial vision impairment category, where we had two men out there and Emma was out there crushing it. She's out there with the men but was getting scored individually as a woman, and she took the title as well, so huge congratulations to her. And we just have about 8 minutes left on the clock. She's got time to get one more wave out there. We just saw her making her way back out. And then up next, we are going to have our kneel upright women's division. So that will be super exciting to watch, the final of that. And then we are going to finish up the day here with our last heat, or our last final, for the blind no vision men's category. So that's always a super exciting one to watch as well. It's always very impressive, their communication with their guides out there, working off of verbal cues, and just truly impressive the way that they are able to surf at such a high level. I love watching that category.
Had a really high level of surfing, 3 10s during the contest, numerous 8s, high 9s. Awesome event this year. Very great conditions, weather, people, volunteers, sponsors. Super stoked on this event this year. We couldn't be any happier. Super grateful for all of the support from all of our sponsors.
Yeah, super grateful to those sponsors. This would not be possible without them, so we are just so happy to be here. And like you were saying, we've seen incredible waves all weekend long for the whole event. I mean, seeing 3 10s in one event is truly spectacular. And we've seen lots of high 9s, high 8s, tons of 7s. Just had really good waves this event.
This one will go in the books as one of the best. You know, we've been fortunate that we have had good waves here pretty much every single time we've had this contest. So this is just a testimony to the venue of Oceanside Pier and the waves that Oceanside brings. So we are super stoked.
Yeah, I could definitely not have a better location for our final every year. We will be back here again next year and for several years up until at least 2030 for our final of the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships right here in Oceanside. So if you're listening to us on the webcast and you weren't able to make it this year, we'll be here again next year.
And the year after that, and the year after that. And that's thanks to the University of St. Augustine. We just love you guys. Thank you so much for seeing the value in this event, seeing the value in this community, and lifting us up. We super appreciate.
Yeah, and you can see the University of St. Augustine's banner hanging from the pier right there if you look over to the left of the screen. Super, super grateful for their support. And we just have about 5 minutes left in this heat, give or take. Our clock's a little bit off here on the webcast, but according to the beach announcer, just around 5 more minutes out there. See if Catherine can grab one more wave before it's over. Her last wave was a 4, which is not going to enter into her 2 best waves. She's working with an 8 from yesterday and a 6.67 from today. So she'll be looking in this last 5 minutes to better that 6.67.
And again, we are going to webcast the award ceremony. So guys, stick around. It's going to take a few minutes for us to set up the award ceremony, but stick around. We'd love for you guys to share the moment with us when we crown U.S. Open title champions and we crown AASP world champions. It's all going down here in just a little bit. All of the sponsors, all of the volunteers that make this happen, we are incredibly grateful. It's a long week, it's a long year, and it all accumulates here at the U.S. Open, and it was all worth it, man. It was all well worth it. I'm trying to juggle pizza over here and point structures. Charlie, what's happening?
Well, she is still out there, Catherine is. She's back up in the lineup now. She's in position, trying to see if she can get one more wave before this final's over, see if she can better that 6.67. But she is just out there competing with herself right now, enjoying her time out in the lineup all by herself, which is so amazing to have that time in such an incredible surf spot, be able to have her pick of the set. So as soon as that set rolls through here, I'm sure she's going to be taking advantage of that. We just have a few more minutes left in this heat, and then we are going to go on to our kneel upright women's final, which is going to be super exciting to watch as well. So if you guys are listening, I recommend you hang around for that one. Looks like there might be a little wave coming through here. She's taking a look at it. Looks like she's going to paddle for this one. She wants it. Doesn't quite make it into that one. But she is looking to better a 6.67, so if she wants to get a higher score up on the board, she's going to be looking for a wave that's going to be able to give her that, something with a little size on it. Nice wall, stays open for her. But that's the best part about being out there by yourself, is she can pick whichever wave she wants. And looks like there's a really nice one coming through now. She's turned around, she's in position. Here she goes, she's paddling for it. Doesn't make it into that one, but you know that was probably for the best, because you can see that wave kind of petered out a little weird. Another one coming through. Giving this one a look. She's paddling for it, and she goes for it. Here we go. Catherine Beatty up and riding, going down the line here. Heading over towards the left. She's looking for that reform on the inside. We'll see if that wave stands up for her. Just bringing it on in. Looks like she's going to take this one all the way to the beach. And she will probably call it there. We just have about a minute left, so not quite enough time for her to get back out into the lineup again. But an amazing performance from Catherine. Super stoked to see her better one of her waves from yesterday. So she is finishing up with an 8 and a 6.67. Super awesome total there.
Threw up an excellent score, eh?
Yeah, she was crushing it
Yeah,
yesterday as well.
She did have a good session yesterday for sure. You can see all the water help. Those are most likely students from the University of St. Augustine. And there's Jeremy Wilson. If you are following KOTC TV, you saw Jeremy last night throwing a fat pump out to us on a cool reel that KOTCB made yesterday. I think it's KOCTV. Sorry about that. I got to go in their studios last Thanksgiving. Maybe we'll do it again. We'll get back to you after this ad break at the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
All right, you guys, welcome back to the 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by the University of St. Augustine. And also thank you so much to High Fives for sponsoring our live stream this year. There you can see Catherine coming out of the water, your champion for the unassist prone women's division. Super excited for her. She's got a big smile on her face. Had an excellent score of an 8 yesterday. Brought in a 6.67 just now in her last heat. And we are moving on to the kneel upright women's final.
And this again is a second heat of the round robin. So these girls will take scores from yesterday and scores from today. The two best scores from those two heats will dictate your winner. And right now, Barbie Garcia has a real stranglehold on the AASP World Championship. Manuela Blanchette, even if she wins and Barbie gets third, Barbie would still have enough points to claim that title. So mathematically, there's nothing anybody can do from Barbie. She traveled the whole tour. She won the Australian Pro. She got third place in Hawaii, even though some of the other girls traveled to some of the other events. They weren't able to catch Barbie. So she's going to do, she's never won a U.S. Open title. So that's not in the bag. You know, these other girls have scores from yesterday that they put up that might factor in, and I'll give you a update on that real quick.
Yeah, she's looking pretty good going into this heat from her scores from yesterday. Barbie is.
Oh, nice. So she does have a 5.5 from yesterday and a 5. Is that what I'm seeing? No, 5 and a 5.3. So, or 3.5, excuse me. I'm dyslexic right now. It's been a long week, man.
Been looking at a lot of numbers.
Yes, and I'm still trying to get to their numbers, but you just brought them right before my face. So Barbie is looking to better that 3.5 and sitting on a 5. And
Oh, here we go. We've got Emanuele paddling. Didn't quite get into that one. That's okay, though. Still plenty of time left on the clock. And she is looking to better a 1.67 and a 1.33 from yesterday.
yeah, and it looks like Ashley Okura is not out there either. So we had a couple of late dropouts, people that registered for the event that weren't able to actually make it.
Here comes Barbie. She's paddling for this one. Gets on up there to her knees, and she's up and riding. Kind of pulls out from there. That wave kind of died out on her. But again, plenty of time left in the heat. She's still got some good scores to fall back on from yesterday. So we'll see what happens out here.
She is. Here's your life rolls on replay. Kind of almost digging the nose on that one. She was able to recover. Gets up to her knees. Gets kind of stuck in the white water. Not able to navigate that one too much. But again, that 1.83 is not going to factor in. Barbie from Ensenada, Mexico. Home break, Playa Hermosa. It's a very formidable wave for anybody. Her and her family own the bar down there, restaurant called Zanzibar, if you're ever in Ensenada and you want a great meal and some really banging drinks, check out Zanzibar. It is handicap accessible. One thing that people might not know about Barbie Garcia, she's an architect.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so she designed the inside of the bar before she had her accident, and it just so happened that she made it handicap accessible. So she keeps calling me. My daughter and her are very good friends. She took my wife and my daughter and some of our family friends down to Zanzibar. I was actually on a trip in Mexico, so I could not join them, but I will be joining them later this month. So get to go down and check out Zanzibar and Barbie's facilities down there. Can't wait.
You can see she's made it back out to the lineup. Both the girls are out there, ready for the set to come on in. Emanuele has priority right now, and Barbie's in second priority. So White's going to be able to choose whichever wave that she prefers that rolls through here.
Finally, after a long morning, the conditions getting a little windy. Luckily, we didn't have this wind bump earlier. Did have some nice conditions going through the week.
Yeah, we have had beautiful conditions all week long. Haven't had any wind in the mornings, just a little bit in the afternoons. Looks like the wind's got on a little bit now, as you were saying, but we've still been seeing some high scores get dropped, even in super windy conditions towards the ends of the day. I mean, we saw Dariel's 10 in the last heat of the day yesterday. I mean, we got a 10 dropped in the last heat of the day when it was super windy, and so there's still really good waves rolling through.
And I would have to say that 10 was well deserved with three maneuver combo, just 1, 2, 3 after another. Really great surfing by Dariel.
Yeah, that was an incredible wave, and the way that he linked his turns together, there was no hopping in between, there was no check turns, there was no pumping. It was just super fluid, really flowy, connected from one maneuver to the next, and had a huge finishing turn, and so obviously it paid off for him.
2 10s yesterday, 1 10 today. Robson Gaspari just blowing the top off of that wave. Such a well-deserved opportunity for him. Robson just coming out the upper limb men's division, showing out how much that surfing that those guys do in that division is Just such a high level. Super stoked on that. And we haven't had that division with anybody in it for 2 years. So used to be one of the healthy divisions that we had, in a couple years it fell off. Some of the competitors were unable to make it. And now we just bounce back, and the division looks stronger than ever. With Jonathan Borba claiming his first U.S. Open title in that division. He's been here 4 times, been runner-up twice, and this will be the first time that he actually gets his hand on the title.
Wow, amazing. So we are super stoked for him on that. Just an incredible accomplishment, especially with the level of surfing being so high here at the U.S. Open. I mean, we have athletes from all over the world competing here at the U.S. Open. We have 16 different countries, a total of 75 athletes, so truly just an amazing turnout. See both girls paddling here. Looks like they might see something on the horizon. Getting into position. Still have about a little less than 15 minutes remaining out there. And then up next, we are going to have our blind no vision heat for our last final of the day. That one's going to be super exciting to watch. And Barbie's paddling for this one, decides not to go for it, but Emanuele has priority, tries to get in there, can't quite make it down into the face of the wave. Might see the priority switch up here. There it is, and now Barbie is in first priority, sitting out there in the lineup. She's ready for it. Emanuele making her way right back out there. Just see her getting ready. And we want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors for this event. We are so grateful. It would not be possible without them. This is the 2025 U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. Our title sponsor is the University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences, so we are super grateful to them. And our hosting sponsor, Visit Oceanside. We also want to say thank you so much to the Stoke for Life Foundation, the HighFivesFoundation, Sticky Bumps, Surf Gimp Foundation, and many more that I will get right back to because Barbie is paddling right now. Didn't quite make it into that one. Then we look over and we see Emanuele. A little bit of a wipeout going on over there. She's still in good position, though.
You will take your lumps here in Oceanside. I can attest to that. Barbie, late drop, digging the nose out on that one. Finding the open face. Seeing if she can bounce back into it, but she can't. Not sure that'll replace any of the 5 or 3.67 I think she had from yesterday, but she's giving it a go. Conditions a little messier today right now as far as what we had earlier, but little bump on it, never hurt nobody, except for me. Oh, man. And in the booth, my brother right now, James McDonald. Want to throw a huge shout out to that guy for making this event run like a oiled machine. Have to say, from running this event for 8 years and Emanuele up and down, this has probably been the smoothest U.S. Open that we've had, with as beautiful shot of our footprint right there. There's our event. All the volunteers on the beach. Stoked on the weather. Beautiful footprint. And that shot brought to you by Pilot Girl Alex Strand. If you have any drone needs, check her out at Pilot Girl on Instagram. Send her a message, she'll come out to you. Shoots those beautiful drone shots. Very versed at shooting surfing drone shots, as she follows us with the tour and does all the drone work on the tour.
We just see Barbie out there in the lineup. She's got priority right now, just waiting for that set to roll on through.
That last wave came in at a 2.77. That's not going to go into her score line. She does have that 3.6 with some change and a 5 from yesterday, so she's looking to replace those scores. If not, she'll live on those for the round robin. You got Emanuele trying to get into that one. Unable to. These girls have actually went back and forth. Emanuele has topped Barbie once or twice, and Barbie's got that. So they got, I don't know if I call it a rivalry, but they've battled back and forth. So that's what a rivalry is. You win one, they win another one, you win another one. So whether or not they're a rivalry in the water, it's on the scoreboard. They've been going back and forth for the last couple years. And that's including the ISA events as well. So the ISA has one event a year. Looks like it's coming to Oceanside this year.
I just saw that. Looks like early November.
So it looks like ASP and the U.S. Open paving the way for the ISA to come to Oceanside. Like to welcome them in November. We'll have a lot more people gracing Oceanside at that point. Bunch of adaptive surfers.
And that just shows Oceanside is the greatest wave for this type of event. We've got you guys here, the ISA coming up, and then, I mean, the ISA, they can choose anywhere in the world just like you guys can, and they chose Oceanside, so
yeah,
just proves it. We've got really, really good waves here, tons of opportunity, really consistent. We've just had such beautiful conditions the entire competition. Everybody is so grateful. Looks like there might be a little set coming in here. See both the girls active. Emanuele tries to get into that one, doesn't quite make it in.
So those are just all the first places. The champions are wearing.
So look, they're on here. Hold on, let me see.
Still have about 9 minutes left in this heat, in this final actually.
First place, ASP. Where's the placing for the
Emanuele has priority right now. His priority's been switching back and forth between the both of them quite a bit here.
When you say it, they can just grab what awards
Perfect if you want them in order.
Oh, here we go. Barbie's in position. She's going to go for it. Ooh, and unfortunately takes a little tumble on the drop there. Can't quite get into that one. Was going for a pretty late drop. Here comes Emanuele. She's paddling for it. Takes off on it. Gets up to her knees, looking for that reform here on the inside. Just making her way in. See if this wave will stand up. A nice little shoulder for her again. And kind of goes off the side there on that one. It is tricky out there right now. Oh, here we go with Barbara. And unfortunately doesn't quite make it into that one either.
Still got 10 minutes left, plenty of time.
Plenty of time. She's just going to turn right around, make it right back out there instead of doing the beach run. You can see from my beach view too that Emanuele is paddling back over there. Definitely have time for another wave or two before it's over. But yeah, it's a little bumpy out there right now, making things a little bit difficult for these ladies. But luckily, they both have some pretty good scores yesterday to go off of. So even if they can't find the score that they're really looking for out there now, at least they have posted some scores from yesterday. Because again, that's an amazing benefit from doing it round robin style like this, because if you get a heat where the waves aren't super good for your final or for your first heat, you know you'll have that second heat to fall back on.
That's the beauty of the round robin format. You know, you could see an early heat on one day, you could see a late heat on the next day, so the conditions are going to change.
Looks like Barbie's made it back out to the lineup again.
8 minutes left. We got one more heat after this one, the blind no vision men. And that's going to be a great one. And then after that, stick around on the live stream. We're going to bring you the award ceremony live on the stream. So you guys will be able to check that out for the first time ever. U.S. Open history. Making history here every year at the U.S. Open. Whether it's prize money earned, whether it's webcasting, whether it's the award ceremony, we're always trying to do something special here.
And you guys have definitely done something special this year, to say the least. This has just been an incredible contest, an amazing turnout, tons of athletes here, 75 athletes, 16 different countries, tons of volunteers, and just everybody has had to work a lot to put this whole thing together. So I really applaud you guys. It is just beautiful, the event that you guys have put together here in Oceanside for the U.S. Adaptive Open Championships.
Yeah, we're feeling good about year 8. It has been a great run for us. We're super blessed to be able to do it at this venue and bring you this beautiful view right here. You can see the tide draining out, how high it was earlier with that watermark and how low it is right now. So that tide dropping out pretty quick, wind coming up a little bit, making it kind of challenging for the girls right here. But throughout the day, throughout the week, late in the days, we've seen consistent high scores coming on the board. So Barbie trying to paddle for this one. It's not looking too doable.
See Emanuele getting herself back into position there, kind of paddling over towards the pier. And Barbie just out there waiting. She's got first priority still. So we'll see. She's going to take advantage of that if the set rolls through.
Well, it looks like Manny Gonzalez from Parks and Rec in Oceanside a couple years ago, man, this guy baked me the best muffins I ever had in my life. And I just saw right now on Facebook, he tagged me, and he got up at 4 in the morning to bake me some more muffins. Delivered banana nut and cranberry muffins. I did not see those. Maybe that's what's in the box. They brought them to me in the box, Manny. I love you, buddy. Thank you so much, Manny.
Oh, here we go with Barbie. Makes a sick drop there. Unfortunately, just kind of loses it going up for that first hit there. Got Emanuele out the back, taking a look at this one, decides not to go for it. She was a little far in for that one. Kind of broke on her a little bit. But I can see that her first wave was a 2.6, which is awesome because that betters both of her scores from yesterday. It's going to cancel out that 1.33 she was riding on from yesterday.
She'll be happy about that. But now I'm really interested in what's going on over here in this box and these muffins. So I'm cruising over here to check it out, Manny. These don't look like Manny's. These don't look like homemade muffins. So maybe the boys dipped in on the muffins and I got sideswiped, but we appreciate the effort, Manny, to get the muffins to the crew. Thank you, brother. And Manny and his team are the people that give us our permits here and give us the opportunity to do so many great things. In Oceanside, we have a great relationship with Manny and Patrick Young, who makes so much happen for us. We love you, Patrick and Manny. You guys are wonderful. We can't do what we can do without your help, without your support. Thank you so much. Visit Oceanside, Leslie Goll and her team. Super blessed to have their support. The University of St. Augustine having their support. Wrench and Rodent, all of the local sponsors just threw down. Senior Grubbies, SK Donuts, Harbor Fish North, just so many, Wrench and Rodent, Sebastro Pub, so many local businesses just keeping us fed and happy and stoked. We have to have the ability at these big events to be able to give athletes food and water, and that's one of the things. H2O Depot bringing out their water. We're super blessed with that. So sponsors just keeping us hydrated, keeping us fed, keeping us healthy, keeping us alive, basically. But yeah, we can't do what we can do without any sponsors, and our sponsors have stepped up big time. We want to just congratulate all the athletes This is the tour. Barbie up and riding on a nice little right. Tries to give it a little tap right there off the foam. Doesn't really have enough power to support that tap. But we want to congratulate all of the U.S. Open champion winners. We are going to crown about 15 or 16 winners today. And in addition to that, we are also going to crown 15 new world champions. Some of them might not be new. Kai Colas is a 3-time winner. There's a couple other ones that are in there that have staked their claim. But we are crowning a new wave ski champion, a new kneel champion, and numerous other champions in this format. So we are super grateful for the athletes traveling to Oceanside. It could just be us sitting on the beach, hanging out. If the athletes don't show up, then we don't have a contest. So we are grateful for each and every one of the athletes that comes out. We don't function without volunteers. University of St. Augustine lending us their students, all of the locals that keep coming out, Jeremy Wilson, all the Surf Camp crew, Adam Land, his dad, Jeff Land, Ronnie, all the boys, Liam Dennehy, all the boys from Surf Camp, Uncle Sandy coming out helping us out every year, all of the people that have graduated from St. Augustine, Dr. Madison McBride, and Kelly Twitchell really helping us. Kelly helping us with registration. Kelly also helping us with the sponsorship with Beach Tracks, Access Tracks, coming out here and lending us those, filling in all the spots, making it accessible. As the contest ticks down, we just want to make sure that we are grateful to all of the sponsors, that we show our gratitude and for their support in this great event. It's been a phenomenal event over the last week. We had a great opening ceremony with the parade of athletes marching down with the Oceanside High School cheer squad and drumline leading us. What a great honor that was. Had all the athletes parade down the Strand and did a land acknowledgement with the Mission Band of St. Louis Band of Mission Indians. Mel and his crew then did a great drum ceremony, and then we had an awesome pouring of the sands. And here we are at the end of the week with a full week of just great, amazing surfing. And that doesn't happen without the support of all the volunteers, the participants, and the sponsors. So thank you so much. Barbie riding this last one in. I think that this heat is ticking down.
Yep, we are just about done with this heat. It looks like Barbie's going to come in on that one. You can see the men for the next category are already out there for our blind, no vision division. For the last final of the day, it's going to be super exciting to watch that. So you guys make sure that you hang around, because not only do we have one more final, but we are also going to have the awards ceremony on the live broadcast here. We're going to be crowning 15 new champions, so make sure you guys hang around for that one. And we can hear from our beach announcer that the heat just ended. So congratulations to Barbara Garcia, your champion of the U.S. Open. We are going to cut to a quick commercial break to see some videos from our sponsors, but don't go anywhere, because we will be right back with our last final of the day.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
The 2025 8th Annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships brought to you by the University of St. Augustine. There's Barbie Garcia from Mexico winning her first U.S. Open title and clinching the AASP World Championship. She is super stoked from Mexico. There's Manuela Blanchette giving it her all. What a great, great day here, finals day that we've had. In the booth, Charles Chaka Webb for the last call with Charlie Meeks from Costa Rica. Thanks for coming out, Charlie. We appreciate you.
Oh, absolutely. I am so happy to be here. This has just been an incredible event. We've seen an amazing level of surfing from all the all the athletes out here. And the waves have been really great. Looks like we've got Kirk Watson up to his feet on a wave. Taking it going left, dips out from there. We also have Heitor Francisca in green and Tomas da Silva in orange. For our last final of the day, we are in the blind no vision men's category for our last final. Been super excited all day to watch this one. I know these guys were just dying to get out in the water. You can see Heitor out there with his guide.
Heitor Franciscina, a past U.S. Open winner, a past AASP World Champ. Right now, Kirk Watson is your champion in this division. And let me see if there's any possibility of him repeating or not repeating. I'm going to look at the standings right now.
We have Kirk paddling into one, goes right, dips out from there. Wave kind of closed out on him. Didn't look like the inside had too much to offer either. He is going to make his way back out there.
Let me see what we got here. Just looking up the standings right now for this division. And as it looks right now, Heitor has a stranglehold on it right now with 430 points. Kirk Watson sitting down there with 300 points. Thomas Da Silva actually has 250. So there's a nice little mix right here. But it looks like Heitor, because he's traveled to all three events, Kirk Watson has also traveled to all three events. But Kirk got third in each one of the previous two events, so that's kind of holding him up from repeating as world champ. So it all depends on Heitor right here. Kirk throwing down, starting his campaign right here, but this will be the second of a round robin. So they're going to take scores from yesterday, and if they can add to those scores from yesterday, they can do that.
Yeah, yesterday Heitor had a 6.5 and a 5.5 that he'll be carrying over to today, looking to beat that. Kirk yesterday had a 2.07 and a 1.8, and Tomas had a 2.6 and a 0 due to an interference.
So he will carry that interference through. You can't interfere in the first round robin and then get two wave scores in the next one and just basically make it not matter. So he had a priority interference, which takes away the entire second score. A paddle interference takes away half of your second score. So if you have your choice of doing it, you know, you never want an interference or an infraction, but if you happen to do one, the paddle interference is the one you want. We also had another infraction earlier today that we have to kind of bring to everybody's attention. In the wave ski division, Jeff Munson committed a priority interference at the end of the heat. And unfortunately, due to that, he will lose his second score. And in that, Jeff Munson falls to fourth place. Roy Tuscany jumps up into third. Then DJ Lombardo in second, and claiming his first U.S. Open title and his first AASP World title, my good, great friend, Chris Oberly. Can't tell you how happy I am for that guy. He's put in so much work, so many hours of surfing all around the world, traveling, surfing, grinding it out, me and Chris, Spike Kane, some of the old guard, we just used to charge it 4 or 5 times a week, go to Sano at 4 in the morning to wait in line in the summer so we could surf all day there. Charged it at Oceanside Harbor, Cardiff, traveling around to, Ventura, C Street, doing all the contests that we could throughout the years. Chris earning great spots, winning himself a U.S. national title this year, winning his first Access Surf Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championship after 15 years of competing over there. Wins his first title there and comes to the U.S. Open after competing every single year, 8 years in a row. Finally wins his first U.S. Open title, and with that comes an AASP World Championship.
We are super excited for him. Here's Tomas trying to get that backside snap. Kind of went over the back of the wave there a little bit. Still got plenty of time out in the water, though. Just over 17 minutes left out there. And we can see that on Tomas's second wave, he got a 4.5, which is going to better his situation from yesterday. Knocking out that 2.6. And unfortunately, like you mentioned, he will be carrying that 0 over. So he's really just looking for one really good score, one really good wave. See if it will be enough. Here we have Tomas again, dropping in on this one, kind of peels out of there.
So this is the accumulation of a long week of surfing. Beautiful surf here in Oceanside. Just super incredibly grateful for the opportunity to live stream this, brought to you by High Fives. All of the replays on this stream were brought to you by Life Rolls On. Jesse Blower, thank you so much. Whoa, somebody almost getting run over. Don't know if that was an athlete or a pusher, or a coach. But we'll see what's going on there. White, Kirk Watson, coming real close to one of those people, but we'll see what happens with that.
I think that might have been Tomas.
Very close right here. Oh, and he actually hit him. So, don't know what that's going to look like. If there is a priority, looked like Kurt had priority. So is that a paddle interference? And it is a priority interference on Aitor Francescina. Let me make sure that I've got that right. 1 second. Hold on a second. I'm not sure that that's right. That's wrong. 1 second.
Yeah, I think that may have been the orange rash guard that we saw out there.
Sorry about that. I was misreading that. So no interference, no infraction there. That just looked a little bit sketchy. Kirk doesn't better his scoreline with that. He's sitting on a 2.83. I don't think there's anything from yesterday that's going to factor into that. I think the only ones that really got any good scores yesterday was Aitor. Aitor put up some pretty solid scores yesterday, so those guys are going to really have to do something to overtake him. Now that 4.5 that Tomas has, that will factor in for sure to his score line. And yeah, Aitor's sitting on a 6.5 and a 5.5. Thomas Da Silva is just sitting on that single wave score of the 4.5 because of the interference. So they're both really trying to better their score lines, but it's going to be a tough sell. Thomas Da Silva cannot win the U.S. Open at this point because Aitor has him comboed, and you cannot get more than 10 points on a perfect ride, and he's sitting at a 12.01. So that's pretty much it as far as Thomas Da Silva's bid for the championship at the U.S. Open. But he can still overtake, and he has overtaken Kirk Watson with that 4.5 as far as right here. And Aitor has yet to catch a wave. What's up, Daniel?
Still have 13 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in this final, our last final of the day. We are in the blind no vision category for anybody that might just now be joining us. Kirk Watson has dropped a 2.83 and a 1.83, bettering both of his scores from yesterday. So he'll be feeling stoked on that.
And Ator is yet to catch a wave. Maybe he's just cruising out there knowing that he's built a pretty good house yesterday of a 6.5 and a 5.5. He knows that anything that Kirk Watson kind of driving down the line on that one, kind of faded out. And so Ator's just biding his time. It looks like he's got first priority at this point. Again, Thomas Da Silva will take a priority interference with him, so he'll be living off of just his one high score. His second score will not count in the score line, even though they're giving it to him right now because the interference didn't happen in this heat, but it is a round robin. So that infraction from the first heat in the round robin will carry over into his score line. Unfortunate turn of events. We've had 2 priority interferences at this event this year. Very uncommon that we get some infractions, but it does happen. And we've had a priority interference in the wave ski division and a priority interference in the blind division, no sight. And that looks like that happened yesterday, so it'll carry over in today's score line. So even though he will get 2 scores today, the overall, and Ator dropping in on that one, pops back up. Now anything that he scores after that pop-up will not count. It's only the initial pop-up that he gets scored on. And here comes orange, Thomas Da Silva. Again, Thomas just living on that one high score.
Well, I will say from the competitions that I've worked in the past, only having 2 interferences for an entire contest is very impressive to me. I know that's not you guys' usual here, but only having 2 for 4 days of competition isn't so bad.
Yeah, getting 2 of the worst kind. And there goes White. Those were 2 Life Rolls On replays brought to you by Jesse Blower, the legend himself. Life Rolls On has a bunch of great programs. They will surf again, they will fish again, and they will skate again. And we will all be fishing again on September 23rd, I believe, or 28th. Can't remember which one it is, but Jesse's having it out of 22nd Street Landing. We will be on the Native Sun, trying to get us some halibut or something, whatever we can get. It'll be 2 half days. Be one that leaves at 6 a.m., comes back in at noon, takes everybody out at 1 o'clock till about 5 or 6 o'clock for the PM session. Super fun. Did it a couple years ago. Wasn't able to do it last year, but had a great time 2 years ago on They Will Fish Again. And adaptive fishing, adaptive sport fishing, just growing by the day. Every program right now that I'm aware of is dipping their toes into the adaptive sports fishing programs. High Fives has really great wide variety of fly fishing, also ocean fishing. Stoked for Life acquired a nice little 17-foot boat due to some private donors helping us out, so we can take at least 1 or 2 wheelchairs on the boat, take them out to the bay. We've taken the boat already to the Coronado Islands, 2 Coronado Island trips with the 17-foot reel stoke, and put some yellowtail on the boat already, some rockfish. So our adaptive sports fishing program up and running and just doing great. Ator with that 3.03 is not going to factor into a score line of a 6.5 and a 5.5 from yesterday's heats. Again, a round robin format with 4 or less competitors. You get the 2 heats, you take your best 2 scores from those 2 heats, and you get your winner. Right now, Ator is sitting on a 6.5 and a 5.5 from yesterday. Thomas Da Silva, go ahead.
Drops in, does a little backside snap there. He's able to stick with it, stays in the wave here, goes for another one. He's looking for that reform on the inside. Another snap. Kind of goes off the top of the wave there on that one, but should be a pretty solid score for him. We'll see if he can better that 4.5.
This is your life rolls on replay. Thomas with a nice bottom turn and a little redirect right there. Giving it the Huntington hop a little bit here in Oceanside. Trying to get that reform, getting back to that open face. Just kind of went to the deep spot. So.
And he does better that 4.5. He drops a 5.57 on that one.
So that will be the score that he's living on right now. Because of the infraction yesterday and it being a priority infraction, he is living on one wave, and that is that 5.57. Now, it looks like Kirk Watson from yesterday only has a 2.07, and he's bettered both of those scores with the 2.83 right now and the 2.57 for a 5.4. If he doesn't better something a little bit better, he's going to miss out right there and drop down to third place, because Thomas Da Silva, with just that one wave score of the 5.57, is beating him his two wave score of a 5.4. So it might be a little bit confusing to some people what the round robin consists of, but if you have 4 or less competitors, it's only one heat. As far as the structure, you get 2 round robin heats for that.
Here we go with Kirk making a nice drop there. That'll be it. Peels out of that one after that.
That might have been a little confusing what I said, but if you have 4 or less, you have only the round robin structure. You do 2 heats. You don't go to 2 heats and then a final. You just do the round robin, take your best 2 scores out of that, and then you have your winner there. This one is ticking down with about 6 minutes left. And that is the danger of, causing an interference or putting yourself in that interference. Now, if Roy didn't have priority over Jeff, it's only a paddle interference, and Jeff would have still stayed in third place with only missing his half score, still beating Roy by 0.3 of a point. But it was a priority interference, and he loses the entire second score, and that bumps Roy up into third place and drops Jeff down into fourth place. So big difference between the two.
Such a bummer to lose your entire second wave, especially with the round robin structure. It goes into the next one, but that's just what's part of competition, and it shows how important it is to pay really close attention to your priority and your positioning out there.
And one thing that I noticed about when it happened, it actually didn't need to happen. There was plenty of room. It wasn't like the wave was breaking. It was a decision made by the athlete to kind of stay in that zone. He could have really avoided that whole situation by just going left or right, because he had plenty of time to make a decision, but he just kind of paddled straight onto the face of the wave and kind of put himself into that zone where he could acquire that infraction, which for me doesn't make a lot of sense. Watching it back on the replay, I was like, he had plenty of space, but it's different when you're out in the water. He might have not been seeing him. There might have been the glare. There could have been 25 different things that caused that to happen. But at the same time, I'm sure it's very frustrating for the athlete when that does happen and you're sitting in third place and you think, okay, I'm kicking it in third, I'm good to go. And then you realize, oh, I just had an infraction and now I'm down into fourth place because of it. It's basically a self-inflicted wound,
Yeah, it can be. Oh, here we go. We've got Thomas on a nice left there. Does a little front side snap, changes directions. Yeah, it can be really frustrating. I've had a priority interference before competing when I was sitting in first place and just made a mistake dropping in on a wave when someone else had priority, and they dropped in front of me and was unfortunately, there we go again with Thomas. Nice little snap there. It can be pretty frustrating when that happens, but it's part of the competition, and I think overall everybody is still always really grateful to have the priority system, because, yeah, every now and then you'll have an interference, but overall, it's a very, very useful system to have. It really helps keep everything more fair out there, especially in the adaptive categories. Super helpful to have priority.
So at this point, with less than 3 minutes left, we want to thank our sponsors one more time. The University of St. Augustine with the Health and Science for being the title sponsor of the U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships. We want to thank Visit Oceanside Orange Up and Riding right here, Thomas Da Silva. We want to thank High Fives for bringing you this live stream. We want to thank Life Rolls On for the replay sponsorship. We want to thank all of the restaurants, Wrench and Rodent. We want to thank SK Donuts. We want to thank Harbor Fish. We want to thank Buccaneer Cafe. Thank Senior Grubbies for throwing down, Marco's Pizza. We super appreciate all the support, all the other sponsors that make this possible. The Sports Commission of Oceanside, thank you so much. Giving us this venue, letting us do this. Parks and Recs of Oceanside, Patrick Young, Manny Gonzalez, thank you so much. Now,
Here's Tomas up and riding. He's going left, or going right, sorry about that. And just kind of peels out from there. Wave kind of got flat on him. That inside section. Looks like he's going to come on in from that one. Gets up to his feet again. Just kind of sinks right there. We still have Aitor back there. He's in position. And Kirk is also in position.
and it looks like Aitor's going to put a stranglehold on this one.
Yeah, he's got those two good scores coming in from yesterday, a 6.5 and a 5.5. Here he is paddling for this one, decides to not go on it. Seems like a good choice. Wave was pretty closed out.
And it looks like Thomas Da Silva is going to stick in second place, even though he's got that infraction. Kirk Watson was not able to take advantage of that. Wow, somebody just going over the falls, big time, showtime, prime time, all time. Looked like me. Don't look like me out there, man. And there it is there. The last final heat of the 8th annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by St. Augustine University of Health and Science. Charlie Meeks on the call with Charles Chaka Webb here. What a great contest, Charlie. Just had
that was
perfect waves, great conditions for everybody. I couldn't be any happier that the event turned out as it did. And we'll be right back with a wrap up after this.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
Welcome back to the 8th annual U.S. Open Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by University of St. Augustine Health and Science. It has been a great event here in the booth. Charles Chaka Webb joined by Charlie Meeks. Charlie, we have had a week of great surfing. Super stoked to just share this opportunity with you to show you what adaptive surfing is all about. I know that this isn't your first exposure to it, but I think this might be your first exposure to professional adaptive surfing on this level. So we wanted to thank you for your super amazing calls in the booth. Your professionalism has given us a great level of confidence. Thank you so much.
Oh, you are so very welcome. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It has been just an honor and a privilege to be here for this incredible competition. This was my first professional adaptive surfing competition, and it was just a beautiful thing to be a part of. We saw amazing waves this entire contest. The level of surfing is just through the roof. Super impressive performance from everybody. So we just want to congratulate all the athletes for an absolutely epic weekend.
And there's Thomas Da Silva coming out. Thomas did suffer a priority interference, but he finishes in second place with a one-wave score. Kirk Watson was unable to take advantage of that. He's got a two-wave score of a 5.4. And Aitor right there on the beach celebrating his U.S. Open Championship, and he knows that he has the AASP World title in his hand for the second time. Him and Kirk Watson have been going back and forth with the battle of the U.S. Open Championship and the ASP. They've been just swapping back and forth, and unfortunately, Kirk Watson, unable to hang on to that title, he will now pass it over. So it was Aitor first, then Kirk Watson, and now back to Aitor.
You can see him getting chaired up there for his victory lap. Just looking so stoked. Bringing out his flag, too.
Super stoked for him. He's got his family out here, his son and his daughter, both celebrating with him. You can see Kirk Watson going up to congratulate him with his coach. That's the camaraderie that these guys have. These guys have been battling for years at the professional level, the ISA level, and it's Aitor's day today. So that's what we got right there. The last heat, we're going to go over probably a few of these beautiful highlights that we have, but here we got Aitor being carried off by his coach. Big hugs all around. You got Sarah Almagro down there congratulating him from Spain. And yeah, you can see that here are some replays from today. Kenjiro Ito earlier today in the final, throwing down high scores. Kenjiro and Nachman Balulu were in a dead heat tie for the ASP World title, and Kenjiro Ito coming out, throwing down in the first heat of the day. Some beautiful scores. Here's Kenji again. Now, Nachman snatched the title away from him last year, winning 3 in a row out of the 4. And here's Kenjiro Ito. They were in a dead heat tie in points. Whoever won this event over the other guy would win the world championship. Kenji does the beautiful thing of winning the U.S. Open Championship, and in that, the title. Here's Jocelyn Newmiller. She's got a stranglehold on this division. Nice bank right there, scoring very high scores.
Just an incredible performance from Jocelyn all weekend. It's been amazing watching her out here shredding.
Yeah, and she's really pushing the envelope. Sarah Almagro really picking up her game, and here goes another one. Beautiful sweeping turn right there. Nice down carve.
This is her 833.
Really good flow on that one. Getting right up in the pocket and just smacking that. Now, if she comes out of that, we're going skyward into the 9s. Beautiful shots right here. Sponger's buzzer beater right here. Sponge, the cardiac kid. This is one of the highlights of the event this year. Sponge going back to back last minute. Last year he did it with 2 waves. This year he did it with that wave right there. He was just about to give away the title. Mono was able to press him so hard, and in the last minutes And this is Jose Martinez's 883. Beautiful glassy wave, Charlie.
Just a gorgeous wave for him. Used up every single bit of it. Just working his rails on the whole way down. He had a ton of speed here. And a great finisher for him, too. Super well-deserved on that wave.
And he's claiming that. He knew it was a great ride. Carrying him off the beach, Jeff Spack Robertson right there, and Matt from High Fives. The crew, Kai Colas throwing down with this 9.5 banger right there. Kai's just been crushing that. Scored a 10 with that same maneuver earlier on a bigger wave. Scores a 9.5 right there. Big scores all day, Charlie. Finals day, exciting, beautiful waves all through the day. Getting a little texture on it, a little messy towards the end of the day, but Kai Colas, your 3-time AASP World Champion. Chris Overly. Chris on that backdrop. This is his 7.33. Nice flowy cutback right there by Chris. Chris surfing this event for 8 years, pulling up into the pocket right there. Chris, second wave fading. You can see that classic style he's got, Charlie.
Just a beautiful style from him. Love how he really applies the paddle. He's got super sharp turns. Just leaning into that one there. Banks it off the foam, goes back for another one.
Again, Chris has been surfing this event for 8 years. His first U.S. Open title. And he has won the AASP World Championship. Jonathan Borba, look at the style. Super aggressive. Beautiful cutbacks. Gets this nice section in here. Great aggressive turn. I think he goes real top right here. Nice carve right here. Nice tap. Just to finish it off. Look at, he's claiming that one. He knows his first U.S. Open title. Super stoked for him. He's been here 5 times. First time he's won this title. There's Ant Smythe, the legend Anthony Smythe right there, giving him some love. Elena Nichols, the legend. Call this one, Charlie.
Yeah, this was her 867, just ripping down the whole face of this wave, carving every single bit of it. Beautiful style. She's in so much control. And then turns around backwards here, brings it back around for an insane finish. This is her other super high scoring wave here. She just had so much speed driving down the line there, and a super sick snap. Just whipped it around so fast there. Pulls out of it in complete control. And there she was, getting chaired up with her high fives flag. The whole crew lifting her up.
Aaron Polk from Maui just throwing down. Breaking those fins loose. Staying at the top of the wave. Nice. Aaron with that good flow. Keeping it at the top third of the wave. Down carve on that one. Nice. Aaron staying in the pocket. Another really nice top turn right there. He wants to get that finish. Little cutty right there. Aaron Polk from Maui. Colin Cook, another Hawaiian right here. Throwing it down. Beautiful cutback, Charlie.
Another snap off the top there. Had a great reform on this wave as well. And a solid finish on that one.
Another wave from Colin. Backside, just serving him well. Nice carve right there. You can see that back leg. He's got that surf leg, man. Just see the bend in the knee. There's no adjusting that. That's just a full Hawaii in the house, getting carried off by Aaron Polk and Spack with old Uncle Sandy in his Spam shorts there. Lori Phipps just kind of cruising on that one. Giving big hugs to Malu Mendez. Malu is a past U.S. Open champ. Barbie Garcia winning her first U.S. Open championship and her very first AASP title. Barbie Garcia from Mexico, the pride of Mexico in adaptive surfing. Barbie Garcia, congratulations on your first U.S. Open title, Barbie, and becoming a world champion. That is me and Charlie, but we're in freeze frame right there. Catching us on the freeze frame, boys and girls. There is the last view of Oceanside Pier. This 2025 tour was brought to you by Visit Oceanside. Title sponsor of this event is the University of St. Augustine Health and Science. We want to thank all of our sponsors, HighFivesFoundation, for bringing us this live stream. We want to thank Life Rolls On for providing the replay sponsorship. We want to say thanks to Sam Norwood and Andrew for bringing us this webcast. All the hard work. A bunch of guys behind the scenes here making this all happen. And we are going to bring you the award ceremony live in just a little bit. So if you guys want to hang around for about 10 or 15 minutes, give us a little bit to adjust everything, change the cameras. We'll bring you the live award ceremony crowning U.S. Open champs and crowning AASP World champs. We will be right back.
It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise. It's time to rise, to learn with the latest tech, then lead the future of healthcare, and to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.
No, it doesn't look cool. It looks better, but it has latches right up there. Live.
Have them all come over here.
Hey, can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Check 1, 2. If you guys can go out into the parking lot a little bit, maybe move out there. I know you're probably sitting in a nice cool table here, but we're shooting a live webcast. If you guys want to come out into the parking lot, please do. We can hear everything. We're about to get this game started. I know it's really hot. I'm sorry. But
Over here, line up.
the surf contest, we're really proud of shooting ready for the award ceremony. And that's cool too. So, hey, if everybody, can you guys hear me? Can everybody hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, cool. So, this is very important, this announcement that I'm going to make if you won money. Okay, so if you have won money in place in this contest, then you're going to get a check. You're not going to get a check this year. It's going to be an electronic payment. And soon it's going to give you a reward. It's going to have a piece of paper. You're going to need to fill out, return to me, or return to Schmitters. Okay? And that's how you're going to get your money. So if you're expecting a check, you're not going to get one. You have to have a PayPal account for me to be able to pay you electronically. Schmitter will have the award, and he will have the payment slip. And fill that out before you leave today. Return that to me within the next 2 hours. And then that's how you're going to get the payment. So I hope you guys can all hear this. This is your public service announcement about your payments. I will receive them for our phone, or the big screen is going to have it. Have a PayPal account. I will send you money within the next 3 to 5 business days. Did you guys have a good time here at the US Open? Did you guys all have a good time at the US Open? We want to thank our sponsors. Here's the Oceanside West of all over the place. Thank you so much. We have a good support. Thank you so much for the partnership with us. HighFivesFoundation. You can check it out on HighFives right now. YouTube page. We're streaming this ceremony live as we did the last 4 days. So, and most of all, I want to thank the volunteers and the competitors. Because without those 2 components, we are not doing anything on the ground. So thank you for every single volunteer, every single athlete in the crowd that has been here. I love you so much. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. So I think that we're ready to get this thing kicked off. And we're going to kick it off here. So we're going to do a few things right now. Right now we're going to do right on the road that's going to be presented to the lottery that's just exudes the most of those on stroke. So John White and Eric Durant, we're putting together a writing association for rapid centers. So we're going to do this away right now, and then we're going to put the writing to put out the most here and just show them what the moving on the road. So it's on, and I'm not going to do it.
Sorry, thank you.
Brandon said, And you guys thanks for everything you do. So this was the first annual one. They were going to do this on the year, and they said, I'm the volunteers, and they were people out online there. So I'm going to be proud of you now. So if you come to me, I think you're going to do it inside the line, but also, we got the shift and I have a good work and do it on the field. Who wants to feel back in that suit? The section of this kind of suit section, I really love it. And that's what I'm going to do. I mean, huge impact on my life. And a lot of you people don't know who Jim was because he wasn't a little movie about him. He was just a dreamer about him and all this stuff and just living his life. And just a lot of great energy. And I want to keep Justin around so the circle crew comes out and keeps us around. So it really is good. So that's what it was. So the person that just shows the most love and love on and just selflessness in just being part of this community. So Adam, I'll let you take the mic. So real quick, just for you guys to get around the circuit, there's some keep water food, keep us around, bring hot dogs and a bunch of other things. But this is the main source of our safety measures. These guys come out every year, try to figure this place with the root sense and try to keep us safe. And I love you guys. Thank you for year in and year out just showing up for us. And I cannot tell you how happy I am you guys are. One of the main reasons why we're not 100% safety measures. So thank you. got you. Hold on. Come Good job, girls. In second place from Brazil, Robson Gaspari. And all the way also from Brazil, throwing down some super high scores throughout the contest, Jonathan Borja. For the crowd back home. Thank you everyone for coming here. I'm so happy every year. Congratulations. Make sure you all get the friends and students and the teams. Come out that friends with the basketball to follow up people. Congrats to all of you guys. What a miracle final those guys had. High scores, excellent scores from Jonathan Borja at 10, from Robson Gaspari from 34 all the way across the board. And this just happens to be my favorite division of all time. The worst to men. In fourth place, Jeff Munson. Jeff Munson. Jeff Munson, wherever he's running for these things. For once, that's good. In third place, Will Tuscany, baby. In second place, Vito Lombardo. If I could tell you how much joy it would be from my heart to say this right now, your 2025 U.S. Open champion, Chris Overton. Words for us because we've been coming to this contest for 8 long years. And we won the level after 15 years, bro. And then the next contest becomes yours. So that makes my hometown after 8 long years and years. I'm so proud of you, my congratulations. are going to move on to the pros unassist men's division. And in fourth place, let's be up in the house, Pepper Orioles. Awesome work throughout the contest, folks. In third place, high-fiver himself, Ryan Flores. So the team has made a problem. Ryan goes on the cross for rolling up on 3 years. 3-year Ryan, that's what we're calling him now. Doesn't have enough challenges in life. He wants to give himself a couple more. In second place, from Hawaii, Casey Cloud. And this guy, I don't know if he needs any introduction at all. He's just too good, man. If you started so hard, you got a bunch of excellent scores, but you feel the pain. How's it feeling, baby?
Crazy on there, right? I just want to say a big thank you to everybody that actually this competition happening. High fives, good productions on. We all appreciate you so much. Everybody that runs the competition, stuff on mono. I know it's really hard this year, and so it's close to take something to do. Everything improving so crazy, like, I swear when I first started, everyone was just on the course, and now, like, I seen Parker do the biggest photo of his life the other day, so, thanks for all of the competition, love everybody here. Don't forget, if you don't throw it out, you don't get your money. This is the unassist men's division. Unassist men. And in first place, Shane Easton. In the last second on the last wave, there's a game with a 3.1. Scored a 5.4. Great job, kid.
Yeah, Shay.
In second, or excuse me, in third place, Christopher Waker.
Yeah, Waker!
Congrats, Chris. You're doing great work out there, buddy. In second place, all the way from Costa Rica, Matthew Luna. And if you know this chant, you might have heard it before because of all the churches and religions. Jose, Jose, Jose,
you to everybody that's been here supporting us from the beginning. We're getting access to the HighFivesFoundation. Thank you again for giving us supporting them that needed. And most importantly for me, my high five to I love you all. I couldn't do it without you. Congratulations so far, everybody in the upright the moving. Well, fine, this way, man. This was really come down to the wire. The problem, this division has provided two of the best moments in the last 2 years. In fourth place, all the way from Japan, Masakuni Kobayashi. In second place, the legend, Mark Myers Stewart.
Oh yeah!
And providing us possibly two of the most exciting moments in U.S. Open history. Last year, he won the title with a two-way score in the last 2 minutes of the heat. This year, he was about to let something slip away, and in the last
And he's not even paying attention to the last 10 seconds. They're gonna yell at
he
me.
got his hand off the rail as the buzzer was going off.
The ball can't be on.
Sons, Williams.
Now, so, as you know, all these events are great, and everyone competing, great citizens from everyone, and the surf's been great pretty much all week for us. But a few words practice there, I would like to send love to Alicia, Sarah's daughter, and Sarah with her starting hospital right now. She had an arm operation this morning, and just a leg, just a family, so yeah. I cancelled all my trips. I wasn't meant to be here because I'm not broken, I'm worried, and yeah. I got it, so I'm taking home, and all this is going for love, for family and friends out.
Very exciting heat. Well done, Punch. We are on to the women's pro assist. Pro assist running. In fourth place, Ashley Bunty. Mario, awesome job. In third place, Eugene Leiter winner, Ian Goldsmith. In third place, all the way from Spain, Sarah Almagro. thank you to everyone who made this possible, from big check-in right through to staff that were putting the event on and all of the team. Big shout out not only to all our pushers and catchers that make it possible for us to get out day to day, week to week, but also at these contests, but also the water safety academy crew do an impeccable job of making sure that we are safe in the water, and it definitely happens out there. So thank you to everyone in that water safety team.
Good job, Camp. Looking very well. Make sure you guys get your forms over there, get your payment forms filled out. Before you leave, give it back so I can pay you guys, please. Don't forget to do that. Very important. It's going to, of course, love you guys, man. Do it all for you guys, for sure. We are below the stand men soon. Below the stand men. In fourth place, Stefan Vanet. Stefan coming out for the first time, making the final. Not an easy thing to do in this division, so congratulations, Stefan. Job well done, brother. And in the race for the title, it was coming down to the wire. Male fighters in third place, Nakin Balu. Nakin wants to say a few words. So I'll let him say a few quick words.
Today, I practiced below my family for the last 4 years. So I competed for the last 5 years, and my family for the last 4 years. And everybody knows her as a granddaughter. And I don't know her. I'm not that crazy, so I took 1 year off from the family, from the soul. And I don't know what they're doing to 1 year, but I don't know, maybe I jumped. Love you guys.
We love you, my Lord. We hope that you take the time with your granddaughter and form a great bond. In second place, Boris Weinberg. Yeah, buddy. And if you guys want to cheer for him, just go, yeah! Let me hear one of those. And winning his second U.S. Open Championship, he's here to restore all of time for me. Congratulations to the young couple wise men for the crowd. Thank you for that. Thank you for all everyone. Couple, thank you AASP, thank you for us, thank you High Five. Thank you all everyone. Congratulations. Now we're going to the women's prone and assist. Hold on 1 second. Here's your picture from YouTube. Your women's prone and assist division. Okay guys, move along. Okay, get your phone, so put it down there. Stop the shooting. And then the women's front on assist. We have one person only, but she was working out there tapping the You know, when we were doing the fair, we lost a couple contests. His wife, you won in the next field. He's got a world champ.
Thank you to our marketing, having that journey to the company and water. And everybody who's put the contest on, Sean and the light, guys, Jim, Michael, and Rich for all the organizations that are found out and really do this out, guys. And yeah, I think it's a really difficult journey that you guys all navigate, so thank you all for your help.
We want to talk about resilience when the show South coming down just not too long ago, lost everything for 6 years. I was with them, traveling, surfing, living life, man. We love you, Captain. Thank you for being an inspiration. The women's mule division, women's mule upright division in second place, Emanuela Blanchette. Thanks for coming out. Great surfing. And the 2025 U.S. Open Women's Mule Champion, all the way from Ensenada, Mexico, Barbie Garcia. Wise words, and you can say in Spanish if you like to.
Muchas gracias a mi familia y saludos por estar aquí. Thank you so much for everyone who's involved in this competition and all around the world, and especially to Social Life for sponsoring me all year. Thank you, Becca. I love you. Yeah, I love my adopted family, so thank you.
And in the men's blind no vision division, in third place all the way from Australia, Kurt Watson. And in second place, Thomas De Silva, all the way from France. Yeah, Thomas, great surfing out there. And all the way from Biscayne country, Aitio Franciscana. Congratulations, champ.
Great job, guys.
Yeah, fall in my lap. I'm in the picture. Is that any way towards champ? Lo primero, muchísimas gracias a Cata y a toda la familia y al staff y a todos los que estáis aquí por hacer que somos todos una familia y trabajemos y le demos todo por este deporte del surf adaptado. ¡A tope! Thank you very much! Thank you very much! Cata, has cambiado de premio. Han cambiado de premio, yo tenía que llevarme el tercer cinturón y me llevo una pedazo de medalla. Thank you very much, So his winner of the U.S. Open Championship, we're just going to crown him his AASP title. ATO, you won the AASP World Championship. Congratulations, we're going to give you a trophy. World Ranked Students with your AASP World title. This is your winner in the men's blind no vision division. male division, all the way from Ensenada, and right over there in the parking lot, Barbie Garcia, come back up here. Yeah, Caught all that weight and we just world title girl, where'd you go? The world championship. You want the trophy? I want the trophy and the championship. Hold on a second. I'm going to move a minute. In the women's below stand division, the AASP World Title winner is Lori Phipps. Lori Phipps, come on up and get the World Championship trophy, girl. Lori Phipps, put the foot on the paperweight for the money. We're going to be stuck with that. In the men's above me stand division all the way from Hawaii, your AASP 2025 World Champion, Colin Cook. Yeah, Colin!
All right, Colin!
Yeah, Carl?
Stuck up, bruh!
Yeah, buddy. World title. Come to a paycheck too, baby. Congratulations. We got one to take a photo. In your women's racing division, what a battle that was right there. Your AASP World Champion, none other than legend, Elena Nichols. World title. Put that next to her gold medal.
That's me.
Had a lot of water time with that one with Chris, quite pain. Men's upper limit men's stand does not have a world champion. Sorry about that, guys. Need to travel. The world champion in the racing men's division. I might cry when I say this, man. The AASP 2025 world champion is Chris Overby. World championships in a row, guys. Unprecedented, brother. Congratulations. You want some more for 1 second? Sorry, I forgot to say before, I have 0 coaches, so the only reason I can make it out there is my mum and dad, so I love you. We're close, making it all possible. Get everything, man. Also, we're Jesse Baxter. I want to say thank you to all of the adaptive athletes who came around the world. You guys are a huge inspiration. I love watching all of you guys, all of the from assists, the guys that just made it to the final for the first time. Oh man, it was so rad. Super rad to watch you guys. And Jose, congratulations again, you're ripping. But we really got to give a huge thanks to Chaka for believing in adaptive surfing and giving money away to the athletes and doing a tour. Without Chaka and the city of Oceanside, we wouldn't be able to travel and do a 3-stop tour. That's just ginormous, and I just want to say thanks to the High Five crew. You guys crushed it. You guys are killing it. It's inspiring to see how many of you guys come out to help out. Thanks to all the water safety. I mean, you guys have a huge job, and you guys do well. I want to say thanks to my pusher. Without him, I wouldn't have a world title. I am looking to capture, so if everyone wants to join my team, let me know. Thank you. World champ, Justin Bauer. So Oscar's crew of helpers that helped out, all the Marines that were helping out. Are you guys still here? Come on up here, man. All the whole crew, come on. I think Cyril, Oscar, I don't know the other guy's name, Magic, is there still be Magic here too or something? Magic, I call him Magic, I was close. Yeah, boy. So these guys came out, they're Marines, they're friends, they served with my brother-in-law, Oscar, who's a resident somewhere. But these guys made so much stuff happen around here that made it run so smooth. I really can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys. You guys made so much happen around here behind the scenes. I just want to bring you guys up here and let everybody know. These guys aren't only serving our country, they're serving us here in the community. And I just want to say thank you guys. And hopefully we can get them back next year, man, because I'm telling you, they make things run so smooth, it's unbelievable. So thank you guys so much. So in the men's kneeling upright division, that whole heat right there, Tom can only win the U.S. Open title. If he didn't take first place in Mono 1, and Mono would have wrestled the AASP World title away from him for a third time or something like that. But Sponge wasn't having it, man, at the last second. With literally 10 seconds to go, Sponge got the way to winning this world title. The AASP World Champion 2025 in the men's kneeling division, Sponge Cardiac Kid Williams. Hey, don't leave when you, all you champions don't leave. I want you all to come up here and take a picture. picture before you all split, so I expect to see all 15 of you. Please. Sons, that was beautiful. It was great. It was one of the most exciting moments in the history of this platform. That you, at the very last second of the heat, actually in that World Championship. So congratulations, well done, well done. Yeah, we'll send them all friends to share in the family, for sure. In the women's unassist division, your 2025 World Champion is none other than the three-time World Champion, Jocelyn Manuel. Your 2025 below knee stand men's AASP World Champion all the way from Japan, Kizuna. From you, we want to get a collective picture with all the champions. And there's only one left at the top of the mountain in the women's prone unassist division. It is Catherine Beebe. She went from Rookie of the Year to World Champion in 12 months. Rookie of the Year last year, World Champion this year. Congrats to her, job well done. If all of you that won money get the phone computer, fill it out, you guys gotta give it back to me so I can pay you. So please fill it out immediately, fill it out, give it back. And I want to thank the crew, Randy School, Mia Gilbertson, Rich, all the boys back there. What a band crew this guys do. No Johnson, no classification crew, thank you so much for giving us so much love. All the behind the scenes.
Group photo!
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, wow, thank you. I forgot one division. Aaron Wolf, we know Georgian from Maui. So sorry, brother. So sorry, man. So sorry, y'all. Yeah, Aaron, two-time winner, So we're the third time he's won the AFC World title, baby, so we've got a couple three-time champions here. So again, I just want to get all the champions together for a picture, please. Come up here with me. All 15 of you guys come up. You want a real championship, gather around. I want to thank Circuit Crew, all the guys here, St. Augustine. My beach marshal, John Rick, every year this guy comes out here and blows good on everybody. I love you, John. Thank you so much. And this AFC champions would be great if all the other people around too would get on with everybody. So let's get the world champs up here and get a picture of all them first. All the champions, all the world champions, please come up here if you want a world championship titles. Here we are, he's up here. Every world champion, get up here, take a picture. Run out of here. All you guys see, get up here.
All you need to do is 2 events. Yeah, keep that in mind.
Where's that?
You need 2 events. You need 2 events, dude.
Jocelyn, you can come back up here for thank you. Sean, come back up here for a photo, please. He's right there. A4, if you could come up here, please. A4, that's the singer. A4, please come up to the front. There's 15 guys up here, A4. Slowly flips, if you can come to the front.
You look good in that shirt out there. You look good too. You're in a really good race.
Everybody get closer, go in there. Back up. Closer. Yeah, stand behind all the time. All guys go behind. All right, go behind. And the original 2025 AASP World Championship class runners. Give a big round of applause. All right, party for you, folks. I love you guys. I will see you next year if you want to get paid. Fill out the form, bring it back to me, otherwise you don't get no money.
It's time to rise. To learn with the latest tech. Then, lead the future of healthcare. And to practice with faculty who treat you like a peer. Because soon, you will be. To get hands-on experience in the classroom, so you can make a statement. This is your time to rise.